Feeling good? Hello. Am I feeling good? I'm feeling good. What is she doing? Excuse me, little lady. Excuse me. Caught on camera. Gremlin indeed. Oh, just gonna find a place to relax. You know what's weird? Hold on, let me make sure the volume's not too loud. It's louder for me than it is for you. How do I fix that? I guess I do this. Okay, I guess that works. I feel like I used to have a cat that used to like jump on top of the refrigerator. I think it was Nook. N-O-O-C. Enhance. I think it was Nook. Nook, right? Yeah. I mean, I know the name. I just... Pretty sure that's used to jump on the fridge occasionally. Just chill. Oh, got the eye boogies. Got the different, just waking up kind of thing. Had a bit of a nap before stream, obviously. Oops, went a little smidge over, but like, you know, started less than 20 minutes late. But then again, I'm playing music for too long. Turn down a tad, yeah. I guess when I'm just starting, it's not too bad, but yeah, you don't want to leave it on too loud. Not as productive as the days we were hoping for. I'm feeling like I'm not as concerned about getting the TikToks out daily as much. Both because it's been a little bit of a stretch of a few days of not getting one out, but also I like doing them when I have a thing that I really want to do. But I don't want to feel like I just have to do them as a chore specifically. That's my overall goal. One. Wait. I guess it's technically Monday. Well, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I like, what was that? Damn. Yeah. Not as zoomed in as it was before. Drop it down temporarily. You little girl. Yeah, I like doing them when I want to do them, which I guess is sort of a, well, duh. But when I have an idea I like, I want to put it out, but I also don't want to have to, like, and maybe I'll get better at having little things that I want to say in these small moments or whatever. But for now, I do really appreciate it as an experiment in making sure I can feel comfortable just getting things made on a timely manner. And so maybe I'll still keep myself trying to push it out a little bit. Ooh, we need to sit over here instead. Yeah, we need to like rotate around and sit there. Oh, he's a sweetie. He's a sweetie. Okay. Still have a bunch of videos on my my day's watch list. We'll start off with something real fun. Oh, I already watched this one. Here it is. Oh, shit! I removed a video I shouldn't have. That's okay. I don't know about everybody here, but, well, I guess I know about everybody here if it's just myself and Kara. I guess I would know about everybody. But escape rooms, they seem like they were fun. I've done 2, I think, in total, and then we did one with one. But there was a video, the secret economy of escape rooms. Which economics of escape rooms. Let's see what that is.
Here's a question. How did we get to $100,000 escape rooms?
Yeah, put this down here. I can actually see the volume meter.
In 2014, there were less than 25 escape rooms in the United States.
Today, the trend is growing faster than ever.
You're locked in a room, finding keys and clues or solving puzzles. It's the latest worldwide fad.
Now, there are almost 2,000, with many more around the world. How did this industry grow while getting so much more expensive? I talked to more than a dozen people.
Anybody can build something that's, like incredible. There are things that rival Disney in the escape room world that are built by 2 people in a strip mall.
And I learned basics like the crazy guests.
They were using language that a sailor would blush at.
They found it so shady that they thought we actually recruited them to do a heist.
One guy, he punched the door between rooms so hard that he made a hole into the door.
And the seriously addicted ones.
Yeah, and I could keep naming companies for you. I could rattle them off like Bubba talking about ways to prepare shrimp.
Shrimp salad, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp burger.
But I also discovered a rapidly maturing industry with custom builders.
We've done some that were over 200,000 for a single experience.
And answers to why an experience has become an investment.
Yeah.
We get the question a lot, what did it cost? And they mean money, but we answer it, what's our answer to it?
4 years of our lives, and we do not want to know how much money it cost.
Okay, so I made this avatar who I think kind of looks like me. I don't know if the hair's quite right, but got the t-shirt. Then I found these pants, and I was like, when am I gonna wear pants like that in real life? He can dance too. He can really, really dance. Let's just say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
A lot of this isn't standardized. Even the things that we talk about today, you'll hear different people talk about the exact same thing with different terms.
The origin is also pretty muddy. For that, I'm gonna go to David, who by the end of this video, you'll know pretty well. I've had
How the hell does this guy get so many people he can talk to about this specifically?
some people ask about the origin story, but it does seem to me a little bit soft. People are like, Japan.
It's super soft. There are three starting places. One is Scrap in Kyoto, Japan. One is Five Wits in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and the other is a company that also no longer exists called Parapark out of Budapest.
But what we are talking about in the United States was typically a single room with some padlocks and puzzles strewn around and a goal to get out. Remember, this is in 2013, 2014, the very beginning.
When we opened, there was one company open in Boston. You know, in hindsight, it was just 4 white walls with a whole bunch of busted IKEA furniture and padlocks. They couldn't have spent more than $1,000 putting that room together. I mean, it was cheap, it was terrible, but it was so early days and nobody knew what to compare it to. It was great.
You usually play in a team, and it consists of public matches, pairings with strangers, and private ones, in which you only play with friends. Europe and the UK, they've almost always had private escape rooms. Public is more of a US thing, and that's declined a lot since COVID. You can see how this might affect the business model. Your goal then, as it mostly is today, was to navigate themed puzzles, space or a prison or whatever, and get out. Themes that you have, is that determined by the stuff you can get, or is it just like, I think this would be cool, you know, like like Project Skylab, like, that sounds fun.
So a common thought process is that the little bit darker themes, the little bit spookier themes, those are the ones that really resonate with people. And then the other ones, you know, they do okay. They're doing good, but they're not great.
You can tell you're talking to a nerd because I gravitate toward Project Skylab right away. You know,
it's fun. It's a fun game, but it's not the most popular game.
Almost all escape rooms.
You want the Saw escape room. That's what you want, brother. I guess that's what people think of when they think of it, right?
Rooms charged by the person, and the game time is typically an hour. People will need maybe a half hour to reset for the next set of players. And somebody asked this, they asked, how are things reset and replaced after each group goes in? Do they have a whole bunch of duplicates for each prop?
We don't normally replace things in between games. We do just put everything back to where it was. So we do have like very like stringent rules on how that happens, like to make sure that we do it right.
It probably started with pretty simple locks. Today you'll have RFIDs, hall sensors, lots of other tech. I talked to Alistair, who has a YouTube channel, and he creates escape room puzzles for owners. He's got a background a lot.
One of the ones that we did was, well, the one that we did, I gotta think. The one that I did, I don't remember. I think it must have been. I don't think it was Nova. I think it was maybe it was Nova. It was either in DC or it was in Atlanta. And the theme was we were working with the Pinkertons, and as soon as they said that, everybody in our group groaned because you're like, no, because Pinkertons are well-known anti-union, you know, cops basically. We're supposed to find these gangsters, and we made, some people made a lot of jokes about how these these are just basically union leaders that we are trying to kill slash imprison. But you had to find all these clues. There was this weird, like, gigantic spinning wheel, almost kind of like a ship's wheel, that had a bunch of letters on it. And then you'd use a door knocker, and then that would, like, you'd rotate the wheel to a certain spot, door knock it, and that'd be like almost like putting in a combination or something. Didn't really make a lot of sense comparatively to, you would never see that as a real mechanism in any kind of actual room or whatever, or actually escaping or being imprisoned. But it was a themed room. It had a whole bunch of stuff, all these old timey photos, and everything was basically RFID. You could tell because it was like, just put this near this thing happens, or the guy's watching you play and, okay, success, hit the button or something. But because now I'm thinking, like, wait, Carrot, did we do one together? Because I can't think of any other one other than that one. But you weren't there for that one, were you? No. Okay. Crap. Okay.
A lot of escape room owners do, which is in that kind of software engineering, software or technology world. In the beginning, though, things were a lot simpler.
Academics, as it were, who study game design and who have monitored the progression of escape rooms will refer to generations of escape rooms. And Generation 1, which was, anything from about 2012 to 2016, no, very, very little electronics, if any at all. We were looking at combination padlocks and probably a single room, possibly a secondary area that was closed behind a door. And so there's it's interesting because escape rooms have had a knock-on effect in puzzle design generally, I think, because there's now a category of what are known as escape room puzzles that are puzzles that resolve to a 4-digit number.
Nate started his escape room in Seattle super early. Since then, he's had them on cruise ships and all over the world.
Those things are built to, maritime standards to withstand drunk uncles by the thousands.
Yeah, right. But in 2013, it was just the beginning, and the budgets were really low.
That was $7,000 all in. That's not even just the props and the technology, as it were. I mean, we're talking, registration, business license, maybe even first month's. Like, was pennies on the dollar. It's why we were able to do it, keep our day job.
Nate is the earliest escape room owner that I got to talk to, and he got to see the boom happen.
And one of the very first major articles on the topic, it was a big deep dive, it was well researched.
In 2015, MarketWatch put out this article called The Unbelievably Lucrative Business of Escape Rooms.
You can make your escape room company for $7,000, and we did, and it's a story for the ages. I hope they teach us in business school for years to come.
And this seems to correlate with a lot of the incredible boom that happened in the escape room space.
I mean, I guess it's unique to have an experience that's not just watching a movie. For most people, it's not just going out to eat again. It's something new. I enjoy experiences. When you go to a theme park, that's one of the big things, is feeling something, experiencing something. Let's get her up there in this scene too. The thing. But am I zoomed in all the way officially? I am. The starting soon scene has it a bit more internally zoomed in, using some filters, but I'll just manually crop it and beef her up there.
Budgets ticked up with that, but it wasn't too crazy yet.
We spent maybe $10,000 to build that game. It had jail bars, it had a bed, I found a toilet on Craigslist that I got ripped out of some local, jail, and we just kind of decored the whole thing out. And, at the time, that was revolutionary because nobody had played an escape room with multiple rooms in the US. Nobody had played an escape room with a hidden room. There was no such theming like this. So,
spoilers. Whoa.
That was sort of the step into, hey, we're spending more money.
Okay, before we get to that, I actually want to tell you a little bit about how I made this video, and that wouldn't have been possible, like for real, without today's sponsor, which is Notion. So important
Here's
to help
something
me do
that
that.
I
I write my
will
scripts in
never-
Notion, I manage
Maybe
projects
one
in
day,
Notion.
but I don't think I'll ever.
But it is Notion's AI that actually helped me make this video. I'm going to tell you how. I had like 10 hours, I think, of interviews. I needed like a research assistant to really help me figure out how to process all of that. I'm just gonna screen record this. So you can access Notion AI at any time. You just press spacebar, start asking a question, or you can go to the tab up here, click on it. You see this little Notion face. These very cute little facial expressions. Now, I have the transcripts, right? So I could search for a word, but it's harder to search for like a feeling or something that I vaguely remember using just words, but using Notion AI, I can. So I was kind of curious why people don't upsell more, like add drinks or stuff like that. And I know somebody mentioned that keeping drunk people out of escape rooms was better. So it's got Victor talking about this bachelor party. That's what I remembered. And it's got the timestamp right here.
We hardly have any bachelor parties, and that is great for us. That's a market that we're consciously missing because, like for instance, we don't allow any teams that feel inebriated.
So if you look here, they have a marketplace with a bunch of different templates, and they have some templates that use this AI. And I found one that I loved. It was the AI meeting summaries template. And so I naturally thought to myself, well, I'm having a meeting with these people. I can generate a meeting summary. So I customized those meeting summaries to give me a little briefing on my interviews. So that is just the process that I used for this video. If you have any other questions about it, let me know in the comments. And click the link that is in the description to get started with Notion for free or unlock AI for $10 a month. Thank you, Notion, for sponsoring this video, but also for making it like possible. Let's get back to it. Around this time, 2015-ish, a lot more escape rooms started becoming multi-room experience.
I'm trying to think. I feel like you could just control F for drunk. Or control F. Avoid, control F, whatever. Like certain things that you could have looked for without the AI having to scrub it for the meaning of it. And it'll save you $10 a month. But I guess if it works for him. But also it's an ad, so.
Experiences. Spoiler alert, many escape rooms are more than one room. The staff makeup is not often that complicated. Typically, it's a staff with an owner, a manager, and a game master who...
I'm curious. I think this is because all these fonts and things are rendered inside of a 3D game. Or inside of a 3D thing, because all the text has this odd, like... pixel... I don't. It's not infringing, but it's just like they're all a little fuzzy or whatever. It's weird. So I'm thinking that it's almost like in-game projected, but it doesn't look like it's at an angle or whatever. I don't know.
Helps players and will watch them during their game and kind of keep them from damaging stuff. Most of the people I talked to said that the game masters were hourly employees. There were a couple salaried ones. So you can see from the beginning that most of the money is going into the rooms.
Seems like it could be really well done to be a co-op. That way, people are. Well, then again, I'm co-op pilled in general, but those game masters should be people who really want to be invested in it, want it to grow, find new fun things, know how to be fun with the people. Look at that! Look at that 1 pixel there. That one's so bright next to that 5, but not these 5s, which just makes me think that it's not the font itself, but just the way it's rendered in the frame. Weird.
Building them and maintaining them, and then getting through as many people as possible. Some owners have even tried to improve that traffic flow through a tactic called pipelining, sending one group into part of a room while another is in the second part of the room. It's been limited though. Still, escape rooms.
That seems incredibly bold to plan it out that way. Because our thing was a multi-room experience where you would kind of unlock at least one other room area, if not a second, whatever. But the parties are all different speeds and different skill levels. Also, this game master had to watch every game at once, so there was this many different games that you could. So you would go to this place, and there's like, I don't know, 5 games, say, of different themes, and each room might have a different party limit. So this one's only meant good for 3 people or less, because our party was like closer to like 6 people or something. There's only 1 or 2 limited for us. And that one game master would kind of run all the games at once. So he would have walkie talkies, and he would kind of like, you could scream out to him at any point, and then he would come in and work over the PA and try and figure out what you need. But he would also potentially watch what you're doing. But there was one point where he was like, you need to put the rose on the painting. Because at one point we got a rose out of a box, and then there was this picture of this lady, and I was like, oh look, for her, and I put it on there, but you had to put it on there in a very specific way. So he was like, you need to do that. I was like, we did that. And he's like, oh well, do it again. You stretching, little girl? Get you. No? Just turning around? Just sleeping the other way now? Okay. Sleep the other way. Which, that seems like it would be kind of a rough job to split your attention across a bunch of groups of people who at any point could be just all of a sudden start ripping walls apart. And you would see some of the puzzle pieces, some of the parts on the walls, some of the different things are kind of like worn, or some of the things are like fucking halfway ripped off. And you're like, I don't think that's part of the puzzle. I think that's just someone fucking with it. Or you could notice extra amount of wear and tear. Like, there must be something over here because people are always having to fuck with this thing in particular, whatever.
Rooms spit off cash, especially when those initial room budgets were lower.
I had like 20 grams, something like this, just like small amount. And our first adventure, and we get a small office space on the second floor of the office building, old office building, like zero visibility, super small. That was a huge success. I mean, we get our money back in like 2-3 weeks.
So if you're like me, you're noticing maybe 2 things. First is that the owner is kind of cycling through these escape rooms like a VHS tape. You play through an hour, they reset and repeat. After that initial cost, you're working to make that money back and then make a profit. The other thing you might be wondering though is, how does this still cost so much money?
Buying all these electronics, they cost a lot of money. You're spending thousands of dollars just on the guts for the electronics. Then you have to hire or do it yourself, set design people, right? Like you have to build things, you have to install lighting, you have to have, people to come inspect it, you have to have electricians, you have a square room and you want it to be 5 different rooms with a secret.
Wow, I didn't think about the inspections. What the fuck would the inspections be for an escape room? I guess at first it was literally nothing, right? It was just, hi, I have a business here. Okay, your building is up to code. Easy peasy. And now it's like, hi, I want to build a way for people to be trapped and need to escape. And I go, excuse me? What? I could not imagine that the municipalities that create these rules would have any way of properly understanding the ways to, because it's just like, to me, I would just imagine like, is it properly air conditioned? Is it properly I guess fire escapes and shit? Um, there would need to be like I would imagine there should need to be a bug out effect or something. Because, one game master split across 5 different games, but then somebody starts having a medical emergency or whatever. Or even just like diarrhea. You know what I mean? Like, you got to give them a way to like narratively or non narratively escape if they need to or want to. Oh my God. Sorry. Our space station experiences temporarily covered in diarrhea, so not available for not available to experience this at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that it's easier to do this shit in like the weird regulation free zones like Florida and shit. Although I still had a lot of well, I don't know if it's a lot, but I had some amounts of what seemed like reasonable rules to follow when I was building my studio shed. But yeah.
Entrance, then you'd have to hire someone to partition those games, to move your sprinklers, to change. So let's say you put a partition and then you have to move your sprinklers. Moving one sprinkler can be like $800.
This all seems like just initial investment costs, which is standard for big businesses. And I think that, what is it? Like you would normally just go, hey, investors, I'm building a business. I want your money. These are how good they usually do escape rooms. Everyone loves them. Corporate rent is down because COVID made people not want to have office spaces. So we have a lot of square footage for cheap dollars to make a really cool thing. And also, I don't know, something else. Return on your investment, et cetera, et cetera. So then usually you get all that to cover it. And then you just pay back that loan over time.
And then you do have to worry about the cost of keeping it running.
I've had someone rip a steel door off the hinges.
People are destructive gremlins.
I've had a safe ripped out of a wall, like
You're like, hey, escape? I gotcha. Kick, kick, kick. I escaped.
Drywall and everything.
I guess astronauts always shit their pants, right? That's like maybe that's more the space suit than just floating around.
Came with it.
It's a real struggle and a constant battle.
At night, someone carved answers into the wall with a knife.
It's just unbelievable. The brutality.
I originally expected breakage to be somewhere around 1 to 2% of my costs. It's somewhere around 10 to 15% of my total costs per month is just breakage.
You watch enough escape rooms being played, and you rapidly lose faith in humanity.
Once a month, someone pee there or vomit there.
People pee?
Yes, yes.
My favorite is, on 420.
Wow. Okay. I was kind of like, wow.
We've got, Hempfest or whatever happens in the Boston Comet. And people book games just to take naps for an hour. These are my favorite customers. There's no resetting that happens. Nothing's going to get broken. They're friendly.
I mean, I guess it's cheap, but an hour nap? Can't you just like chill in your car or something? Or couldn't you just kind of like doze off for a second on a bench or whatever? I mean, oh my God, I don't get that.
They just,
I don't know if that's planned, but they might have just been so high they're just like, oh, so okay, bro. Thanks for the experience. Bye. And they may not have been intentional.
They're gonna take a nap and enjoy the air conditioning for a little bit. So that's good.
But I talked to all these people, and even as the industry was experiencing this hockey stick growth, customer expectations rose a lot. They're trying to build a whole new
hockey stick growth. Is that like a graph and then it goes up and then plateau like a hockey stick? Is that what a hockey stick growth is? Or is it like hockey stick and then up? Maybe that's what a hockey stick growth is. This is probably more what a hockey stick growth is, because this is how you would hold a hockey stick, not upside down. It must be like, oh, no one knows about it. Whoa, and then like that's probably what it is.
Category here. And so as a result, escape rooms are getting way more complicated. The set designs are getting better. The games are getting a lot better. The whole experience is
I definitely kind of thought that escape rooms were just like a lot of the classic riddles done over and over and over again. They were find this combination padlock, open up a thing with a key, there's another key on it. That's kind of how I guess I was originally kind of informed about them. But they do seem like unique little slice of, not slice of life, but just weird little contained experiences that are fun. Although sometimes they're a little goofy just because you're throwing shit at the wall and there's 100 different ways that you can imagine it, and you end up with a gigantic wooden wheel that you spin and use a door knocker to enter a combination where it's like, this wasn't what I expected it to be, but you're given completely unexpected challenges in a way. And having a lot of different people can be confusing. There was one part of the experience where we had to do a square dance, and you all had to do it in a certain way and stand in a certain way, and none of us knew shit about square dancing. It would play this song over the thing. We'd ask him to replay it. We lost a lot of time to that, and we almost did not win the escape room. We literally got down to the last like fractions of a second or something before we officially did the thing properly or whatever. So it worked out in the end, but we lost a lot of time, and we had to ask them to give us some clues, whatever, because you if you want to, like, at least in this place, it was, if you wanted to make it to the leaderboard, you would not get any hints and you had whatever time period. But if you got more than one or two hints or something, then all of a sudden you're now in the casual bracket. And we didn't care obviously about being ranked or something, but we were like, well, we'll just start off being ranked, and if we have to, we have to. So having different people gives you different perspectives, because you can think real hard about all kinds of little things, but you might just get distracted by one little red herring, or somebody else doesn't get distracted by it, or just happens to see it in a slightly different light, and then that's the spark that goes, oh, of course, eureka, and then you're able to solve the puzzle. So doing it on like a 1 to 2 people, you might end up just getting kind of like, oh fuck, just totally locked out because of just something that you weren't mentally prepared for. But I'm tempted to do one with Kara. By tempted, I mean really want to, but it's just like making sure we have the time to do it and get it done. I mean, we should definitely have the time to do it. And we saw some place. Let's go. Yeah.
amping up, and that means it's amping up in price.
I mean, being a content filled person, it could. I mean, then again, I'm not a Ludwig style content person, but that could be a fun thing to try. But then again, probably filming an escape room, they'd be like, no, you can't. And also, I don't have a huge audience. And I'm like, yo, check out my Twitch channel. I've got, score 1 viewer right now. That's right. You're going to want me to, shout out your place.
As well.
It was early on, it was looked at as a cash grab. Like it was very easy to make money. It's not so easy anymore. It's very difficult to make a successful, thriving business.
Ooh, X-nay on that one. Don't, no. Don't, now it's hard for me to get my investors to agree to help me invest in my thing. Oh, be quiet. No.
Really, the trend has been that players now are expecting more high tech, more magic experiences.
Yeah, that's me.
Around this
I'm
time,
expecting
set designers started getting into the industry too. I talked to Trey, who had a haunted house background. This is kind of a common thing. If you think about it, there are some similarities
I
there.
wanted to grow my company from just doing Halloween, which Halloween's great, but it's, you got 30 days.
Feast and
to make
famine.
your money. And, you can have good or bad.
He started designing sets for museums, and then when escape rooms happened, he started designing sets for them.
We have built escape rooms now literally all over the country. From the whole building we're in is like 22,000 square feet. A good part of that is our shop, our production facility.
I think this is the cool shit. Like all of a sudden, okay, you're in a train, lights are going out, it's a zombie thing or whatever, or there's like a fungal outbreak, Last of Us style, or there's like a, the Russians are invading, Red Dawn, what's good? You really feel like you're inside of this little mini movie or a cartoon, and it's just like something different, It's not just going to brunch. It's not just, I don't, what else do people do? Pick apples? Fuck that. This is a thing that you'll remember for a long time. I remember the escape room we did in bits and pieces, and it was fun and it was interactive and it was sociable. It's great.
Then we have our attraction, which is probably
Don't hate on apple picking. It's fine. It's just not the same,
about a little over 6,000 square feet, and then of course offices and stuff. Now we design, build our own stuff. We test it here. We put people through it. They check it out. They see, how it works. We get to develop it further. Then we can bring those items to market.
The same is true for Grant, who has a theater background, but he's designing puzzles and immersive experiences now for an escape room chain that he works for. What kind of stuff do we have in back of you?
I know you'll probably not believe me, but I didn't set this up. My shop is very small. I just finished this the other day and I've been running groups through to test it. Also behind me, I've got whiteboards that sort of list out, there's a whiteboard in front of me, there's a whiteboard to the left of me, in the room next to me, there's whiteboards. I just have whiteboards everywhere.
From the very beginning, it has seemed to me like the escape room world is sort of these two worlds that occasionally overlap, but sometimes don't, where it's like puzzle land and theater land, and it's like,
if you're the type of person that can write a code and build a theater flat and paint it and write a story and get excited and tell a script to somebody in the lobby, that's great, because those are all the jobs that need to get done.
Some chains are entering the business too. There's one chain that makes and sells escape rooms kind of prepackaged around the world. Most owners that I talk to love either building or designing their own games, so they didn't go with.
That makes sense that a big portion of the field is enthusiast, just like how I was saying before, the game stores, card game stores, whatever it is, Warhammer game stores, that are almost always started by somebody who has a passion for that thing. These are not businesses for the sake of being a business. These are hobbies that end up trying to become a business. Which also leans back to when people say, if you have all your needs met, why would anybody ever work anymore? Because there are things that drive people. There are things that give them passion. Now, does anybody have a passion for cleaning a toilet? Maybe not as much. But also, I've heard that Japanese CEOs clean their own toilets. So a little bit of self-reliance is a thing that can be useful. And then also having well-paid labor that is not enjoyable can also be a part of things. So, making the business some kind of cooperation, or just not even have to be, financially super viable, but just something that someone can wake up every day and enjoy and want to do. A world is possible
with this option, but with thousands of escape rooms around the world, you can bet that this is a big business.
Ooh, the best ROI. Ooh.
There are also...
What the fuck? Uh-oh. What the... Only high IQ individuals can use this escape room. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
escape room chains too. There's a few different chains. Everyone I talked to though actually felt pretty fondly about the chain, the Escape Game, because they feel like they were upping the quality of the category of escape rooms in general and doing a good job with it. It reminds me almost of the restaurant industry, in which, yes, TGI Fridays exist, but so do tons of local restaurants. I think these are also a thing because the industry is seeing even more challenges as it matures. It's embarrassing.
They mean that the chains are popping up in strength because it's harder for individuals? Because restaurants are one of those businesses that most people have a connected passion of, I love my food, I love my culture, I love my whatever, I love cooking. And people open up those businesses the most. And also it's a need that, generally speaking, it's pretty common. Gotta eat. But then those businesses also fail because market's saturated, businesses are harder than people expect, restaurants themselves have a lot of moving parts that are difficult to maintain between cleanliness, supply, efficient use of materials, keeping things new. So I wonder if the big chains are the things that are able to inject themselves because they got a bit more stability comparatively to the small bean entrepreneur type. Like, imagine if you have an escape room TGI Friday style thing where they open up locations all over and they go to those places and buy the pre-made games all over. Each location needs to keep their area fresh. So if you are a person who goes there and has a great time, you tell all your friends, they go there, but then like they had the same limited number of games, you're like, oh, I've been here 2 or 3 times, I'll never go again, I guess, because you're done. But a big chain could rotate their stock to some degree from place to place, so that way every 6 months they try to change 10% or more of their stuff out and exchange it. Now, some rooms are probably built in and really can't be done that way or whatever it is, but you can imagine how a mom and pop store can't really innovate and recreate their entire thing compared to a place that can just ship in a module and be like, ta-da! Now everyone in this zip code has a whole new thing to try out.
But how do I actually say the name of the building? Is it? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Beurs van Berlage. So there's a bit of a Dutch G in there. The
Beurs Verlage. Only because he started doing that thing that I try to add that actual stuff on it. Beurs van Berlage.
I'm so glad I didn't even attempt.
The former stock exchange.
Okay, so before we get to the world of artisanal escape rooms like The Alchemist, this room is just gorgeous. I want to set up how things have changed. COVID in 2020, it shook out a lot of owners who were just in it for the money. And those who remained were in a new world. There's a new problem that emerged. After 7 or 8 years, you might drain a market and have to replace a room to update the tech or draw.
Okay, they were saying it a lot. They were saying more time was needed to do that updating. I thought it would be way faster, but I guess that's one of the, I guess, yeah, maybe not.
Repeat users if you don't have special circumstances where new clients come in. So the competitiveness of the whole industry is forcing everybody to level up and to invest in higher budget rooms. You also start to get escape room discovery in 2 very different platforms. How long has Morty been going for?
Yeah, Morty's been around about 4 years. We're the biggest community of escape room players, and our user base has logged about 1 million games all told between our
Holy
community.
fuck.
So yeah, people find all these escape rooms, they track what they've done, they wish list. Yeah.
I talked to Andy, he's the CEO. He's also incredible at Lego art, which is pretty awesome. I forced him to show me his Chuck Close. And he can see stuff like
They saran wrapped. I wonder if that's a way to like kind of like seal it a little bit. I did not realize that he had made that out of Legos. Dude, people do stuff, man. People do things. The human brain is a unique thing. It's like perler beads, just I would say definitely more expensive. Just more solid for sure. Because those perler beads always have these little holes in it, so it always made things look a little weird. Way more expensive, yeah. I mean, each individual perler bead is pretty small and pretty cheap, I guess. The tiny little piece of waxy plastic. This probably costs a lot in just raw materials. And where do you buy the color palette of beige? Bricks.
trends happening in new types of rooms.
Yeah.
How do you see the mix between these bigger franchise and chain escape rooms versus mom and pops?
There's a lot more mom and pop than there are franchises. And that's one of the things I love about escape rooms is that they really are mostly indie builders, right? They're mostly mom and pop, independent businesses. They've got 3 or 4 games. And I think that's one of the reasons there's still so much innovation happening even, a decade into escape rooms. We think the theme park is unbundled. It's because there's independent people that for the first time can build experiences that are up to Disney Imagineering level of quality.
And I talked to David as well. So he is part of the Room Escape Artist. This is something that's kind of crazy that happened. It started off as just a blog. It's expanded to include a podcast, a directory of all different escape rooms, a ton of reviews, and even a conference.
I left a lucrative job in tech to be doing this. I still do consulting on the side. My wife still, my wife Lisa, she still works full time. We have a lot of people working on Room Escape Artists. There are probably about 30 people who work on this in some capacity, some on the podcast, some on the convention, some on the editorial.
I want you to imagine Anton Ego from Ratatouille with the power to affect the search engine rankings for escape rooms.
The new needs friends.
Fan-focused resources like Morty and media empires like Room Escape Artists have affected the direction of the industry.
We had sort of fallen into the escape room industry through immersive theater, through haunted houses and stuff. And my business partner...
I guess haunted houses, immersive theater, is I guess how you describe it, because instead of just being a thing that you watch, the stagecraft is more for people to directly be involved. But I guess haunted houses were always just like guy with chainsaw goes "Rrr," is how I always saw them, as like a Halloween Horror Nights kind of thing or whatever. But making cool places is a thing I value. Like when I think about going to theme parks, that's a part of the thing that I enjoy the most. Even just like the Hogwarts sector and just walking through the town or whatever felt like an actually cool thing comparatively to even some of the rides or whatever.
Partner Christian and I were really into adventure games, like classic adventure games.
I talked to Zach. He ran an escape room, but it's really closer to a theater show. It was called Doors of Divergence, and it's at this bleeding edge of what escape rooms can do.
There's so much room for experimentation, so much room to do cool, different, wacky stuff. I believe in the premium entertainment, actor-driven, choice-driven, replayable model.
And then there's Amsterdam. So, like most of my videos, this one is a little bit American biased, but something that's clear even from my interviews is that Amsterdam is like this amazing escape room capital. in Europe, they're able to use these like beautiful old buildings and get access to more real materials.
We pay a lot of money for the privilege of being in this beautiful historical building, but I think we get it back. We get enough from that. When you touch a fireplace, you want it to like when it looks marble, you want it to feel cold to the touch. And so we now went the extra mile and have a marble fireplace there.
Also, escape rooms have a slightly different origin in Europe.
The first ones in the Netherlands, and we were one of the 4 pioneers of the escape room scene in the Netherlands, but also the other 3 all have an artistic background, and they all have that thing that I've described to you, that itch to make it as good as it possibly can, to have special effects and story and immersion.
Victor and Francine run Sherlocked, this escape room experience in Amsterdam. They have 3 experiences. The Alchemist is their newest, and they almost went crazy doing it.
We had multiple moments where it was like there was a chance that the company would go bankrupt. If we survived the pandemic, then we got the wood price would go up by 20%. And then we got 15% inflation on top of that, which meant like suddenly our budgets were cut by 15%, right? So
I mean, is this all being supported by the business, or are there grants that you all can work with, or sort of things from the city or anything like that? I mean, I'm just trying to kind of understand.
I do hear from escape rooms that go for more like pre-made, less ambitious games that sometimes they do have trouble filling slots. But what I see across the industry for the premium games is that they don't have that problem. There's always a demand for very special, original, touching experiences.
So that $100,000 room budget, it might not be high enough. So
also being in what is potentially a gigantic hub of tourism makes the most sense, because people are going to these places to spend time and do stuff. So if you have an escape room in Orlando, you're benefited to making things as high quality, durable. All your marketing will go 100 times better if you're already in a spot where people are doing rounds of experiences. So I don't know where in Amsterdam, but I know Amsterdam, just from anecdotal people talking, is one of those places people go to vacation. And having an incredible, well-known, word of mouth, highly reviewed, and not just like a throwaway crap, but actually some real solid shit, seems like it would be a good place. I guess it all depends upon where. That's always going to be a huge factor.
I came away from this really inspired, because escape room owners are also inspired. They are struggling through running a business to try to make art. And that's really cool. I talked to Logan. He is part of a kind of younger generation of escape room builders and owners. And he's only been open a year and a half, but you listen to him talk and he's kind of encyclopedically referencing escape rooms that he loves. He's also super conscious on advancing the art form through really creative, well-designed puzzles.
Built for my Escape the 80s game. It was an arcade machine with a custom game on it. You actually play this old 80s type game, and then the arcade machine is a door to the next room. And I reached out to a fabricator. The quote was $6,000 plus a couple grand to ship it, and I managed to build the whole machine myself for about $300. It's a lot of scrappiness, but it also, it took me a ridiculous amount of time learning how to do what I need to do and then executing upon that vision. So,
and if that weren't enough, Boris in Croatia, he has a
that sounds like my style, where it's like, dude, there's no way I could ever have someone do this thing. I'll just do it. Whatever, fuck it. I know what I want, and then by knowing what I want, I kind of know, like, it's not that expensive, but you're asking for a very bespoke thing that no one really does. So
team that shows you how everything
gotta
has
do it.
come full circle. A lot of escape rooms are thought to be inspired by early games like Myst or Riven, in which you clicked around to solve puzzles.
Or nowadays, blueprints you could refer to, but yeah.
And well, now Escape Room Simulator is a thing.
We did like a cool thing because we worked together with designers of real life escape rooms. Currently in the game there is like a 40 escape rooms and also 4.
I mean, obviously interesting wrinkle in all this. A way to, because blueprints is kind of a way to micro experience an escape room style. But then doing it in VR obviously enhances that individual feel, but also it's a way to sort of rough test your plan of your escape room, because is it functional? Does it make sense? Or whatever. Now, obviously, working on the actual props or whatever to do it in real life would be more of the thing you might need to test, but it just could be a way to like rough up an Unreal Engine something real fast and then A/B test it or whatever.
4,000 escape rooms made by the community.
The category is also growing too. This is the experience economy. It is growing into immersive games, into quests, into entire interactive cities.
We look at escape rooms as part of sort of a trend of like the unbundling of the theme park. We see escape room owners really as like pioneers of new formats of entertainment that are increasingly immersive and stimulating and engaging that people are looking to do.
There are so many escape rooms, despite it being a difficult business model at times, because there are just so many creators that are just so incredibly passionate about it.
Every time you get somebody to realize the magic of a great escape room, everyone in the industry benefits from that.
You know, I'm not here during the Thomas Edison era of filmmaking. I think we've just started to invent sound. I think that's where we are as an industry.
Wait a minute, you ain't heard nothing.
All right, that is it for this.
Was that like the first talkie where the guy just starts talking and they go, "Oh my god, we can hear a person"?
That's why. Thank you so much for being here and watching this. Thank you for your questions that you submitted on my community post. I asked a lot of them to escape room owners, hopefully answered them in this video. Thank you so much, though, to the owners and builders and commentators who talked to me. Everyone was so generous with their time. And these are people who are hustlers, right? They want to promote their business, so they talk to me. But every interview that I did ended with somebody promoting somebody else's work, saying how great somebody else was. Everyone was a fan that I talked to. And I just thought it was so inspiring to meet all these people who are grinding through a business, but they still care about the art that they're trying to make. I thought
Interesting, because Rob, who I was hanging out with, told me that he watched a video about how repairs are one of the biggest costs of an escape room. And that was a little while ago. I think it was more than 7 months ago. But I wonder if he watched this video based on just how it's, you know, the economics of escape rooms. Also, what an interesting title. I guess The Secret, you always got to give a title some kind of like, huh? Who? Like even my stream title today is what? Serious content can't miss. Like you got to add a little, then again, I have 0 other viewers other than my wife in the other room. So unless there's people chilling on YouTube or there's people, let me see. I never actually checked to make sure these things are properly going up. It looks like they are. How long has it been going? No, it's been going for a while. Ooh, excuse me. Making sure. There's a new setting that I'm realizing is auto start and auto stop. So now it might be easier to technically trigger and untrigger the streams than having to juggle tabs. I mean, I still have to like set up the individual fucking things, I kind of wish there was a more automated way to, especially with the vert part, because if I could just re-roll settings, change title, easy peasy. But because I have a vertical and a horizontal one, I got to make sure that the streams are using the proper whatever. Oh, she just woke up and started talking. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello? Just stood up and going, wah, wahoo. Give her some slow blinks. Cats like slow blinks. I like it that she found a little perch for herself. I like that she can just sort of like, wee, just find a little spot way up there. That fan blade looks way closer because of the camera positioning, but no, it is not that close. It is very far away. We actually leave this shelf open here, which might be a design fail, but the cats like to jump up there, and then when Kara's pissing or whatever, they like to poke their head around the corner and go and try and attack her when she comes out. So we leave that one open just so the cats have a little glass place to perch themselves without knocking shit over. Okay, little girl. Let me crop around your headroom again until you get up next time. Okay. It gives me a little urge to get back out there. Also, looking at the video, I assume this is homie's apartment in whatever, Seattle ass place he lives in or something, but fucking exposed historic brick combined with white new things and curated and depth of field and window daylight. He's just sitting there cross-legged with a laptop. Also, like, he's so small in the frame. I don't know if this is like a YouTube thing or just because he enjoys the way the frame looks overall, but I would have been like, tight, 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 tight. Like, here, like, tighten up that shot. Hello, how you doing? This is my YouTube video. I'm talking about the fucking escape rooms. And it's just interesting to even just see how they curate the shot so differently. I guess when I'm thinking back on the full video, like the little CGI 3D thing, did anything really come of that? It was used. It was there as a placeholder. This is not hating. This is just me contemplating my own video stuff. And it's just like, huh. I guess it was just a thing that he was maybe messing around with, doing some 3D stuff here and there, and then ended up making some weird little 3D models of some room things, and then might as well have this break up all the content, whatever. That makes sense. I'm trying, if I was struggling to find ways of doing representations or motion graphics or struggling to find infographic ways of describing things, maybe I would have 3D printed a bunch of things to kind of like show some small models or something, and people might be like, "Huh, that 3D printing thing that he did kind of just did some real basic, just text on the screen, not much going on with it. Wonder why he did that." And it's like, well, that's just a hobby I had, and he wasn't able to. He didn't really go as far as I hoped, but it was just fine. It filled it out, right? I could see how the same thing could happen.
Thought it was really cool, really inspiring. So go visit an escape room today if you haven't in a while. It has grown exponentially as an art form, and it's really cool. I have a reaction video to this one up on Patreon. I also do a newsletter over there with an article, and I think this one's really fun. It is all about the secret economics of axe throwing. I didn't think this was enough for a full episode, but Alexi owned an axe throwing location, and I asked him about it.
What is hard is teach others.
I've heard about axe throwing stuff. It has never interested me in any way. But I guess it's more of a, I don't know if it's a Southern thing or if it's a casual interest in people who are more, what you might consider big city liberals or whatever. But I just don't get axe throwing places.
Because when you have someone who never throw anything, and some people, they just don't understand the concept of throwing objects.
You're gonna love it. There's something about the wood that they use that you wouldn't expect. So there's a link down below. Go check it out. Click it if you want to find that out. I send the newsletter out via Patreon, but it's entirely free. So
I wish you could add a video to your watch later from the icons. I mean, I guess they keep it clean and easy. Because this is kind of like the Strode. This is literally I think it's from the famous image of this, anywhere in the world, anywhere in America, .jpeg. Speaking of which, wait, is this music? No, that's camera stuff. Let's see. So the next one we got on the docket, kind of linking into what that thing was there. What is this? Oh, I guess it's not 100% linking into that. Let me delete it from our watch later list, one we just had. And then another morning brew. I guess I'm addicted to morning brew stuff.
Whoa.
Would you move here? Let me grab the URL. /pin URL. ! React URL. It's logged in our Discord. Why didn't it pin it? It didn't actually pin it because that's a different link up top. What did I do wrong? I typed it in there. /pin space message. Enter. Now it did it. Did I just... Maybe I closed, or I just started typing the next message too fast. I think I noticed that before. Not that anybody's actually clicking these links, but just it's a habit I want to get into. And you can see how the thing shits it up by filling out the... I definitely want to consider some way of using StreamerBot and some automated actions to... I was really hoping, so there are things, seeing as how we're at a tiny bit of a lull here. Let me... So, oh my god. Some of these are just totally... No, we don't need that. So there are little actions that either I can hover over a message and the little action options are available. And all these buttons link back to specific breakdowns. So, if I want to look up somebody... I should have done this before. If I want to look up somebody's Hassan vlogs, I have some disabled things in here, but it'll, find their username that I have used in the message itself, and then clicking on their message, and then it runs a link that opens up the thing with the % username coming from the target info. So if I wanted to see what, for example, Kara has said in Hassan's chat, I can go up to her message here, look at her Hassan logs, pull her receipts, and then it would show me what she said. Your jacket looks so comfy, by the way. What a nice, sweet message that she put in Hassan's chat. Right? I can be like, who are you? Are you a right-wing freak? Oh no, you seem chill. You seem chill. Do you remember this message from May 3rd this year? At what is approximately 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m.? Nope. Yeah. So there are things you can do, and you can utilize URLs and also some variables. These are called variables with a little % on either side. So when you add target info, so by using it on your message, it adds your target info. which I guess is the percent username. I wonder, now I'm curious, if I just don't turn this on and I just run the program on your name directly, it might, okay, now, let me do me. Yeah, it still does me. I don't even need tax folder. Yeah, he showed his desktop and I was making a tax folder joke. Oh yeah, my chair is doing this thing where it's locked. That's why the gaming r/gaming chairs is pulled up. Yeah, so I don't even need to use the target info. I guess because it naturally pulls the target info from you directly. So I literally just need the run program thing. Easy. Not that it matters to have one less sub action because it doesn't actually use it. You know, doesn't hurt to have a thing there, but whatever. Yeah, all these are like me trying to figure out how to do it, and it's just this simple. But it's just one thing. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to, like, here your video, link, and pin in Discord. I have a little Discord bot with a Discord webhook, so it links to the bot itself, and then there are commands that can be done in chat. So there's a chat command. Wait, did I not save it? That could be my issue. No, wait. Let's go to my commands. Right now, the command triggered for this thing is !react. Under commands, !react is only !react. Oh, shit. I fucked it up. I think. So, one of the other ones I can do it is /pin. If I say okay, okay, hold on. Are we cooking? Then I thought I updated this already. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I think I made this one. Oh, that's the silly thing. I made another thing, another command, but I should have just had more than one command. Wait, now I'm confused. This is a command that will do what? A /pin command will also trigger this action, which is the react action. Here, let me clear the pin. Unpin this message. Okay. I'll just grab this URL, right? We technically watch this guy's music. So if I do /pin space URL, I'm going to see if it goes into our Discord. Manually oh, sure. Now if I go to my Discord for our channel's Discord, go to React Sources, scroll all the way down, Moment of Truth. It's not there. It didn't do it. What if so going back to here, commands, use it. At the start, how about anywhere? I'm a moderator, so I'm allowed to do it. I say okay. And then I do /pin space react space URL. Before I do that, I'm going to unpin the thing. Unpin. It's no longer pinned. It has pinned it. I close the message. It's in there. So now I've got it down to one longer command. Now, can I make a button that can type in chat /pin space !react space my paste, my clipboard? That's the question. That's the question. Streamer bot clipboard as variable. Copy the selected trigger to the clipboard. Copy unique ID string, the selected command to your clipboard. Let's see. Create clip, no. Trying to think. Because I can make a button on the chat that if I did it, if I hit the button, it could type that thing in chat, exclamation mark or /pin space exclamation mark react. All that should be able to be done, but I wouldn't, just typing that message wouldn't be enough. I needed to then paste in my piece. And I can't have something pre-fill text waiting for me to then hit paste and then hit enter. That wouldn't be enough, I don't think. There's nothing that like breaks it up. It'd be great if I could have even no button to just pre-fill the slash, exclamation mark, or /pin exclamation mark react, just to make it just a little bit smoother. But at least now there's an option. At least now there's an option. So that's good. Why wasn't I giving my whatever? This is how it breaks up the different chats, whatever. Again, it's not technically allowed. I should also here. I can pull the full back, so you can see kind of like how my screen normally is. So it's actually kind of a cropped down version of this. But I think it might be better for me to put these chat windows. I don't even use both chat windows, honestly. I just kind of have one that I actually look at here, and then Chatterino is just there to see in case I thought maybe it'd be useful to have this one. This is also the logs I can pull up. There's a little bit more pull-outable. So if I wanted to be able to, because like if I look at Kara's logs here, I can't pull this window out. So if I wanted to do the Hassan thing where I like, shake Kara, what are you doing? Why would you say that? I can, having the Chatterino there could be useful for stuff or whatever, but I definitely like being able to specifically use these sub actions on things, because I can do that little highlight message like, oh, she said lol 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 lol. Yeah, that's perfect. And then I can, even if I don't go back to her message to do the hide thing, I can just go down here and toggle the hide show of that. I have a bunch of old stuff down here. Like quiz on. This is supposed to be something I would do for the bathroom. Does it even work anymore? Yes, it does.
Watch Carly, Sam, and Freddie as they tried to balance their
So
everyday
quiet.
8th grade lives with their newfound fame managing and starring in the most awesome show on the web.
I think it's pretty easy, right? Yep, it's iCarly. I'm right. So then I think I can hit quiz off, and it should just clear it, or maybe it stops the quiz. But yeah, so there's weird little like TV show quiz. I guess I can increase the volume. Let's see. While I'm here, let me just recue those tuneskers. Quiz. TV show quiz. This is an import action I brought from somewhere else, so it's actually a great little like person who sets up all this stuff. It's awesome. Settings. You use this to pull up the settings. Any second now to launch. It takes a second, obviously. Pretty sure it does. Yes, it's already here. Underneath. So it has like a little thing for some settings. Quiz duration, all the different settings. Does it have the TTS settings for the voice? Basic TTS voice. I guess it's up to me to then increase that basic TTS voice volume. That would be my speaker bot, which is a subset of streamer bot. Generic speaker. Wait. Settings. Voice aliases. They put basic TTS voice as the thing. This is basic TTS voice.
This is a test message.
Wait, why does that sound weird? Oh, this is a random voice. Huh? Wait, now I'm really confused. Oh, this is a different thing. I guess random voice is the test message here, but this is... Ah, boom, there it is.
This is a test message.
Yeah, that's quiet. Let's bring that up a bit, shall we? Twice as loud.
This is a test message.
All right, let's give it a little bit more pepper.
This is a test message.
It's not beating out the music right now. I don't know if the music is what you might consider to be background music or a good foreground music, but...
This is a test message.
I might go as high. Let's go as high as 70% and see.
This is a test message.
It doesn't seem to be going drastically stronger. Like if I go 120, it could be way louder, right?
This is a test message.
Honestly, it's not even that powerful. If we put it down to 100. Is that too loud?
This is a test message.
Okay, I'm going to put it down to 90, or maybe almost, well, I'll put it at 85. One last test.
This is a test message.
It doesn't seem like it. It feels like it should be a bigger change, but it's not. Okay, so now next time the quiz comes down, they won't be so whisper quiet. I just didn't want TTS to be like insanely strong to overpower my voice, but I struggled to look at the volume meter I have to really get the true vibe. Okay, fun. Save and exit. I don't think I'd change anything, but we're getting closer to having something for the React stuff, I think. I just need to remember what we have. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Okay. I put the video... That's the cat video one. Did I not? No, I'm just hunting back in. That guy's chair review thing. That's so funny. Whatever. I just sworn I already brought it over. But again, it doesn't matter. Fuck it, just bring it over. Oh, it might be its own window like this. Okay, I pause it. I grab the thing. Okay, here we go. We get to test it for realsies. Top title, update. Would you take 50K to move here? Does it have good internet? That's all I need to ask you. And I guess now maybe an escape room or two. And now I do my /pin !! React space put. And now checking. Bada bing. I guess I technically put in there before, but whatever. I forgot. It's fine. No one cares that my list is shitted up with more stuff. Okay, back to our regular cropped scene, because you don't need to see the full double chat box, whatever, right?
Whoa, 50 grand to move here?
So is the video volume here where you want it? Because this is showing me that it's getting, you might argue, almost as loud as my voice, based off the peaks.
Oh, wow. A lot of people have already applied. But why are they paying people to move here? I wonder what it's like there.
Thoughts? Question mark? Thoughts? Morning Brew has a long cast of people because the past 4 videos we've watched have had all different people inside of it as the headliner. Doxed. He doxed.
Well, I'm here. Pawnee City, Nebraska. Let's go figure out why this town...
Dude, that's so crazy because from the thumbnail, or from the little spot that I thought he was moving to like Utah, just because of the shape of the fucking state of the district. I thought that might have been the state for a second, but no.
Town is offering $50,000 for people to move here. This $50,000 incentive, which got a ton of national headlines, is part of a project called Vision 2030. And the organizers hope it sparks a rural renaissance of...
That is an actual camera. At first I thought it was a phone, but no, that's an actual camera. Because you got the little tiny screen, the lens, the flip screen, well, the side of the camera, that's the flip screen, and then an actual, like, audio handle on the top with a boom mic, which is for sure overkill, especially if he has a chest mic. What is this? That's just his car. License plate acquired. Enhance.
of sorts. The challenges Pawnee City is facing are just one example of much bigger problems that are affecting communities all across America. And Pawnee City desperately needs a turnaround because it could soon be reclassified from a city to a village in the eyes of the state. And that would change everything.
Allowing the community to shrink any farther is not viable.
All right, so let's go see what Pawnee City is doing to fix their problems and see if it could be a solution for other communities that are facing similar issues.
Don't put the fucking redneck.
The town's origins...
They put the redneck truck on their Pawnee City. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors there.
The story dates way back to 1857. By the late 1800s, the town hit the jackpot by becoming the junction for 2 major railroads. The railroads brought an economic boom, a connection to the outside world, and more importantly, population growth. And all of that helped to fund the...
Wow. Affordable and effective mass transit is a boon to everything on the line. It's a way to make flyover states not a flyover, but its own thing. It brings business opportunities in. It allows people to have, you know, more affordable land elsewhere that they can then have a reliable trip in and out of a town. Wow, it's almost like it's our own fault that we don't do this anymore and we have these dying towns. Wow.
Construction of this downtown district. By 1900, Pawnee City had about 2,000 people, which is the highest population the town had ever seen and has seen since. And now the town has about 865 residents, which is why there's this new $50,000 incentive to get people to move here. Right now, I'm on my way to meet a local celebrity. This is Steve Glenn.
I grew up in Pawnee City. That was my hometown.
After Steve graduated from the University of Nebraska, where he was a Cornhuskers football player, he became incredibly successful in business.
I've been blessed to have a full life, and now it's my time to try to help my hometown.
Vision 2030.
Here, just because I'm picking my teeth.
Is his brainchild, and as a long-standing influence on the city, he is the driving force behind the project.
Our promotion definitely went viral, but it takes a host of things that we've done and are doing, and that includes hiring an economic development director.
And who is that?
That's Aaron Sawyer.
Why is that guy following you around with a camera?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're telling the story about Pawnee City and the new houses and all the effort we're doing with the amphitheater.
You are.
I'm Aaron Sawyer. I'm I'm the economic
I know your
development
dad
director.
real well.
That's right.
Like Steve, Aaron is a big part of Vision 2030. It's Aaron's job to market Vision 2030 to get buy-in from the community and different stakeholders. I spent a full day driving around Pawnee City with Aaron, and it involved pit stops like this.
Stellick Law Firm, which is a multi-generational law firm here, they gave me an office for free, and we might as well stop in. Is that all right?
Of course.
Free office.
Plays
Wow.
polka music outside. I don't hear the music.
I'm James.
James.
Pleasure to meet you. I keep hearing about the polka music out front.
I'm just sick. We don't have it going.
Can I fiddle with it?
What the fuck?
Maybe Aaron's the tech guru you've been looking
What
for.
the fuck was
right?
that?
I wanted to ask Joe how the city has changed over time, so I pulled him aside while Aaron was busy getting the polka music back on.
My name is Joe Stellick, and I'm
Also, classic, big business guy, big important guy. I know that there's always polka music outside my store. Shows up. Wait, why is there no polka music? Wait, this polka music has been turned off for the past 10 years? Wait, what do you mean? What? Guy who never shows up to the office. I'm really important to this business guy.
the attorney on the corner here.
What do you know about the population problem here in Pawnee City?
The population, we're losing population.
If you look at census data, the population has been in steady decline for over a century.
Bro just defined the population problem. He's like, what do you know about it? He's like, I don't know. I guess we just have a problem.
Ultimately, fewer residents means less tax revenue, and less tax revenue makes it harder to maintain things like schools or the hospital and just overall basic infrastructure.
You mean it's a thriving community, you mean? None of them goddamn taxes.
To be very blunt, we're swimming upstream all the time.
In small towns like Pawnee City, populations decline because of a lack of jobs and a lack of perceived opportunity. When the kids don't come back after they go to school, then you have your problem.
Agriculture has always been a huge part of the community, but thanks to advancements in farming technology, along with the rise of factory farming, through the years, the number of farmers in the area steadily shrank. But look, the city has everything a city needs. A downtown district, schools, there's a post office with a mural that was painted as part of the New Deal, there's a 9-hole golf course, a public swimming pool, a pond you can fish, campgrounds, and the Pawnee County Museum, which has this tourist attraction. Larry the Cable Guy is actually from here. More people...
That's what I was thinking, that it's possible that Larry the Cable Guy character is based off of something like that. Also, ticking back just a second.
The area steadily shrank. But look, the city has everything a city needs. A downtown district, schools, there's a post office with a mural that was painted.
A mural that was painted for the New Deal. That's a government program. In the middle of fucking less than 2,000 people, bum-ass Nebraska, the government paid a local artist to paint a mural for its single post office. The New Deal was a jobs program. The New Deal was government employment. Did they need to hire that person to paint this mural to add art to America? No. Was that tax dollars well funded? No. This one post office now has this one piece of art. But that's the whole point. Because the government wanted to just provide art for the country. It wanted to provide jobs for people. Not even like, there's lots of infrastructure jobs that were necessary. Build this road, build these power lines, build these whatever. But they also wanted to just employ everybody. We don't do that shit anymore.
Painted as part of the New Deal, there's a 9-hole golf course, a public swimming pool, a pond you can fish, campground.
Golden age of America. People yearn for the time to go back to that mural. They just don't want to do the politics of the mural.
And the Pawnee.
Well, segregation or whatever. Yeah, but
County Museum, which has this tourist attraction. Larry the Cable Guy is actually from here. More people living here will hopefully set Pawnee City's existing industries up for future growth.
The school, the hospital, and the Alfea are kind of the triumvirate of strength to the community. So we've got jobs. If you look at our largest employer, employ 100 plus people, probably 70% don't live in town.
When we're recruiting a new nurse or a new teacher for the schools or whatever, we need the middle income and top income people to be in town.
But the issue is there's no available housing. You can't find a rental property within 20 miles of Pawnee City on Zillow, and you can find very few houses for sale. And among the few that are, most are dilapidated.
In general, a lot of the homes that were built here was done during the housing boom, or during the population growth, and that was about 100 years ago.
If you had to say what's the order of priority of economic development in a small town, it's housing number 1, housing number 2, and housing number 3. That's the only way to fix the population problem.
And the city's been working hard to clear out old homes to make space for new construction.
Vision 2030 is the vision to build 25 houses over 5 years.
Which for a small community like this is a lot of homes in not a lot of time.
These houses will have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and an unfinished basement with rough ins for 2 more bedrooms with egress windows and a bathroom. So you could have up to 5 bedrooms in that way.
2 new homes will be listed at $325,000 each. For comparison, the average price for a home here is just over $100,000, which brings us back to this $50,000 incentive.
A Nebraskan smells a deal that's too good to be true, and they go poke at it right away. So this is the conversation I've had probably 100 times. The $50,000 promotion is real, but of course it's not that you just have to get all 10 toes sitting in Pawnee City and I'll hand you a check. If you are willing to move to one of these homes, we will take $50,000 off as a second mortgage. If you ever sell the home, that $50,000 will go back to the state.
The $50,000 is in the form of down payment assistance, basically like taking a second mortgage, just with no payments and 0 interest. But applicants need to meet certain income limitations to qualify.
But that implies you still have to pay it back. Is it only pay it back if you sell, ever?
It's these unicorn Cinderella or whatever candidates we have to find. You have to be able to afford a brand new home, but you can't make too much.
A 1-person household can't make more than $69,450, and a 6-person household
no problem
can't make more than $115,001.
Do they mean dependents? Or I guess like a married couple and their 4 kids technically count as a 6-person household because they filed jointly while they have dependents, I suppose. I'd rather keep the 50K. Well, you get to keep the 50K because you would have to buy the house at whatever cost. And then now you don't have to buy the house at whatever cost. So as long as you just sit in town in your house and live there, you get to have that money because you own the home. The tax rates are going to be cheap as fuck, I assume, just because ain't shit out here. But like, you're going to have to, like, there's no one that's going to DoorDash to you, that's for sure, because a town of less than 2,000 people. So it's just not really thriving in any way. A lot of those amenities that you're used to just don't exist. If you sell, you got to give it back. Yeah, because you get $50,000 to move there, and then you lose the $50,000 if you move out. I guess that's not a part of the sentence there.
$100.
The ideal people for these homes that we're building here in Pawnee City would be people that work from home. They can get a lot more bang for their buck to come to a small town like this in a safe environment with their same job.
Ooh, I don't like that safe environment lean. Like, they're really trying to, I mean, they're not, but they are. It is a safe environment, but also where they live is a safe environment. Any motherfucker doing a work from home job is safe. I'm just gonna say that with the 99% accuracy that I'm expecting. Now, whether or not people are on the Nextdoor app and losing their minds and pretending like they're in danger or something, that's another thing. Like, they're acting like, because that's small town mindset where they're like, yeah, you in the big city, you're in danger. Like, no, you're not. There's actually higher crime rates in places like this than there are in New York City. There will be more crimes that happen in New York City because there are millions of humans compared to less than 2,000, but your chance of individually getting a crime. Maybe this town specifically is not, but like gun violence is higher in red districts, red unpopulated districts, than they are in blue cities per capita.
And just have a much better lifestyle.
Families are
much better lifestyle. I guess that's an opinion-based statement. This is a person who lives in one of these towns, never left, came back if they did leave. So it makes sense that they have that opinion, but you can't do anything. You can work from home. I guess it's appealing to people like my statement, but this place don't got fiber, that's for sure. This place probably has broadband, if that, which is like, that used to mean something fast back in 2000 and something, but now it means dog shit. So you would have to get Starlink or something, I guess. It's a step above dial-up, but yeah, basically. And this is the problem, is that we have all this place, but because we did not interconnect and do infrastructure, we have beautiful, safe places that you can't pay people to come live in.
is a big part of it too, right?
You know, the country's full. No, it's not. Look, it's empty. Empty as fuck.
Absolutely families, yes. Families are the promise of the future. Families fill our schools. Families help every single aspect of our society.
The people behind Vision 2030 believe that through the 25 new homes being built here, about 100 people will move to Pawnee City, which in a town of 865 people makes a big difference.
Anybody that wants to start a new business as well.
I've been saying under 2,000. It's under 1,000.
The Pawnee City needs some amenities. I don't believe we have a dentist right now. There's no
a better life. No dentist.
Like nail salon. There's a lot of things that people would be eager to visit and frequent. And if you have one of those skills, we've got storefronts that are next to free, and you should move in and make your money here.
Look at you marketing.
If you do the math, $50,000 on 25 new homes totals to $1.25 million. So where...
Dude, that dentist could buy the nicest boat that he never uses in Nebraska. Wowee.
Where does that money come from?
The Pawnee City Community Foundation got a grant from the Nebraska Affordable Housing Trust Fund for $650,000.
And then when we sold a house, we'd use those proceeds to build another house. And so in theory, off of that one grant, we can build about 12 new houses of the 25.
Speaking of money, whether you're interested in relocating to Pawnee City or elsewhere, when it comes to moving, it's almost always going to cost more than you think. Boxes, trucks, security deposits, new furniture, cleaning fees, to
like a honey ad? What the hell?
weeks of takeout because your kitchen is still in boxes. It all adds up fast. And that's where today's sponsor, Finance Buzz, can help. Head to financebuzz.com, where they've rounded up a list of top credit cards with 0% intro APR. So you could spread out the cost of your move, make payments over time, and skip the interest during the intro period while you're at it. And hey, even if you're not moving, their list of credit cards takes away the time and effort you'd have to spend shopping around to be financially responsible and get the most out of your money. It's basically adulting, but less painful. Click the link in the description, scan the QR code, or go to financebuzz.com/morningbrew. Okay, back to the video.
I don't think I've ever struggled to shop for a credit card. I guess I was not being financially responsible.
Through my time in Pawnee City, I did come across people who didn't seem too excited about what Steve and Aaron are doing. Mostly just resistant to change.
You have to understand, people are in a small town for reasons of quality of life, and they don't want to have too much disruption.
There's always people against anything you do, of course, and you just want to try to bring them into the conversation. Usually a person who's opposing you, they care. Well, so we're starting from a good place. We both care. If you're always in good, honest conversation, it usually goes all right.
So what if Vision 2030 doesn't pan out the way the organizers hope it will? Well, this is where the population problem comes back into play. Because in Nebraska, municipalities are classified by population. A metropolitan city has over 400,000 people. Omaha is the only one. A primary city falls between 100,000 and 400,000. That's Lincoln. First-class cities range from 5,001 to 100,000. Second class covers 801 to 5,000. And anything below 800 is officially a village. And you can see how dangerously close Pawnee.
Interesting. So it looks like St. Petersburg, Florida would be considered a primary with its 250,000-ish. Tampa has 400,000, over 400,000, just over, as of a couple of years ago. Tampa only has 400,000 people? That's crazy. Okay. The Tampa Bay area has 3.4 million people. This is kind of what I was like getting at. I feel like New York City gets to be this gigantic thing. New York City. '17th in the U.S. as far as like the Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater Metropolitan Statistical Area. $220 billion GDP by MSA, whatever that means. It does kind of extend out a few more based off this image. I would have never considered this to be Tampa Bay. I usually only consider... Ooh. Yeah. I usually only consider this region. So you could argue a little bit down here, but usually because these are the two most populated areas specifically, it would be kind of like this encircling. They're kind of grabbing a whole lot more. And I guess these pink areas are like some of the lesser populated, obviously, because as you disseminate it way further and further. I know a lot of people, because we worked, HSN is somewhere around here-ish. And then like USF is somewhere around here. I used to live next to USF and have to drive over the bridge to get to work. And there's like little neighborhoods kind of all sprinkled around. I can't remember if Brandon is in Hillsborough or if it's actually all the way over here, but I think it might be in Hillsborough. But anyway, yeah, just looking at the New York City election and all the different boroughs and how they work versus how we omega atomize ourselves, and then we have such little organizing strength because each individual municipality can make rules and do things, but it's so limited, and any wins you gain are slow because they only affect such a tiny little fraction of people that the state legislature can then take action before they notice any major shift happens. Like as we start pushing, the Clearwater area has started to do a feasibility study for dropping Duke Energy. And we want to do one now. And Clearwater's been like long time coming. Like I think it's been like over a year, if not 2 years, trying to do that shit. So the state legislature has time to notice this thing happening. Duke Energy has time to legislate them, and then all of a sudden, they can just make it a state law that says no municipality is allowed to do city-run stuff. You might think that's ridiculous, but what was it? State law. Oh. Florida's governor. Florida blocks heat protection for workers right before summer. Florida Governor DeSantis signed a law that prevents cities or counties from creating protections for workers who labor in the state's often extreme and dangerous heat. 2 million people in Florida, from construction to agriculture, work outside in often humid, blazing heat. Literally always blazing humid. Always humid. Definitely almost always blazing. For years, many of them asked for rules to protect them from the heat or from heat. Paid rest breaks, water, and access to shade when temperatures soar. Literally just basic humanity. After years of negotiations, such rules were on the agenda in Miami-Dade County, home to an estimated 300,000 outdoor workers. But the new law, signed that Thursday, as of a little over a year ago, blocks such protections from being implemented in cities and counties across the state. Miami-Dade pulled its local heat protection rule from consideration after the statewide bill passed the legislature in March. It's outrageous that the state legislature would override the elected officials of Miami-Dade or other counties that really recognize the importance of protecting their community workers. An epidemiologist at George Washington University was saying, a former administrator at the Federal Occupational Health and Safety, OSHA. Yeah, former. Get him out of there. Doge him out. Not that that happened at this point because I was pre-Doge, but the loss of local rule was a major blow to Miami-Dade activists and workers who had hoped the county heat protection rules would be in place before summer. Like, they literally worked hard, got a thing to their local leaders, got them to put it to a vote, passed it, and they were like, hooray, democracy works. The state legislature then looks down at that, city doing its own thing, its county doing its own thing, deciding amongst itself what they think is worth something. And they were like, no, that's going to hurt business. No, we don't want you to do that. Even though you all have voted for it and want it and pushed for it and did all the labor and the work and the organizing to get it done. No. Now it's illegal for your county to make that a law. So you made it a law, but then we made it a legal law. So now it's not going to go into effect. And it's just like, oh. What's the point of doing anything? Let's do nothing. Honestly, I wish they would. I mean, they probably couldn't. But I wish they would be like, enforce it then, bitch. Because we're going to enforce our law that we voted for. But they wouldn't. That's too contentious. Even though they just did the most despicable thing possible, that will be considered too contentious. So this is where I love local organizing. Can literally see the power you can command and the change that you can make happen instantaneously. Richie Floyd is fighting for city-owned grocery stores. That's awesome. The mayor was on board even before Mamdani was going in. Now, possible because Mamdani is being looked at by the corporate Dems and the gross Republicans as evil communists. They might actually try to backpedal on their plan here, which would be a real bummer. But what I'm also afraid of is, even if that doesn't happen, even if he doesn't get backstabbed by his own Democrats in this area, or the Republicans rallied a strong enough base to fight him in this, the state legislature will do this same exact thing. Actually, it's illegal for a county or a city to do something like this. Actually, it's illegal. You can't do it. Because Walmart and Publix will go to the governor and be like, hey, they're bringing Mamdani to the Tampa Bay area. And they go, huh? And then they would just immediately shit on top of it. And it's like state legislature. Like, do you know how many people are inside of your state Congress, your state Senate? No. People barely know who their actual representatives are, actual senators are. Look, I don't know the exact representative for my district. It's a thing that you look at once every 4 years, maybe. Fuck. Which is why I kind of want us to be able to work top down. But if you can get it to work, you can work bottom up. It's just, if you do it too well, you'll get squished and stomped on because the top is much more powerful than the bottom. And you can do so much more power from the top than the bottom. But if you never win the top, then you'll never get anything done. So it might be worth working on the bottom. But it also is soul crushing to watch an entire group of people who poured their heart and soul and committed time in a era where your time is worth so much, and watch them feel defeated. And I mean, that's a byproduct, if not the entire plan for these fuckers. Because they know if they disenfranchise you, then status quo rocks on.
First-class cities range from 5,001
people.
Pawnee City is to that line.
When you get to about 800 people, you can't sustain a grocery store, you can't sustain a hardware store, a pharmacy, hospital, or even a school.
Villages are typically governed by a board of trustees, not a mayor and a city council like it currently is here in Pawnee City, which, more broadly speaking, could alter the fate of Pawnee City as a whole.
I feel like there's HOAs that are bigger than this city. This city council, with an election of who knows what number of people actually vote. That's crazy.
It could also affect the town's ability to raise or reduce taxes or hand out fines or get funding for infrastructure projects. Also, a lot of state and federal
R1 road,
grants are tied to a town's municipal status. Outside of all that, reclassification can feel symbolic, like the town is downgrading in a way. Now, there can be benefits for places that reclassify as a village in rural America, but that is definitely not what Pawnee City wants. And Vision 2030 makes that very clear.
So it's safe to say Pawnee City does not want to be reclassified as a village.
Absolutely not. You can't have Pawnee, the village of Pawnee City. That doesn't even sound good. It's Pawnee City. It's not Pawnee Village.
The good news is over 1,200 people have filled out the interest form for the homes and the $50,000 incentive, and about 125 of them are already pre-approved for a mortgage. At the end of the day, building homes is just the start of it all.
I was at the city council meeting last night and they said, we have to make sure we can add 50 houses or 25 houses in our water system and sewer system. So, you know, that's the next step we have to go.
And while there are plenty of states with down
Army Corps of Engineers, FDR New Deal. They're going to go into these towns, build them out, infrastructure, underwater pipes, internet lines, power. Put it out into some little blocks and areas for some multi-zone districting that would then connect to the rail station, subway station, or whatever the high-speed rail station is. Then that $50,000 incentive becomes a thing that you now need to charge people to come move here, because brand new, clean, big homes in the middle of a burgeoning zone that then has direct access to Google Map Nebraska. Let me actually, just in case Google Map pulls up some shit. Okay, there's nothing home based or whatever. So your ass would probably have some kind of a line going to whether it be Texas Town, A Vegas town. That'd be a long way to go for like a daily work commute for sure. Kansas City, that's a big place, depending upon how deep into Nebraska this is. Denver, another place, if you had a good high-speed rail line going in and out. What are the rates of high-speed rail? Let's see. China high-speed rail speed. 217 up to, obviously, some can go higher, but you also got to go average time total, right? Because you don't want to, you'd never be able to do that consistently across an entire distance. So let's just round down to 200 miles per hour. So if you just pick here, right? Oh, 10. If I pick an address, it might. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, so that's some middle of nowhere place in Nebraska to Denver, Colorado, through a long car ride, 300, 200 miles, probably closer to 250, even if it wasn't bent. That would be an hour train ride-ish, depending on how the lines would work. So that wouldn't be the longest car ride to work, but it could be a thing that, for example, if the real estate in that area is tough and people are getting $50,000 to move into some Nebraska town, I could see them doing it as long as there was appropriate infrastructure built around it. And then that's how you fix all these little shit-ass small towns.
Down payment assistance programs and other incentives to attract young people to live in their cities, Vision 2030 hopes it can pave a clearer path for the future.
I have personal connections to this town. Steve has a personal connection to this town. And every town sort of just needs somebody that's looking after it in this way. And it feels good to do it.
Why is there an incentive? Because this town is gone from, at its most ever, 2,000 people down to 800 people. It's losing people. And they will lose their classification as a city even. And they become a village. So they just need people because there's no reason to live there. They don't have a dentist in the town, in the city. And if the city's ever going to get a dentist, they need more people there. So it's one of those, you won't get people unless you get people. So the only way to get people there is to give them basically, the way it worked out, it wasn't just cash. It was a secret, never pay it back mortgage unless you move away that has no interest. So you get like this weird incentive program that pays $50,000 off your house. But as long as you keep living there, you'll never have to pay it back. But I guess you could pay it back slowly and then feel free to move whenever you want.
Yeah, I would say this, I probably am the most blessed man that's ever walked this earth. I was blessed with a great childhood. And now there comes a point in your life when you want to assist people, help them enjoy the same things you enjoyed.
Steve Glenn he's a visionary. He's one of those guys that sees something needs to be done, and he's going to attack the problem and get things done. And I can't say enough good things about Aaron either. He comes from good stock also. He's he's a local boy as far as we're concerned, you know.
And your grandma used to come out with June Stewart and hunt on our farm.
Oh, it was your farm. I just told you that story.
He did just tell me. He wasn't lying.
When I first got this job, I'd walk around and
hunt on their farm, like shoot their cows. I guess there would be like other. I think this is a big enough space that they can do it. This used to be a bit more of a farming town back when it was 2,000 people, but factory farming has made the small mom and pop farming kind of like unnecessary and just inefficient because you can have gigantic, incredibly expensive machines running massive or operations at scale. Which is why I always thought it was weird that we hire enslaved, undocumented immigrants to pick berries and shit. I'm like, they haven't figured out a way to mechanize this yet, but like, oh, mechanizing, you got to buy all that expensive equipment. It's so much cheaper for me to use my slaves. Middle of the country, Nebraska, where they don't have a population constantly revolving around. We got to get machines to do it. Florida and Texas? Whoa, wait a minute, hold on. Why do it? Come on. Come on.
I'd introduce myself, and people would.
Which is where automation is meant to give people freedom. It's meant to get rid of that backbreaking, grueling, hot, painful job for the masses. Still have a select few who work on the maintenance or different layers of the operation, but significantly less grueling and less painful, less damaging to your body. And then they can do other. They build character. They can do other things, like fund that art program for the mural inside of the post office in this literally one-horse town.
Would say, I knew your grandparents, and they'd tell me a story about how great my grandma was. And they'd look in my eyes and they'd say, you have their same eyes? My grandpa made the baseball fields. And yeah, I don't know, I gotta calm down, but
look at them go.
It's really great to matter.
Now, the interesting thing is this interconnection that they have, the small town feel. You can kind of have that in a more metropolitan area, despite it seeming counterintuitive. But instead of being suburbia sprawl, backyard, front yards, gated communities, driveways, if you live in multifamily homing, apartments, duplexes, communities, you have community centers, whether they be churches or just hobby areas and places that have investments. So a place that would have computers and 3D printers and little movie theaters and just stuff that's funded via the community, hired, some grandmas and stay-at-home moms, whatever, to run the place part-time here and there, keep it clean, keep it, keep the sign-up sheets, whatever it is, and then you have, instead of those kids going out joining gangs, they got cool things to do and play and have together. Then they know each other. Then they say, oh, I knew your grandma. She would be here at the potlucks every Saturday. She would be here, helping my little brother set up the fucking 3D printer or the fucking fighting game cabinet or whatever the hell they have. All these different things. You'd still have that interconnection even if there are 10, 20 times the number of people. So instead of having a home, a yard, you then pay a rich person to own everything, and then you just, go to the community center? Nah, because metropolitan areas breed gangs and bad things for use. Come on, what the fuck, dude? I feel like that's completely, obviously bad faith, intentionally. I mean, like, I grew up Like, I was in apartments when I was like a little kid, and I had friends that would come over, right? And then right around kindergartenish, we got a home, and there was like neighborhood friends, neighborhood kids, because this is pre-internet, pre-stuff, and it was okay. It was cool. Little bit more distance to get to those friends and those other houses, but it was nice. But then that's all we had. So when one friend moved away, we lost that. Or there just didn't have to be any other kids your age in the neighborhood. You just didn't have that. And there was no place to go. There was stroads surrounding our neighborhoods, dangerous. Fast food restaurants, places that you'd have to pay for attendance. Convenience stores would be the closest thing to like a bodega. So they're not family owned. They're not. I just don't get the advocating for living in a metropolitan area. Rural living is much better for kids. Yeah, there's nowhere to go in a big city. There's all kinds of things to do in a big city. There's literally nonstop things to do in a big city. There could be more things to do in a big city. I was like thinking, where's the nearest playground for me when I was growing up? And it would be like the number of miles off the top of my head, I wouldn't know. But it was not available. Even if you biked there across dangerous streets and intersections in Florida, where obviously bike lane infrastructure is not great. Mortality rates for cyclists, not even like motorcyclists, but just cyclists, is super high. And it's also hot and nasty. I understand. I've been more recently, because I've always been a backyard guy. I've always been I live in a big home for space kind of guy. And maybe it's one of those grass is always greener situations, but there's definitely important upsides, because the other downside of being in your privacy fence yard with a Ring camera outside and the neighborhood app and everybody's slitting through their blinds is you don't talk to your neighbors. You don't understand them. You're now afraid of the community that's just outside your door. Like the old phrase, it takes a village to raise a kid, makes a lot of sense in rural Mississippi. But I made my money in downtown ATL. I understand both sides. "42 acres. How long does it take you to see another person?" Is that supposed to be good for kids? What the fuck? 42 acres? Because that would then imply the next house over also has 42 acres. So there would always be at least 42 acres between two homes. Even if you're in the center of it, it would be 20 acres to get to the edge, and then it would be 20 acres to get their edge. I guess you could like have two homes that are just in the back corner of their 42 acre lot, and there could be two homes, but then you would be maybe a total 4 homes in a 4 square thing, but then you'd still have 42 acres around the other ends. I only see other folks on the internet who aren't my kids. Nah, the neighbor kids ride their 4-wheelers over. Yeah. I guess that would be a way to do it, is to own however many 4-wheelers per kid and just send them on their way. As long as they're fiber optic cable, yeah. That was there definitely isn't out there, I would assume. I would be omega pissed if they, in their 42 acre in the rural Mississippi, have fiber optic cable. I would be super pissed. There is no fucking shot. What the fuck? How the fuck is that even remotely true? I've lived in a bunch of different places in the Tampa Bay area, and I have only had fiber optics available in one of them. That fucking sucks. You got fiber to the pole, then Cat 6, Cat V6 to your house. How far is the? I mean, I guess that wouldn't be that big of a deal, unless the pole is like a mile away. But even then, because one of the things I used to say to myself, and I still kind of do, is I can live in a submarine if I had good internet, right? Because I've been a bit of a shut in. Like when COVID happened, it didn't really impact me at all. A, because I was basically, I was done with college and adult and all this shit. And my routine was go to work, come home, sleep. I would go to Walmart or something. But for the most part, just day to day chores, go to work, go home, sleep. Weekend, stay home, hang, and then repeat. My job, I had to go to work. I was not allowed. I was a essential worker. I worked at Home Shopping Network, doing the TV production stuff. So the cameras, the audio boards, assistant director, graphics, all these jobs that are in the control rooms or on the floor of the studios, doing the jibs, doing the steady cams. So it was live TV. You couldn't just do it from home. You couldn't just pre-tape it in a batch and ship it out. So it was one of those essential jobs. You'd have hated to be in the power industry? You mean like climbing power poles and shit? Yeah, that's definitely more dangerous than my job, for sure. We get a big influx of power pole people around the hurricane times when all of our suspended power lines get fucked up by trees and shit. No, generating power as a nuclear engineer. LOL Essential LOL. You mean you are a nuclear engineer or not generating power as a nuclear engineer? I'm not sure if the in quotes essential is just a typo or if it's intentional. I guess I'm just confused. I'm not known for my reading abilities either. Whoops. So perhaps it's more clear than I'm realizing. There might be some nuclear power out there in rural Mississippi. I don't even think there's nuclear power in Atlanta. Just going off my memory, but it's possible. There very well could be way more nuclear places set up across America than I've never really done an audit of all the different nuclear places, so there could be. I used to think that in Tampa, Tico was nuclear, but they just buy some nuclear power, but they don't actually have a nuclear facility. Because it was just always told to me that, oh yeah, it's nuclear. I go, okay, cool. And then, oops, that was wrong. You're a nuclear engineer. No, it was a misspell. They labeled retail workers essential. Check. Mississippi has more nuclear power and the oldest reactor in the U.S. Lol. Are you saying that retail workers aren't essential? Are you? I guess like looking down your nose at the other employees, or I'm not sure what you mean by. Like I understand that a nuclear engineer sounds more like a bigger job or whatever it is, but people still wanted to be able to buy food and do things, right? Like the cubicle jobs that you could work from home were less essential. But workplaces also wanted to make sure that every job was marked as essential because they still wanted to work as many operations as they could. So even though we were operating television retail, it still was retail, still was able to ship food to people, whatever. It was kind of how they did it. What do you mean we're harassed? I don't understand. Like, I guess it's a bit of victim blaming. Like, or not victim blaming, but like crying victim. But then you're also pointing at people, and you are laughing at people who also had to work during the pandemic. So you're like, how dare someone harass me? But I will point at people who have it worse than me and laugh at them. Isn't that kind of like, isn't that stupid? Because those people would have also liked to have worked from home, right? Or just been given a little free sabbatical to just sit and chill, right? They would have loved that, but they didn't. And instead of working in your socially distance, taking the proper safety measures facility, they're dealing with the public yelling at them nonstop, face to face with individuals. Told to get the jab or get fired. Carry a vaccine card or get fired. The infrastructure wasn't labeled essential. Most folks didn't get to work from home. Yeah, I know. I also didn't get to work from home, like I was talking about earlier. That's why I said that COVID didn't really feel like a weird thing for me. Are you like an anti-vax guy? Is that what you are? Ooh. Ooh. Because you are laughing. You're pointing at the other fellow essential workers and besmirching them, but then acting like you have been besmirched and that's the biggest crime that's happened to you. Also, health and safety measures are common, right? When it comes to like communal workspaces and public goods. I don't even know if you have a private thing or a public thing. I'm assuming it's public, but I'm not acting like anything. I'm laughing because it's stupid. No, I am laughing that they labeled retail workers. Oh boy, hold on. Whoa, you got like a little AI portrait with your like fucking get your muscles and shit. Sick. They labeled retail workers essential, air quotes, right? I have never been vaccinated. Never got COVID, still alive, stupid. Are you saying that you're stupid? Is that what you're saying? Because never got COVID, still alive, stupid. You realize that those first you did a trio, and the first two were about you, and the third one is about you. It's a scam. Yeah, yeah, it's a scam. Sure, sure. Dude, they got away with all those free vaccines. Shit. Are you a Trump dude? Or what? Is that I'm trying to read the tea leaves here. There are some it feels there's a couple of ways it could go, I guess, based off of some default positions, but then again there are some unique things here, so. Oh, there it is. Okay. I am worse than a Trumper. Okay. Sick. Why do I get so many libertarians showing up in the middle of the night? There's a lot of things. I in that period in time, I was definitely more lib coded with a lot of my journey, if you will, of starting to understand how things work. You could look at lots of different, even full countries, and see how they were able to handle things for an incredibly long time well, but then sort of the America system kind of constantly fucking shit the bed and fucked things up, and other places that had done a great job holding out for as long as they could then had to loosen things because they got to the limit of how far they could hold it, and then it just kind of kept spreading across the world over and over and over. Check how many countries have banned the vaccine and filed suits for biological warfare. Try that. Do it live, bro. Which anti-vaxxer documentary is your favorite? Which one is it? Which is it? The RFK Jr. one with the people who have the shakes after getting a shot? Is it that one? Which one is it? But no, that one's not your favorite? When you say you've never been vaccinated, do you just mean the COVID vaccine or do you mean any vaccine? I assume you've still been vaccinated for other stuff. Like the classic MMR. I'm sure I can look up the Philippines, right? The Philippines had a whole anti-vax campaign. It's just that the United States is the one that formatted that one because we didn't want them to use the Chinese vaccine for PR purposes. U.S. told Philippines it made missteps in secret anti-vax propaganda effort. Whoa, secret anti-vax propaganda effort. Washington, July 26. Hold on, let's just de-flashbang this sucker. The Defense Department admitted that it spread propaganda in the Philippines aimed at disparaging China's Sinovac vaccine during the COVID-19 pandemic, according to a June 25th document cited by a former top government official earlier this month. But do you understand how there are literally psyops that we have admitted to doing in countries, right? So this information is important to think about because if there are countries that are filing things, like for example, the Philippines would be doing something, right? Because local officials are like hook, line, and sinker on some shit like this. The anti-vax movement has spread well beyond the kook that it originally was a part of it. Just because people are biting it doesn't necessarily mean don't be biased. Just do a general search. Let's see. How would I phrase this one? Not really a full thing. Don't be biased. Just don't search. Phrasing is important. Damn it. Got silent law. Yeah. I was just looking up some specific, like, I guess, meta analyses. Systematic. Oh, let me turn the anti-flashbang on. I'm not the best reader, as I've already stated. So, systematic review and meta-analysis. So, meta-analysis is like not just one study, but many studies combined together and looking at the results of many studies of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine effectiveness against hospitalization in adults. Background during the thing. These Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna vaccines were centered on global control measures. Conducted a systematic review and meta-analysis to evaluate real-world effectiveness, vaccine effectiveness, or VE. Our study focused on those that reportedly have efficacy of these vaccines against COVID-19 hospitalization. Hospitalization was chosen as the primary outcome as it directly reflects the ability of the vaccine to prevent severe disease. A literature search was undertaken using Medline and Embase on 25th of February 2024. From this, 50 studies out of 18,000 articles were included. High vaccine effectiveness against hospitalizations was reported for both the two different vaccines when used either as a primary vaccine, 2-dose, or following an additional booster dose. Meta-analysis indicates that the pooled vaccine effectiveness estimates for each of these vaccination pools range from 84 to 86%, suggesting strong protectiveness. Our data also implies that booster doses can restore waning effectiveness with no significant differences observed in vaccine effectiveness from the 2 and 3 dose protocols. However, subgroup analysis revealed an association between the presence of the Omicron variant and the drop in vaccine effectiveness, indicating that future emerging SARS-CoV-2 virus variants could similarly affect vaccine effectiveness. Review underscores the importance of ongoing research to ensure vaccine strategies remain effective against evolving variants. I don't care how. Again, I was just looking at what was actually like the scientists specifically are doing, right? Like the scientists, the meta-analysis and 18,000 articles and 50 studies looking at the hospitalization rate of individuals, right? Isn't that what we're talking about, the COVID vaccine being a thing that works or doesn't work? Or I guess you're saying it kills people? I mean, I'm sure you couldn't assume by now that I'm all vaxxed up, right? Vaxxed and boosted, alive and well, right? Everyone I know, vaxxed and boosted, alive and well. What's a citizen's death to the vaccine? I should say vax. You got the World Health Organization, National Institute of Health. Be specific. I think I was specific. Appendix E. I was looking for National Research Council of Health Disease Prevention. What's the World Health Organization one? As the first and only vaccine injury compensation mechanism operating on a national scale, the program will offer eligible individuals fast, fair, robust, transparent process to receive compensation for rare but serious adverse effects associated with the COVID vax by providing a no-fault lump sum compensation. Vax isn't specific. I mean, this is specifically about this, right? All vaccines procured and distributed through COVID vax facilities receive a regulatory approval or emergency use authorization to confirm safety. But as with all medicines, even vaccines that are approved for general use in rare cases may cause serious adverse reactions, unprecedented nature, blah, blah, blah. We are pleased to be collaborating with Chubb, which has the capabilities to support facility through its network and claims, the no-fault compensation fund, the massive boost to the goal of equitable global access, blah, 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 blah. Come on. Chubb is a proud, honored to work with the organization. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everyone likes to talk about how much they like working with each other. The delivery of this. Where's the stuff? Doesn't really say much. Yeah, no, it's Chubb's. About COVAX, about World Health Organization, about about Chubb. Chubb is the world's largest publicly about Chubb, the world's largely publicly traded property and casualty insurance company with operations in 54 countries and territories. Chubb provides commercial and personal property and casualty insurance. It's an insurance company. Sick. Who doesn't love an insurance company? Embrace primalism. Hey, you're back. For some reason, I was reading imperialism because I can't read. But I remember you from the other day. Does Neo embrace primalism? I figured, like you Neo from the Matrix? The richest countries are vaccine hoarders. So that's not what we want. Okay, this is a U.S. government website. Turning the flashbang filter back on. Most people with vaccine have serious problems. But some health problems following vaccines are not caused by vaccines. In rare cases, a vaccine can cause a serious problem. In these instances, the Natural Vaccine Injury Compensation Program may provide financial compensation. Is this the suing thing you're talking about with the financial compensation? It was created in the 1980s, but does other stuff. What is the process? Related resources, disclaimer. What? This is just like a basic thing. That's okay. It's just a 1 second thing. Okay, I'll guide you. Trust the link, I promise. Most of the UK gearing up to sue the big companies. You're like, no, no, no. All the other way around. Primalism. Keep going in the exact opposite direction. Almost too far the other direction. Ooh, what's this? Latest figures published by EMA. EMA Europa. Oh, here we go. Come here, you. All right. Does this work on this? Let's see. Dang, it doesn't work on this. Makes sense. It's a PDF. December 8, 2022, revision 4, subset 1. Or what? Footnote 1, whatever the hell that shit is. COVID-19 is a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, is this all in... I was just reading this, and I was like, this is a different language. And I was like, oh, wait, here's English. The safety of authorized COVID-19 vaccines is continuously monitored and updated information. Safety outlines. Safety update follows. Benefits. The wide uptake of vaccines in immunization programs during the pandemic emergency led to rapid accumulation of excess safety data from spontaneous reports and suspected adverse reactions. Since the first vaccines were authorized, EMA's monthly safety updates have provided information on the assessment. The majority of EU population has now received at least one. As of all medicines, timely assessment emergent data will continue. Blah, blah, blah. Key messages. No updates are currently needed in the product information in the authorized vaccines. Huh. No updates needed, huh? Interesting. The findings that you're linking to me specifically. Based on the continuous safety monitoring and assessments, there are currently no updates to the product necessary. You think they might want to put like a big old skull and crossbones on it based on what you're phrasing it. About just under 700 million doses, including the 57 million. Hey, that's not primalism, brother. Hey, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Fourth booster. That sounds like the. Wait a second. Additionally, about 16 million doses of it. Blah blah blah. 52,000 adolescents. The initial conditional marketing. Yeah. I just kind of safety monitoring. There are no updates. Yeah, I get it. No updates. These are all the sub versions. Got it. They're just saying each one of these does not need, based on things, no update. Based on these things, no update. Based on these things, no update. Based on these things, no update. There are no safety updates, which recently authorized, not been used. Before, okay, how safety is monitored, sure. Summary reports, case reports of suspected side effects, collecting reports of medical effects. Healthcare professionals and vaccinated individuals are encouraged to report their things. These spontaneous reports are collected in a database from the EU something. Yeah, I mean, you might be still. I'm not sure exactly if you, when you say you work in downtown Atlanta, I'm not sure if you're still currently living in downtown Atlanta or if you're back in the Mississippi area. Core morality, total of Comrade Natty Ormity? A total of 1 million cases of suspected side effects spontaneously reported. 8,000 of these reported a fatal outcome. About 700 million doses. About 16 million doses adapted, something. There was numbers they were saying from before. Wait. COVID-19, 24 cases. Oh, that are just going down the line. That was like, that's the continuation of that line up there. These reports describe suspected side effects in individuals, i.e. medical events observed following the use of a vaccine. The fact that someone had a medical issue or died after vaccination does not necessarily mean this was caused by the vaccine. This may have been caused, for example, by health problems not related to the vaccination. Interesting. Important to keep in mind. Planned ongoing studies. So an observed death after getting vaccinated is considered to you caused by the death by the vaccine, right? Is that what you're saying? This is the report specifically that talks about the total. Was it? Where was the number? 700 million doses. And then out of the 700 million, there were reports of people dying in the period after getting the vaccine. What was this? What was the time period these were supposed to be? Seven. These figures have been calculated excluding cases reported from Northern Ireland, reporting requirements for suspected adverse reactions applied to Northern Ireland in accordance with the protocol of Northern Ireland. But suing doesn't mean anything, right? Because you can sue somebody for you can bring up a lawsuit for any individual thing, right? That's just how lawsuits work, is that you're allowed to bring a suit to trial. You get a lawyer that then files papers. A judge looks at it and then decides whether or not to continue or to throw it out. Like that, just saying a lawsuit, it's in the works, doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? The lawyers are planning to do it on behalf of these dead citizens that have died. But have they died from the vaccine? Seemingly not. This is like when, like, this one basketball player died on the court. Vaccine? Was he vaxxed? Vaxxed? It's like, well, basketball players have been dying on the court for a very long time for lots of reasons. And then you look at the reasons where he died, and it's like, oh, yeah. And then sometimes they weren't even vaccinated when they died, but people were like, vaxxed? Were they vaxxed? You know, the COVID-19 vaccine was supposed to stop all death. Unfortunately, they lied to us. Those sons of bitches, I'm going to sue them. You know, my grandma, she passed away. She passed away, and she was vaccinated. Brother, I need to get on that lawsuit. Exponentially skyrockets. You mean after not being allowed to play basketball for a very long time, and then all of a sudden people playing basketball again, the number skyrockets. Egads, exponential growth. Whoa. What's it? Low IQ. Got it. An insane number of ellipses. You can lead a horse to water, insane number of ellipses, but you can't make them drink. Have fun, bud. Hold on. Low IQ. Hold on. I have low IQ, but have you seen this before? You got to look at this. Oh, shit. Ugh. Google search for how to build a lifesaver. The number of pest control workers in District of Columbia. Pest control workers. Search volume. Have you noticed this? Have you seen the correlation here? What's going on? What's happening? I'm asking the questions. Have you seen this? What do you say to this? What about this? Popularity of the first name Kendrick. Popularity of the Doge meme. What did Elon know? Hold on. Check this out. Did you see this? Have you seen this? Look at this. What's going on? How can you explain this? How does that work? You know what's sus? Stock price of Lululemon and the Google search, that is sus. What's happening? How could this be? Have you not noticed the trends? You would think that I guess we even looked at the report specifically that they cited. And it's not even saying that these are actual deaths, right? I know. Because this is saying these are deaths that have been reported afterward via the open source just report it yourself system. So, and it's also statistically not a lot, even if it was somehow injected, head explode death, which it isn't, obviously. Case in point, 700 million of them have been given out, and people are not dropping dead by a substantial margin, by any means visible. The rich took the vaccines. The rich and powerful did it. They're not dropping dead. I fucking wish they did. All those geriatric fucks getting shingles, breaking hips in Congress all got it as soon as possible. Version fucking alpha test beta, pre-release open weekend. They got that shit before anybody else could. Them fuckers ain't dying. Some of them fuckers will never die. Counterpoint, Mitch McConnell, literally a zombie, still not dead. Yeah, brother, but I haven't gotten sick. Really? I mean, do you actually believe them? They didn't just kind of like cough and sneeze and wear their mask just like below their nose and walk around the place and say, "This is bullshit. How the fuck could I?" It's like, dude, are you sick? It's like, no. I got temperature gunned on the way into work as they blast the AC at fucking full bore right on their forehead, and then they get checked. Well, it says you're 50 degrees, so have a good day at work, sir. Thank you. I've never been sick once. I've never been sick. You have yet to get your jabs for COVID 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Trust the prereqs? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. They don't make those. You couldn't make a COVID-19 vax today. I tell you what, brother. I tell you what. Back in the day, they did things right. Nowadays, these kids, they got nothing. It would have to be like a fucking TikTok vaccine. We used to have to wait for 3 rounds. Multiple weeks. Nowadays, you get all 3 shots at once in like a triple barreled. That was interesting. I'd never actually done one of these things before. Because at first I was like, I imagine he's fishing for some kind of weird specific thing. So I just looked up like how it been considered to see if it works based off meta-analysis and stuff. And I was like, fuck it. I'll look for what he's got. Because usually when you dig beyond just like the headline specifically, you kind of figure it out. Also, let's see. What I need to look and see. What was my man's first message? Oh, didn't mean to click on his profile, but he goes live. Hey, he's shirtless? Hey, wait. I thought you couldn't be shirtless. I thought that was the thing. Feels like it's slow-mo. What the hell? Oh, it is slow-mo. I was like, why is this so slow? I thought you weren't allowed to go shirtless. I was just trying to find his the first messages he was sending. But I guess I clicked on his profile picture and it took me to his thing. User card. That's what I gotta click on. Yeah, he started like saying like, nah, metropolitan areas have gangs. I should have known right from the start that things were going to be kind of weird. But he agreed with some things here and there. And then I think it got in the COVID pretty quick. I forget what it was. Oh, I mentioned that I at times thought I could just live in a submarine and love it. Maybe. But I mean, that was the thing. Like when you click on his thing, it took me right to it. So he put them titties online for free, dude. Crazy. I mentioned that in a submarine, which then reminded me of like the COVID thing about how I didn't mind being secluded, and then we got stuck on that. So that was, I guess, a speed run to get to the COVID thing, and then that was about another 30 to 20 minutes of whatever. When there's wacky narratives butting heads with nutty narratives, is it a crime to search for an out? You mean like me being like, hey, don't make this weird. Don't get into your one hyperfixation Joe Rogan opinion. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Or do you mean like just following their link and looking into it specifically? Or do you mean like even in like personal social conversations, it's like, oh, let's just change the topic because this is not going to benefit anybody. We finished our video. Let's see. I think we got some more, right? I'm pretty sure we do. This is a long one, but we're, I think we're down for it. I decided to channel my Carter because sometimes when you get something linked to you, most people, obviously, I would never, for the most part, dig through an article, look where its sources are when they cite their sources, or look who owns the place that cites the sources, whatever it is. And I can also see how that could be seen as you're just looking for an excuse to discredit or something like that, but my goal is usually to find not so much about, I guess impartiality is one of the keys, but it's just looking for the most core and raw, maybe not raw, maybe a bit more processed, but just like the most actual opinion of the experts in the field. And the more experts in the field that are coalescing around this message, the better. When it's one person, one random electrician tells me this thing, is this a kook or is this what they all agree on? I just don't know. I am still alive. I'm still alive. Yeah. We had a little mini anti-vax section there. Two sides, same coin. A theater, a chess game, a puppet show, a secret war. Who are masters and what did they want? That's a bit confusing, but I'm trying to tie it in. Wacky narratives, butting heads. Who are our masters and what they want? You can almost always get to that end point, I suppose, a little bit. So like I've been told before, oh hey, you want an electrician, and I have an electrician when we were wiring up our studio shed to make sure they had proper breaker for the window unit air conditioner that's embedded in the wall, and it also had breakers for just like all the lights and shit, and that they were up to code, and they had to have all those things, permit for the electrical work and all that. And then while they're out there, they're talking to me, and we're just jibber jabbering all kinds of stuff. And I mentioned, they're like, "Oh, look, your breaker box. It's the one that was built with the house. House is built 70s, 80s, whatever. Obviously, it's been grandfathered in, but it would not meet code today. You would want a better box or a newer box that has this, that, and the other." And I'm like, "Oh, does that really improve your house in any way?" And they're like, "Well, no. It just, reduces the risk of fire, or it just makes things neater and easier, but it's just an expense." And whether we talked about installing a potential, like if I ever did a big thing, I would probably want to install like a car charging port or something. Now, the wattage may not be the most up to date by the time you finally get a car, but at least you have something installed when you had workers come out. And then I think we were talking about the Ford F-150 that's supposed to be able to recharge your whole house during an outage. And it can last for like a week or like half a month or something, depending on how much power you use. Because it has like a megawatt of fucking energy inside of it or something. And he's like, "Oh, well, what you could do is, because normally you need to have a certain type of thing set up to have a power feed in for one of those situations. But all you have to do really is plug it in, turn your outside breaker off, have it plugged in, and then turn your other things on, and it'll suck power out backwards or whatever it is." It would kind of have these like, everyone was saying like, well, you can kind of do this thing, and it's not how you're supposed to do it, but you could do it. And I'm like, interesting. Like, do I believe this electrician? Do I think it's actually as safe as they say? I could just go with it, but I might want to ask a whole network of electricians to get their feel on a topic. Grandfather laws are dumb. Government should pay for it. Except old cars. Don't touch my babies. Ooh, are you a car guy? Ooh, that's interesting. The only car guy thing I have in my life would be my dad had a Datsun 510. Let's see. Is that technically what it was? It was a hatchback though. Is a 510 the right name for it? Ooh, this is it. Dude, this literally might be it. What the fuck? It looks so much like it. Kind of a cool looking front end and everything. The 4-door doesn't look nearly as cool. It's a very small change. I guess it's a bit more rounded. The 31 Model A? Wait, I mean, dude, well, the rust is a little different, and that's definitely not his license plate. So I mean, I guess the paint slowly wears off the cars because he was supposed to apparently a baby blue when he got it, but I never saw it blue. It was always yeah, it's cool. I mean, he ended up selling it to some guy in the neighborhood who wanted to soup up cars. They love hatchbacks for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the slope or two-seater nature. They can add things, nitros, turbos. I don't know. They can do something. But there is an interesting feeling for the model. Oh, the beautiful car. The Model A is a beautiful car. In the back of a 19. I don't know what grade up in the back. I assume it would be a typo, but like got up in the back of one. Maybe you got knocked up, as in like you were impregnated in the back of a Model A. That's my headcanon now, is that you grew up in the back of a Model A. 31 Model A. Like, that's wild. That's kind of cool. Just because, hey, check it out. Wow. Oh, I should have that on screen. What am I doing? You couldn't even fucking see it. If you're ever impregnated, I meant like you were inseminated in like, you know, you were conceived. That's the right word. Conceived. I don't know if Bonnie and Clyde is the right word, but like these cars are kind of, I mean, these are sick. There's like, I'm not necessarily a classic car guy, but like this level of classic is like, hold on, that's kind of baller. It might have been, honestly. If you start doing the math, sometimes you can figure out like the vague holiday that you might have been, you know, brought into this. You might have been nutted into or whatever, right? I mean, it all depends. And then again, it could have just been a random, you know, quickie before work. Who knows? It could have just been something not really nothing special. Just one of those. So there's like I did not spell this correctly, but I've seen some things where people are like electrifying, or they're maybe doing concept cars out of super classic models. These don't look classic. These just look like cars. And we just type in electric Model A. I guess it just looks like a Model A. But you want to see like weird pixel headlights or something, right? The model with a foldable back seat. That's so cool that you had something that old. No seat belts, a metal dash, back seat, exposed to the elements. Oh, you had that one. Hold on. I think in one of my group of pictures, I saw that one as one of the ones. May not have had it on screen at the time, though. Yeah, this one. The back seat is out in the air. Is there more pictures? Oh, these are just other models. Wowie, that's a lot of pictures. Oh, wait, this might be the same one. It literally, this part here, whoop, rotates and folds out. Yeah, my dad's Datsun thing did not have seatbelts in the back, and the seatbelts on the passenger and driver's seat were like fake. They were cosmetic. I mean, yeah, it might be a different color, the wheel size, or who knows, lots of small differences, but because they were an optional upsell, so they would install them. Maybe there was like a weird optional midway where like nothing, or you have a thing that looks like you have a seatbelt, but there's just the strap that is exactly as long as it is to be in the back position. It doesn't pull out or have any like pull things. Glossy black. That's kind of cool. That's kind of nice, actually. I mean, there's something interesting about this sort of vintage coloring. Because it kind of goes with this tweed or whatever you would call this in the interior. So they have kind of have an old-timey brown. Does that look like it's... Oh, I thought that was like sprinkling stuff pouring down. Like there was nothing there. Or like it was a glass tube, but not the case. Yeah. So yeah, they had just had this strap that was stuck here, but it would never click. You could never pull it. It was always just there. Which seems like it's a weird in-between of looking like you have a seatbelt, but actually it doesn't work. And there's something about looking at these pictures and this upholstery just reminded me of the smell of the back seat, or just the being in the car in general. It was just supposed to be your car when you grew up, but long story short. Gotcha. No, I get you. I hate it too. I got it though. If you could have gotten that thing, I mean, I don't know if there's actually rules about what is road safe or not. I mean, like, I guess there's theoretically is, because you couldn't just build your own car and drive it on the road. They say, hey, that's illegal. I guess you have to like register the vehicle. That's probably where that comes into play. But if you register a Honda Accord, they go, oh, okay, it passes inspection. But if you register I just built this in my garage, they go, no, hold on. It's grandfathered in. You could register this vehicle, and they go, well, we got to take it. I guess that's state by state or whatever. But I guess as long as it comes from, as long as it has a make and model, yeah. That's nuts. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah, my gaming chair is stuck in this specific recline position. I can't get the lock to undo. We tried doing some Reddit searches and stuff. And then Kara's like, send it in for warranty. And I'm like, that fucking sucks. But maybe I do call up the place. I got no job. Might as well just do it. Yeah, it's like stuck. It was weird because we were like noticing a little creaking sound. We kind of sprayed some of the actual silicone lubricating WD-40 spray, not just like the cleaning spray. And then I noticed that the recline would not go all the way back or whatever. Woo-wee. I should watch which tabs I have in which spots. Wouldn't want Amazon to pull up and see an address or something. Okay. Not that anyone really. Here, let's just throw this on. Something that I've been meaning to watch for a while, but never had the right opportunity. It's not the spring. It's like there's a weird catching mechanism, so you can like enable it to be kind of like stiff, so you can't lean back, or you can enable it to be free rotating back, and then when you're in the different rotating positions, you can then lock it to hold a different angle. But I think that part of the adjustable, which angle do you want to lock, it's now kind of like stuck in this locked in a spot, and even if you try to undo the lock or whatever, it doesn't interact with the mechanism. So either I need to get in there with the screwdriver and just push it out and get it fixed for a second if it just like accidentally got pushed past, or I might just need the whole ass unit or something. I don't know. Anyone ever do a TED Talk? I mean, that was a big thing back when TED Talks were kind of like, oh, you got to watch this TED Talk. Tampa, TEDx. Ooh, TEDx. Ooh, it's not a real TED Talk. Sorry, bro. But you know what? That's Tampa.
In just mere seconds, I'm going to deliver something stupid called a keynote address. A species of presentation that skyrocketed in popularity across the business and tech
Look at that. One message in chat. It's both pinned. The word exclamation mark react is inside of the pin, but whatever. And then it also goes into my Discord channel with all the different things that we have. So that way it's been properly logged. What a world.
World since the dawn of the millennium. Today it feels like no product can be launched without some CEO getting on a big stage and yapping about it, despite any lack of charisma, public speaking skills, or general things to talk about. So why does every tech company do one of these? Where did they come from? Why are they all the same? And is it possible to use this very device against itself to breathe life into this stale corporate ritual?
The thing about the Musk ones, man, he just gets up there and goes, bro, we're this close. The full self-driving. Bro, we're this close to turning your Tesla into a free Uber taxi driver that's going to just do it for you. We're this close to getting our fucking AI walking robots that are totally not a guy in a suit doing the robot dance. We're this close to getting free blowjob robots for everybody. Oh, we're this close. Stock price goes to the roof. Whoa. Never comes out, never comes true. Next keynote, say the same thing again. Stock go up, and just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. For most, they don't see past their side. For others, they look deep enough to see only a flag with a certain star, nothing beyond. What unites the two sides? Support for Israel. Whoa, what the fuck? I did not know that your icon was a chimp. What unites extremes of both sides? Dislike for Israel. Are we going horseshoe theory? Let's see. What's not seen is the groundwork in the world, the full stop loyalties. Where does the end of the world take people? Oh, in times like these, I wish I had paid more attention in school. I don't recall them ever teaching me Greek. Number one baby killer car coming soon. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. Self-driving baby killers. I mean, like, especially if you combine that with the F-150, just like the front end where you can't see anything. I imagine even the fucking AI still wouldn't be able to see anything, just because they would, of course, build it that way. You're running over pedestrians at a rapid clip. Don't forget the sharp corners. You got to put those Cybertruck sharp corners on it just to do extra damage, right?
Good morning.
It is an interesting giant dump of text that you copy and paste from something, I'm assuming. American interests definitely support Israel. Really, the rest of the world kind of doesn't. There are times when, like, for example, Britain will currently be sending weapons and stuff. And then when protesters do something nonviolent, like just sort of spray paint a plane that's delivering lethal aid, lethal munitions to continue the genocide, they consider them terrorists and then arrest them and charge them with 14 years in prison or whatever, which is kind of like, woo-wee. They definitely don't have free speech there, and they make you aware of it by doing what they're doing currently. And it's like, oh, fuck. Number one baby killer is technically Israel, I guess. So the Israel car would be the thing. Being against genocide is the same thing as being a Nazi. Horseshoe theory makes so much sense. Yeah, that's. I mean, like, at first glance, you could argue that, oh, there's something to that, right? Almost how, like, people can go so far left that they become anarchist, and then they almost want no government, and then boom, they're libertarian, which you can see as them connected to the back ends. But there are still significant differences that keep them apart. So, like, the both parties being in favor of Israel thing is just more or less like both of the neoliberal parties that work to continue neoliberalism or whatever. That's really what's going on there. And the other sides that dislike Israel, like the Nazis that dislike Israel just because they're Jewish, is like, oh, that's annoying. Because it's not like the far left dislikes Israel because they're Jewish. They dislike Israel because they're ethno-nationalistic and they do a genocide. Like, they can be whatever you want. It doesn't matter what thing they are, whether they are white people, black people, Jewish people. It literally doesn't matter. If they're doing the ethno-national homicide part, like South Africa, if they actually did white genocide, we would not like it and we'd be against it. But that's so. I mean, like, technically, we're both against, right? But it's just like it just neuters the context of everything else about it. I don't get the Greek thing though.
Morning, TEDx Tampa.
My investigation started late one February night while I was watching Steve Jobs' Macworld keynote address from 2007, as I do every Wednesday. As Stephen glided across the stage, I couldn't help but feel as though this presentation was eerily similar to other ones that I've seen more recently from some of today's tech leviathans.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Google I.O.
Welcome to Apple Park.
Microsoft Build.
A warm welcome to Canva Create.
The stage, the screens, the hand motions, the CEOs saying good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good Morbin. Uh-oh. What? I'm gonna hit the old allow on that one. You're allowed to hate Israel. As in the government. Yeah. I mean, Automod is I remember there was a terms of service thing that's like Zionist as a slur or Zionism as a specific type of use of it. It was not allowed anymore. But like if you're trying to, it's almost like if you were trying to imply that Israeli citizens or Jewish citizens fight for the nation of Israel or the Zionist project or something, that would be like as a default, that is where it would be used, or at least that seems like it would be a more reasonable way to use it. But people were then meaning that you can never be anti-Zionist whatsoever, and it's like, well, that's not obviously how it's being utilized at the very least. That's a really funny way to put it between you and Candace. There's something like that. There's something like you shouldn't be able to say that they all are. You shouldn't be able to equate one or the other. Like it's definitely been a thing that Candace Owen type people would say when they mean the other. Like they would say really fucked up things about Zionists when they mean the other. So like I gotta understand the layman understanding. Like even growing up, I remember hearing the word Zionist, and I always thought like that sounds like one of those things that it's like I don't know what that is. That's a dark part of the internet I haven't been to. And then like when you hear about like with the formation of the Elders of Zion, or where it is like one of the more OG conspiracy theories, at least in book form, that word is used in that as well, so it makes sense to be kind of wary of it specifically. And then you hear it suddenly being used in a negative way. I'm doing my thing where I go benefit of the doubt, being charitable as much as possible, but also APAC funding and things, pressure from a bunch of dickheads. I'm pretty sure you can in that situation, but you can't be like, especially in situations where context is limited, be like, you dirty something Z word, in case that's an issue. Like you can't, or see perhaps a very Ashkenazi looking individual and just say dirty Z word or something without knowing anything about them. That you can see how that can kind of be a weird way of just like creating a new version of an anti-Semitic slur if that group is perpetuating it and then they foster that dog whistle together. You can kind of see how that could be a thing, is what I hope was. And it seems like that's how it's being utilized for execution. Right. True. And also, unless one of my random, contentious viewers decides to try to clip farm whatever, I guess that would probably be the best thing for my channel, would be somebody randomly trying to cancel me, right? That would technically be, based on the growth patterns I've seen for other people in the past year, that would actually, all of a sudden I got on LSF. Whoa, look at this lib jerk out there doing this thing. And then people would make YouTube videos about it. Oh my God, it would just be, woo. You know, that goes back to that, like, there's no such thing as bad publicity, and it might work out.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morbid.
Good morning.
Clearly, every tech company that champions themselves being unique innovators was
They're
doing
not
the
stand for
same
this.
thing. But why? How did we get to this point in corporate society where
It's literally just like the Xbox showcase. Developers, 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 developers.
every tech company's form of presentation has ossified into the same eerie song and dance? And why is it always in the morning? I had to dig deeper. Obviously, I wasn't going to actually go to one of these. Have you seen them?
Boom! My phone is my conference room. We're working with some amazing people. Guillermo del Toro. Big Bird.
Will Smith.
It's good, Barry. It's good. It was smoke, and it was a nice, strong Sony strobe.
Justin Timberlake.
All right. How you guys doing? You rocking it out at CES? Yeah, I hear you.
Certainly not. So instead, I spoke to a guy who has to go to these presentations
seeing
for
enough
his
movement.
job.
You gotta do the
Alex Heath, deputy editor
that Tyler Ninja Blevin New York thing.
at the
It's completely out of place, but I'm still getting paid, so whatever.
tech publication The Verge. Alex, today we're talking about tech keynotes. Now, just to start us off, I'm wondering if you could define what a tech keynote is for somebody who's never heard of one.
It's an event usually in some kind of vibey theater where a tech CEO, usually a white man unfortunately, gets in front of a group of people and prognosticates and makes fun gestures and has slides behind him and talks about what the company is doing, announces products, and gives usually his view of the world.
Okay, so clearly these presentations absolutely rock, especially if you get to be the guy giving them. Alex told me that a lot of the keynote format comes from none other than Apple and Steve Jobs, who gave one of his first keynote addresses at a general meeting of the Boston Computer Society in 1989, inside John Hancock Hall, where outside, police were hosing down hordes of horned-up women just begging to get in. During the speech, he announced the arrival of the Macintosh, featuring historic lines that I still whisper to my wife in bed today.
Macintosh has 4-voice sound and speech built in.
Ah, that's the stuff. This speech would become the first in what are now known as Steve Notes, speeches that Jobs would give each year. And
what a difference in appearance. What a difference.
Announcing a new product to the world. In them, Jobs would walk about a minimalistic...
I guess when the hair falls down, you got to make the decision to just keep it tight, chop it off.
Stage in his black turtleneck, introducing a new piece of tech for future generations to play Bloons Tower Defense on. These would go on to be viewed by millions of people and have since inspired many a founder as well.
Yeah, there's been some pretty blatant Jobs wannabe copycat stuff that I've seen over the years. Brian Chesky wore all black on a stage in all black with black curtains with the font of the keynote slide that looks like
Helvetica, baby. What the Helvetica?
He would go off to the side, which is a thing Jobs would do. There's like a black booth, a demo booth on the side where you would have an iPhone or a device, paired to the screen to show live demos. He would go off.
Oh, I forgot you were the Monist person, right? The real war, the real enemy are the Monists, their institutions, their armies of approximately 6% of the world population. The others are either small players or average people who don't stand a chance. How badly denigrated the 1776 crew? We are soon to enter another dark age at this rate. Ones who's originally made the stand against the Monists are long gone. Okay, right, because they went against the king. There's no one carrying the torch. The Illuminati is dead. The ones who worship ancient gods are coming to conquer. Ancient gods. Is this a pro-Illuminati thing? Or is this a... Again, media literacy is not my forte here. Well, he's mentioned Monas before. I mean, I hope he's not just Stetharoff posting just straight off the dome, but you're right. It probably is a copy-paste, yeah. It is a bit of a derailment. It's easy for me to get super sidetracked or something like that. That's a whole different rabbit hole.
Do that. That
would be good for like a Joe Rogan style cutaway thing, but
was a classic Jobs thing.
Now, I love a classic Jobs thing as much as the next guy, but the more I heard from Alex, the more it sounded to me like these presentations in their current form are less inspiring showcases to the masses and more stilted pieces of techno theater from guys copying Steve Jobs.
Folks, I want you to look at something. That is my personal license plate. You might be shocked that I'm willing to be so vulnerable showing this to you now, but to be honest, it makes no difference. Because unfortunately, I got into a bit of a road rage incident last week with a biker that I T-boned on purpose, and they soon took a picture of my license plate. They then looked it up online where they found all my personal information off of a people searching site. And now everyone knows, despite all of my attempts at being discreet, that I drive the honker's car. This all could have been avoided if I had been using incognito.
I was thinking, I guess I could have looked up here and seen the little watermark, but I was like, I wonder if it's going to be delete me or incognito.
Is an online test to spam you, getting your personally subscriptions like my links to take care of / good work to get 60% off your annual plan. That way you can rip through the streets of America free of concern that you're hilarious.
I still look like I'm tired. I still look like I just woke up. It's crazy. Hair wasn't doing very well. Again, another goat hat day.
This license plate will be used for evil. See you on the open road. One of the things I can't get out of my brain when I'm watching these events is who the hell is sitting in the audience. It seems like they have an entire stadium's worth of dorks in there. Who's usually the audience at these events?
It's a lot of dorks. Usually the company will fill the first few rows with its executive team and VIPs and employees. You got to pad it with employees because you need claps. So, journalists, we don't clap at these things. That's kind of considered a faux pas. So you need to have people in the audience who are going to hoot and holler when you announce that, you've switched from Lightning to USB-C or whatever.
Are there a lot of celebrity cameos at these events, usually?
That's a good move, though,
yeah,
right?
There are. You always see someone interesting. Rick Rubin, Kevin Costner, Bono obviously was at the Apple event, John Mayer, a lot of Hollywood people, a lot of studio.
I thought he meant in the audience at first, but then it made more sense when I thought about it than obviously what they were showing. Just tying up my trash bag, which is full of all my little fruit bags and uncrustable packages.
Execs. Yeah, they invest a lot in the production and in it coming across as really smooth. The rehearsals for these are usually multi-day affairs. It's funny, Google invented its own teleprompter for its events. That is just this fancy tech that only the presenter can see. And
whoa. Very interested in something like this.
That is just this fancy tech that only the presenter can see and follows them no matter where they look. And it's the most Google thing ever to invent something like that for just that.
Do you feel like there's...
They didn't show anything about it. They didn't show behind the scenes shot or anything.
There's almost like a hamster wheel that these companies fall into when you have a yearly developers conference where you feel like you have to announce something.
Oh yeah, it feels like that all the time. Putting yourself on this 1-year hamster wheel is definitely going to force you to take shortcuts and do things that are probably not actually ready for prime time, or things that you're pre-announcing that may change a lot before they roll out.
Indeed, a side effect of having a yearly tech keynote is that companies are routinely pressed to push out products while they're still premature. In 2024, Snap teased an entire redesign at a partner event that never happened. Google scrapped an Ask Photos feature that it announced the same year, and also announced this Nexus cue ball thing in 2012 before quietly discontinuing it. Apple teased the AirPower charging mat in 2017 that never came out, and Elon announced the commercial DEF tank sedan in 2019, chucked a ball at it, then delayed its release by 2 years. But come on, folks, this is tech. They live by the rule of announcing stuff, delaying its release, and issuing a ton of recalls until its final iteration comes out as something disappointing or completely different.
For the bigger companies that have been doing this for a while,
I went over and just tried looking for something, and I could not find it. But I was happy that my audio splitting works properly. Slight tangent that because I can't show teleprompter stuff, I can at least show this. So like when I search these articles for teleprompter, T-E-L-E, notice the system sound beeps up because it gets that Windows like broom, broom, like it, gives you that weird little sound it gives you for like error or unable or whatever. But I hate it when I'm watching a stream and then a Discord sound or a Windows notification sound or something pops up and makes me go, wait, is that my computer? Was that my thing telling me something, or is that the stream? And so I make sure to route a lot of those things to one section. So like the voice chat, Discord thing, Discord's here. All my Windows system sounds are in the system thing, so hopefully you just never hear those things. But I do have a button to switch it, so in case I need to, I can put the Discord sound on. Like if I ever had a guest, if I ever had a friend, or anything like that,
Microsoft's, Google's, Meta's, Apple's, these keynotes are part of their identity. They're part of the culture, right? There's some things that the companies have been doing for sometimes decades. And so when that becomes such a habitual thing and a thing that the leadership team is...
I mean, that sounds almost like what a CEO is nowadays, is just sort of like a pretty boy, a safe, acceptable personality for both the corporation to see as a whole, but also for investors and outside people, whether it be a literal boy or woman or whatever it is, but just somebody who looks professional but young and striking. And then a good public speaker, because that's where you're going with things. I guess it might be more the tech sector specifically, but even at my workplace, that's kind of the vibe that they were going with a lot. And I feel like they're just kind of, I mean, I don't really know for sure because this is just, I have literally no connection to that side of things. But it's just like, they kind of just push them out there with their scripts and they just kind of get to work yapping it up.
Thinking about and always thinking ahead to, they really are a reflection of the company itself and where the company is at on a given year. And the older the company gets and the longer this keynote for X company has been going, the more I think just subconscious it is for the company. Like it's just something that they do and it's the thing they build around every year.
The situation seemed hopeless. The richest, most powerful, most boring people in the world, addicted to giving slideshow presentations about changing the charging ports on their devices in front of an audience of their literal paid subordinates, and one extremely uncharmed deputy editor from The Verge named Alex Heath. Horrifying. But if anyone had a shot at changing this, I figured it was me. Although if I wanted to get through to them, I had to meet these guys where they were.
There's very little time left for the presentation, which I thought was kind of funny. Okay, so this is apparently not copy pasta. You're definitely typing in poems or whatever. You're going with like a style like the population of Rome, modern day. It's just like I'd rather you just say what you're trying to say. Like, do you mean the Pope or whatever? Like, what do you mean? Also, I earlier today had to take my medicine. Yeah.
Speak their language. Do their
just
little
a casual
sing-song
reminder for
and
everybody,
dance.
myself included.
I had to give a keynote myself on the biggest stage in worldwide media, TEDx Tampa. Obviously, I was hype about the opportunity, but at the same time, I was intimidated. I've never done public speaking, and I've never been a fan of stages. My father always told me not to look down on other men when addressing them. And with such an important message to deliver, I had to make sure everything was perfect. What I needed was a coach. Someone with TED Talk experience who could give me the right advice for speaking on the TED stage.
The thing is that I'm a whistler. So when you whistle, you breathe air through your mouth. your mouth dries up and you have to moisturize it with water. So that's a problem. If you have to whistle on a stage and you're nervous, that's very difficult.
So what I'm hearing is I need a moist mouth.
Well, if you're going to whistle, yes, for sure.
Perfect. Geert Chatru is a 3-time world champion whistler whose TED Talk has over 2 million views. Ladies and jefes, I think I found my coach.
That's incredible.
So I think that's the key thing. For whistling, only whistling, I'm never nervous because I'm very confident.
Impressive.
That I will do a great job. And that sounds horrible. That sounds very bragging, but I'm just sure about the whistling.
Should I be myself on stage or should I be charming and interesting and smart?
That will be very hard for you, I guess.
Precisely, Geert. But I'm sure it's easy being yourself on stage when you're a delightful whistling Dutchman with lips of gold. Clearly, Geert was a master of his craft, but in order to give an all-time keynote, I needed to talk to somebody whose expertise was a little less whistly.
Do you meditate? Do you listen to a certain song? Anything like that?
All of the above, but there's one that I recently learned that has sort of like changed my...
Pedo country. They're too busy being pedophiles, I guess. You know, it's just one of those things. Those Scottish barbarians were like, not like us. Whap, 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 whap.
Life.
Ketamine. That's my recommendation.
Yes.
That's more like it. Neelu Kaur is an organizational psychologist, author, and frequent keynote speaker who's used to helping nervous Nellies like myself feel comfortable under the white-hot lights of the thought leadership arena. During our session, she taught me valuable lessons like how to send the strongest version of myself on stage.
So if you send like a scared, younger, smaller part of Dan, it's going to be a disaster.
A younger, smaller part of me. Do I have that?
We all have these scared, younger, smaller parts.
I don't.
How to keep your cool while you're up there standing and delivering.
One thing I notice is where hands are.
You don't want them in the box?
For a big stage with thousands of people, this is a little distracting.
Okay.
So it's just be natural.
Just natural. Just hanging on the side.
Right. So you're 0 to 10. You're at a 3 when we're just hanging out. But on stage, you want to be a 7 or an 8.
And how to nail the most confident entrance possible.
Entrances.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on you.
Okay.
We want Dan to be Dan and whatever feels comfortable for you. I don't want you to be like a robot.
Got it. Welcome. How's that?
The hands, bro. The hands. You forgot the hands. Uh-oh. I would go to let her down, but she doesn't like it when you try to help her. She's trying to like lean. Oop, there she goes. She did a great job. She's just like chirping at me now. Oh, now she's talking to me. Hello, little one. Let me just uncrop all this. And off. Hey, gotcha. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, she doesn't. Okay. And in the chair. Nice and relaxing. He tried to show the cats. He tried to show them off, but they just get shy. They get shy in person and they're shy online too. What the hell?
Yeah.
And with that, it was go time. Pretty soon I was in Tampa.
The two cats just like almost talk to each other. Kitty. Oh. Hey, pretty one. They said hello to you, ZZ. Silko's also saying hello to her right now. They ran away from where the cameras can see them though. Let's try and grab Philco. Just give me a second. got him. Look at this baby. Look at Philco. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Turn the noise gate off. You doing okay, buddy? You okay? You want to go full upside down like a baby? You want to go like a baby? Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you? Meow. No? No? You want to get down? You want to go down? Okay. I'll let you down, little buddy. Say goodbye. Bye-bye. Yeah, he's a big baby. He's our somewhere between 16 and 18 pounds, give or take. If he uses the bathroom, he'll be 16. If he's holding it in before, he might go up to 18 if he's been a little too many treats. Yeah, he's a big lad. He used to be like 20. He got down to almost like 15 or whatever at one point. We were like, wow, what a difference. But he's probably gained a pound or so back since then. But yeah, he's a big orange, a big orange child. His brain cells are here or there. On one of his eyes, he has like a weird like blemish where apparently, according to the vet, he was like looking at the sun too long and it burned a spot of his like cornea. So he has like a little bit of like a weird little blind spot on one of his eyes. It's a very orange cat thing to do, to just Donald Trump and just stare at the sun like, yeah. Literally orange thing to do. And then ZZ, aka, or her full name is Zenith, but we call her ZZ. Yeah, he's a little dumb. She's like almost like half. So she's like somewhere between 9 to 11 pounds, give her, somewhere around that. I think she might be closer to the 11 nowadays than it was 9 when we first got her, but she's almost like half his size at first, kind of like. But she's still kind of a decent sized kitty. You may have seen her for a second. But they don't play, and they're not bonded as much as we would hope they would be. So whenever they like boop noses to smell each other, it's a little contentious. Or one will be kind of wanting to play, and the other one does not want to play at all. And it just sucks that they don't both just want to play at the same time. So, yeah.
Armed with the tools to bring down boring tech keynotes from the inside. I had a big stage, an audience that I secretly packed with my employees who would laugh and clap at everything I said, and a message I believed in.
Yeah, it's a keynote about a keynote. Is that part of your mind?
As I ready myself to let it all out there, I tried to remember all the most important things my mentors told me about giving a tech keynote.
It's an event usually in some kind of vibey theater where a tech CEO, usually a white man, unfortunately.
On stage, you want to be a 7 or an 8.
Your voice, sound, and speech built in.
Rocking it out at CES, yeah, I hear ya.
As I pontificated and hand-boxed around stage, I felt what I believe many other CEOs have felt delivering similar presentations.
Whoa. He had a long one. What the hell?
A rush of blood to my Johnson. Indeed, I gave it my all out there and delivered some hard truths to the tech elites of Tampa, Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Jobs is dead. Many keynotes are just pointless. Things you'd find in the Sex Positions Handbook. Hello, sharks. He's dead as can be. Pop-Tarts. Boring. This has all created a tech keynote's arms race. I know it looks like he's alive right there, but that photo was taken before he died. And despite all of my razzing about tech keynotes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not like we're going to stop doing them, right? No, I love it up here. Now that I think about it, that's actually the best idea I've said all night. Mark Zuckerberg, skin a deer. AI-generated ass names. Create a product that nobody actually wants. The crowd of dorks goes wild. Someone needs to do that in the name of originality. Don't just be a tech man on big stage. Be a tech you on big stage.
And with that, I had done it. With 18 minutes of TED Talk presentation under my belt, I extinguished the industry of tech keynotes once and for all. The days of nerds on stages announcing the iOS whatever the fuck are done. At the end of the day, it was quite the honor to deliver the final keynote presentation in the world, and it wasn't a responsibility I carried lightly. You're welcome people of Tampa, and people of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me. Let's get this party started. My name's Dan Toomey. Thank you very much.
I wonder what it takes to actually get TEDx approved.
My name's Dan Toomey. Thank you very much.
Curious why you said my name's Dan Toomey. Just what was that about at the end?
That's a nervous tick I have. Often I say that if a date hasn't gone well.
So that was just like your natural...
Out of habit?
Yeah.
Quite frankly, it's also a good thing to say whenever you leave
A date hasn't gone well is a funny one. Obviously, he's being goofy and funny, but that's obviously very funny.
a room.
You were introduced in the beginning, right?
Right.
So I don't think that was necessary.
Okay.
Does anyone remember? You really think someone remembers? Also, really awkward to have this homie just hovering.
This is...
What the? Oh, this is from my watch later list. I thought, okay, you can't make it not do it. These are boring to do on screen, but sometimes it's nice. I was going to show the autoimmune video. I wonder if my cats want to eat. Well, they're just chilling. They're just chilling. Here, let's flick on the other one instead. So this one wants the desk. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, that's the wrong one. That's why. I was like, why didn't it go? Go. There he is. Spotted. He's just cleaning his legs.
Immune system is an omnipresent, terrifying entity made of billions.
So sometimes Kurt Kazat is a little odd, a little weird. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So if we find something in this video where they say that those brown people in India are not able to make their own vaccines or something, we can go, wait a second, that's not right. But usually when they talk about the raw science of the body's like T cells and shit, it's pretty okay. Again, I'm definitely not a fucking doctor or a scientist, but some of their climate change ones have kind of raised some eyebrows over the years. But hey, what was it? Po Buddy's Nerfix or whatever? Yeah. So /pin !react link. Bam.
Billions of nuclear weapons and kamikaze bombers, saturating every little tissue, bone and fluid in your body. It scans, patrols, and when it finds an enemy, it kills. But what if it suddenly decides that you are the enemy? This.
Nothing like pro-capitalist or anything, just kind of why did you say it like that type stuff? Oh, you mean like the stuff up there, you mean? And the big... Yeah.
This is the betrayal of autoimmunity. Diseases like type 1 diabetes, multiple sclerosis, celiac disease, lupus, and Crohn's disease, and many more. Literally every...
Ooh, another one of those things growing up that I never really thought about too much. Because I used to hear the word heart disease. And I'm thinking like, okay, there's like a germ in your heart. Oh, like this thing? Oh, well. Yeah. Whoa, dude. That little butterfly toy that crawled across the floor, it just kind of actually moved in front of the camera. But I thought there was actually a bug right there, which is right behind me. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, wait, that's just a little toy. Oh, yeah, thinking about everything as a disease. Or thinking that diseases were like actually a germ or a bug or something inside of you, a virus. But I didn't realize that disease is more of a general term. Like I always thought it had some type of specific type of critter or active enabler, not just like, oh, look, too much cholesterol has built up on the walls here. That's a disease. And it's like, what? That's just kind of a, it's like, oh, this beach has too much sand on it. That's sand disease. It's like, huh? You know, or beach disease.
Tissue can be affected, from your nerves to your thyroid or joints. They are all unique and different kinds of bad, from manageable to life-changing to deadly. All share one fundamental property: your immune system thinks some healthy part of you is the enemy. It's like a country attacking itself. Fighter jets bomb roads, snipers hunt doctors and baristas, artillery levels daycare centers.
So it's Israel, right? Is that what we're saying? Sniping doctors, news reporters, bombing hospitals and children's centers. Okay, yeah, it's Israel.
While there's usually a certain amount of genetic risk for autoimmunity, to get an actual autoimmune disease, you also need a colossal case of bad luck on top of that. How?
And of course, I mean, the government, nation power, not individual citizens, whatever.
Does this work? The shape of life. The fundamental building blocks of life are proteins. Like ultra-complex Lego blocks, each of them has a precise shape, allowing them to perform highly specific tasks, like breaking down food or transcribing DNA.
Insane shit. Insane things. Hell yeah, free Palestine.
In total, your body produces about 100,000 different proteins or shapes. Your immune system evolved to constantly check the proteins of your cells and look for shapes that are not you, and to kill whatever's attached to them violently and brutally. Autoimmunity.
But what if you wanted like a Neuralink in your brain? What then, huh? What, you know, what? If they ever banned the word monist on this website, bro, he'd be in shambles. He wouldn't know what to do.
Is when your soldier cells suddenly think that your own healthy and natural proteins belong to an enemy. We explained this in more detail in this video, but in a nutshell, this is such a critical danger to your survival that your body created an entire murder university to prevent this from happening. Here, young immune cells go through ruthless training. If they recognize the shapes of your own proteins, they're executed immediately. But sometimes, through sheer dumb luck, one makes it through. Right at this moment, you probably have a few million cells patrolling your body with the potential to trigger an autoimmune disease. Another way to trigger autoimmunity is through your enemies. Some bacteria and viruses have evolved proteins that are extremely similar to the ones in your own body, because they just have to if they want to interact with your cells and to stay hidden. We see this everywhere in nature, from moths that look like bark, or crocodiles that disappear in muddy water. For bacteria, your tissue is a hostile jungle full of angry predators looking for them. So they try to cover themselves in shapes that are very similar to your proteins. But both...
Are you saying that 9/11 was an inside job? Is that what you're trying to get at? Are you trying to say that it was a job done from the inside? You know, a false flag, friend on friend?
Both of these things are not enough. The final ingredient is a trigger event and a colossal case of bad luck. The war that never ends. The trigger can be anything that activates your defenses. A common cold, the flu, a tiny wound. Any sort of infection floods your body with cytokines, signals that tell your body
they got little booties. They're little Among Us, but with booties.
This is a real fight. Take this seriously, which truly wakes up your immune system. Intelligent cells start to gather proteins, shapes, from the battlefield. These shapes are the physical information of what's going on and are carried to your lymph nodes, information distribution centers. Here, your heavy weapons, T cells, pass through, taking a look at the shapes that are being presented here. If they recognize the shape of an invader, they activate the whole immune system, and a few days later, the attacker will be wiped out. But this time, the worst things happen in the worst kind of way.
Oh, the doctor show where they have all the different stuff? Yeah, like the human body, whatever things. Yeah, my sister-in-law, who was a doctor, said the show was actually really good. She thought it was really cute and thought it was actually, at least the first season or so, what she was watching was really accurate.
Maybe an intelligence officer picked up a piece of one of your healthy cells that died in the battle, or maybe a bacteria had a protein pretty similar to one of yours. And by sheer extremely bad luck, a few months ago, a single T cell that can recognize this shape survived the murder university. And today, exactly this T cell happened to pass exactly this lymph node and is activated. This single T cell now starts a big immune reaction against your own body. It clones itself thousands of times, gathers other cells for support, and streams into your tissue. When the misguided immune cells arrive, they see nothing but enemies.
I am a surgeon. It makes them for great clips, though. That's for damn sure.
The proteins they're looking for are everywhere, which can only mean that there's a full-on invasion going on. They spread out and start attacking and killing your tissue. How bad is this? Well, it depends. There are more than 100 different autoimmune diseases, and basically any tissue can be affected.
Damn, dude.
In multiple sclerosis, your immune cells are attacking the insulation of your nerve cells, making them sort of short-circuit or slow down dramatically, causing numbness, muscle cramps, problems with your vision and concentration. In type 1 diabetes, your immune system kills the cells that produce your insulin in your pancreas, starving your cells of glucose and turning your blood into acid. In rheumatoid arthritis, angry cells invade your joints and literally start to dissolve cartilage and bone.
Oh, so rheumatoid arthritis is a different form of arthritis. Like one might be more of a mechanical version. This is more of like a autoimmune version. Interesting.
Lupus is a body-wide blitzkrieg that attacks literally every part of your body, causing painful, unpredictable, and widespread destruction with a variety of bad symptoms. And almost all autoimmune diseases come with crushing fatigue and exhaustion, because when you're sick, your immune system tells your body to shut down and rest. Even if the immune system is itself the attacker, it still sends out the same orders. It feels like you have the flu, but the real enemy is your own body. The worst part about autoimmunity is that
I forget. It was something like the incredibly Chad doctor with the most handsome face in the world was like firing him or doing something specific or like promoting him or demoting him or something.
But it never stops. Your immune system is a self-enforcing machine of destruction. The more enemies your initial autoimmunity cells encounter, the more cells they clone and activate.
And he's like the autistic doctor, right? Like that's one of the other things, is like that's his like character on the show.
So its nature prevents lasting peace. Why is your body allowing this? Most, if not all, autoimmune diseases have a genetic component, but this is kind of weird. If some variants of genes are actively harmful to us, evolution should weed them out and make them less common.
What's this gonna, what?
But up to 1 in 10 people in the industrialized world suffers from them. So why did they stick around? Well, when it comes to genes, we often have to work with trade-offs. At their core, autoimmune diseases always mean that your immune system is more aggressive. And while this is mostly bad, until recently in human history, this was pretty great. In the past, infectious diseases were the most common cause of death. Terrible pandemics ravaged our cities regularly, sometimes decimating communities. Researchers analyzed DNA samples from London cemeteries before, during, and after the Black Death pandemic.
Interesting.
That killed about half of the population. They found
that is wild. It is wild. All because people like lived in shit and had rats and bugs that would bite them. I forget if it was rat. I think it was actually like insects that would bite rats that didn't bite people or something like that. But
that individuals with gene variants that increase the risk for Crohn's disease seem to have died at a much lower rate. What helped them against a deadly disease back then might make us vulnerable to autoimmunity today. Evolution doesn't care about perfect solutions. It's only looking.
Technically, there were monas in other areas that did not have a problem with the Black Death. So, technically, but I guess they didn't have as dark of an age, perhaps. I forgot that was what it was. I forgot that was the thing. Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Looking for good enough.
His hyperfixation is PragerU. Hold on, that's not his fault. Hold on.
If variants made it more likely to survive the deadliest diseases, why care if down the line this might lead to something else? If you have an autoimmune disease, you may only be alive because your ancestors carried these genes and survived a pandemic that wiped out their
So this is an interesting historical framing, but what happens when you put it in the modern
neighbors.
lens?
And then, a hot second ago, we changed our world. Hygiene, antibiotics, vaccines, and modern medicine revolutionized our lives and how we die. So much so that most of us don't even think a lot about infectious diseases. And this is great. But now, we're left with genes that make our immune systems more aggressive for no good reason. Add a bit of bad luck, and all these billions of nuclear weapons and kamikaze bombers take aim at the wrong target. You. Your immune system isn't the only part.
Okay, interesting. They did just leave it there? Because I was worried at first they're going to be like, these damn autoimmune breeders are so weak and useless eaters and should not evolution should say they should die off. Get out of here. But I like that they went back in time and said, actually, depending upon how, history works and how you look at the data, one make a good argument for actually it would be beneficial to have certain percentages to have overreactive things because they could survive those time periods. But then they were like, okay, but modern, we don't need that anymore. And then it's like, for now, right? But I was worried they're going to be like, so they don't deserve. They should be castrated or whatever. Thankfully, it didn't go that way. I would have preferred them to make I am not the one who has to do all this crazy puppet tool animating all giant team of people thing, but I would have been happy if they had a thing saying that, and they still fit into our world today. And while it could be great to improve their life, they still are valuable members. And who knows, you might even one day wish that we had people who could autoimmune again, especially with our current pandemic response that we have. And the people who are like, I'm not vaccinated, brother, I'm built different, I'm strong. Talking about the inner city problems or whatever the hell he was saying. Okay. I mean, it was not as like when I was when they did the one study, or not the study, they did the thing on the how your body has like this sort of like library of all cures that technically has every cure to every disease inside of it. It's just kind of a random number generator to see if it can find the one it needs for the thing it's looking for. So it's one of those like every possible connection of every possible chain of every possible piece of DNA kind of thing, where technically there's more combinations than there are cells in the universe right now or something. So it would be impossible to run the numbers on it, but it's all in there. And if it gets it. Great. Something like that. But actually I found really interesting. And even then, going over the different breakdowns of how all these different super tiny little things are floating through, and through basically automated behaviors, trigger things, if-and statements done in the form of cells. Yeah. Something like, yeah. Like it's just a bunch of weird physical code almost, which probably is a bit of a, bullshit kind of way to look at it, but receptor versus piece, they float around each other in such a mass and amount that they will then engage and then produce the enzymes that then break down walls of things and commit these things. And like they're personifying it by the thing collecting little protein pieces and putting it into a plastic baggie and then turning it into the information center, where then it then disseminates that order out. But it's all done through different little microprocesses through different organs and things, and all of which can be enhanced or hurt via a multitude of other body processes, or medicines and herbs and shit, and it's just like incredible. It's incredible. And I could not imagine, I could not imagine the layers of studying that stuff. The people who are like we were talking the other day a little bit about like aliens and shit, and how like if I try to explain why I need to go to work to my cat, it would just like couldn't even comprehend any process of this let alone monetary value, let alone the need for to have money in an economy, let alone the need to produce labor for a corporation. What a corporation could, none of those things could even begin to make sense in any context. It would be like you talking to an ant. So an alien would be like talking to us. But I find the people who can understand this deep layer of stuff, like we're close to that distance between me and them already, right? Like obviously they could put it into a cartoon form for me to go, oh, it's like a baggie. I get it, but we're fucking. There are somewhat smarter people out there. There was a metaphor for some war crimes, yeah, but that's what I understand, brother. I've been raised on war crimes. What are you talking about? Of course, yeah. You're speaking my language quite literally. It's what I know. I play Call of Duty and say, finally, something non-political. You know what I mean? Right? Finally. I can have them claim that Russia did all of America's war crimes, and I'm like, goddamn Russian. How could those Ruskies do that? They should be in The Hague. Not us, though. Never us. I speak war crime. When you say war crime, I say, how high? No, but I mean, literally, it is kind of like that. There is, to some degree, kind of just straight up. I mean, I got to watch a little bit of an interview about like
You're immune.
Oop, not again. I watched the interview with them going over the stuff that happened to Abrego Garcia from the CCOT, whatever. Oh God. Oh God. Here, this is kind of like related, I suppose. Wait, why didn't I go? Her? Wait, what? Huh? How's it possible? Oh wow. This was I forgot I had this tab open. This was the thing that my allegedly somebody who works at a certain company was shown out of the blue.
Your true wealth is your time and freedom. Money is just a tool for trading your time. It's a container to store your economic energy until you're ready to
Notice conspiracy music.
Deploy it. But the whole world has been turned away from real money and has been fooled into using currency. A deceitful imposter that is silently stealing your two most valuable assets, your time and your freedom. Welcome to the rabbit hole.
This was what was shared, allegedly. The portal. Yeah, I thought I clicked on this, and I thought it would have my thing. There it is, yeah.
If we're destroying our ability to be prepared for these things, it's very concerning what can happen. And then, when it happens, then people start blaming the government or blaming us and say, well, why weren't you prepared? Well, why didn't you do this or that? Well, because you've cut all our programs to try to do this. The most optimistic we can get is try to keep doing what we can without some major catastrophe.
Dallas County, Texas is at the nexus of political...
Another Texas thing that's like, hey, why didn't you warn us? Hey, why weren't you prepared for this? Because you stripped all of it away. What do you mean?
and public health crises, facing the dire impacts of conspiracy-happy public officials and massive cuts to government funding. As the crises deepen, officials there...
What's this one? What's this? Ooh, that's a big one. Ooh, that's a big one. People are gonna love this one. Ooh, that's a big one. I gotta work on that. You can't be a leftist streamer without at least like a slightly above average Donald Trump impression.
say they're just trying to hang on.
We've had to lay off 21 persons as a result of those funding cuts. We've had to cancel over 50 of our community outreach immunization events, where several of those were directed and in response to what's going on in West Texas related to measles.
The country's deadly measles outbreak is getting worse, spreading at an alarming rate in Texas. 59 new cases have been reported there since Tuesday, leaving 14 people hospitalized.
With the measles situation in
the libertarian, free state, what's going on? Why? What? Nah, the free market will buy measles off people or something?
West Texas, we had reached out to all of the superintendents at the public school districts and the private school districts that had low vaccination rates and all of our certified daycare centers and offered to do on-site vaccination to try to get their vaccination rates up.
And these are...
I'm old enough to remember when you needed to have your vaccine cards to be admitted into a public space, like a public school, because it's a public work, the public good, raised by the community's tax dollars. They don't want you getting everybody horribly sick. It was, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember the cost, obviously. I'm pretty sure it was free, though, when we were little babies. But, fuck, I don't know. I assumed it was based off of the way other vaccines have been done.
Communities that have limited access to these services.
People underserved areas do not have insurance, and they don't think that they can afford to get those type of shots.
These are our children, these are seniors.
It's one of those things that, like, it really should just, like, a preventative measure like a vaccine should just be one of those, obviously, even if there's a cost to it, right? Shipping it, the physical materials of the syringe and whatever, like, providing proper preventative care saves you money, because without it, you're going to statistically have lots of triage care, which is significantly more expensive. Rushed visits to an ER, lots of different fluid bags being utilized, materials being expended. Those materials all had to be shipped, stored, and then emptied from the storage and then resupplied. Bed coverings need to be washed. Nurses' shifts got to do overtime to cover the surge. Like, all these different things, all these other costs that come into play, which is why insurance companies make them free for people. Free preventative care, because you'll cost us significantly more if you, even though it's going out to everybody at once, and that does cost us something, but if we don't give everybody all preventative stuff, the even sometimes small statistical few that would fall through the cracks and just get unlucky, they would end up costing us so much more. So if we give everyone the stuff, even though it costs us money, it ends up actually saving us money, because it kind of makes sense if you think about it a little bit deeper. So the government should be working on a similar model, which is what they did for COVID, because obviously the gigantic downsides of the COVID thing was, like, then majority of workplaces were getting shut down. But if you could get your vaccine and get to work, or even if you did get sick, it would be incredibly mild in comparison. You're not crowding up ERs, and you're also getting back to work, keeping the economy rolling, which is also going to keep the economy rolling and make it get good, versus it not only having direct expenses, but then just the opportunity cost of what you could no longer do. So, yeah. And the fact that people are foregoing these things just because of the cost, not even like the misinformation. I mean, it probably all works together and all hand in hand, but that's a crime. Not only to just efficiency as a society, but just like to like humanity. Wait, there was a monkeypox problem with priority to. Oh. And then there's this. Just like with the Philippines misinformation campaign that we purposely stoke for xenophobic reasons, it's going to have downline problems because a large nation of humans are now against this form of medicine at our direction, and that's going to cause global health to tick down to some degree. Oh, right. Yeah, I can definitely understand. I, from my position of privilege and or of cishet whatever, I didn't really think about it in that lens, but yeah, that would create, at the very least, a momentary thought of like, huh. Especially nowadays, like if that momentary thought would turn into like probably a full on conversation at the very least, because you got like if it was the Biden administration doing it, you're like, well, they got like that communist Fauci in place, so he probably wouldn't be trying to euthanize gay people or whatever it is. But if Trump is the one in office, you might be like, wait a second, there really might be, hold on, like there's, it's not even like, you don't even feel like it's a tinfoil hat at that point. You're just like, well, yeah, wait. What is that called? What's the word called? I'm pulling up a thing off to the side of here. I just want to remember the name of it. This. Oh, I already saved this. Why did I guess I just able to Google it really fast, so it's fine. So, ICE subjected immigrants in detention to unnecessary surgeries, reports find. February 2024? 2024? February 2024? Before Trump? The Office of Inspector General report found that ICE improperly authorized 32% of major surgeries performed on individuals. The report also suggested that forced hysterectomies performed on medical staff to women detained at the Irwin Detention Center in Georgia were not isolated incidents. Forced hysterectomies on women. No, I don't. No. I can see how people might think, well, the donkeys would never do this to me, but case in point, ICE should be. It's not disband ICE. It's like, I forget the term that they use. There's like a whole like account that just ICE must be destroyed or whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, just they don't fuck them. That just and like that happened over a year ago. How is it like only now is it sort of like how is it only now showing up in my information? That should be like, oh my god, we have done unthinkable horrors. Oh, Filco's gone.
That depend on us every year to come out and
I think that would be the most charitable version of when people are skeptical of what can be the only and best way to provide mass inoculation care to an entire population. But they would go, I don't trust you anymore because you're fucking evil. Hang out with. Yes, yes, yes. We would love to hang out with people. Hang out with ICE. You can't do that very well. Well, right, but that's one of those like, oh, that was a before time. Oh, yes, we did that genocide to Native Americans, but let's just not talk about it. Let's not really teach it anymore. And that was a before time thing. Don't worry, it's never going to happen again. Oh yeah, that Japanese internment camp stuff. We're getting FDR, but just like the one, like the worst part of FDR, not the good part of FDR. It's like motherfucker, son of a bitch. Like so now, before when I would have less awareness of some of these historical atrocities, or in the mindset of, yeah, obviously, but that was before. Nowadays, things are better. They're just doing stuff to disprove that specifically. So now I have to understand people's reasons and not want to do it because it's like, yeah, I didn't think the monkeypox thing would ever be, and it probably would. I would still probably put that in a percentage chance, still pretty low, and depending upon how you see the severity of the infection going, it still might be a net benefit to try to keep yourself and your neighbors safe by being herd immune and all that. But like, oh my god, I don't like that this is even a question. Yeah, the U.S. had the cheat code of being the best country and having immigrants come willingly and happily. And even though we were a first world nation that had a declining birth rate, just like all the others, we were able to easily keep our GDP growing strong because we had a burgeoning immigrant population that kept our culture growing, kept us. It just kept us on top, pretty much entirely. Even beyond the years where we were like, we had already kind of sabotaged a lot of things, like for example, manufacturing and pushing things for the profit motive. Like we were still able to constantly raise GDP, even though GDP is like an outdated kind of way of looking at the health of things. But we were able to kind of like keep the facade going with that. But as soon as we literally deported so many people, they were like, actually, our farms can't work because instead of investing in automated machines, we're just using modern slaves. Actually, sir, can you stop that? Well, yeah, because I loved how open source and how global, minus Cuba, we allowed to work on that specific thing. I guess technically China too probably wasn't allowed in. But yeah, the fact that it was so, like, you could just look to the body of scientists from every country, most every country, and even if you didn't trust your own government, you could. If you couldn't trust literally every scientist in the world, then what? Where the fuck are we? Right? What the fuck is the? What's the point of moving forward at that point if you can't trust the most Poindexter fucking scientist person out there? Like then nothing's gonna work, right? Yeah, GDP doesn't measure happiness, but also like, oh look, your healthcare, you got to pay a copay and a premium, and these money exchanges hands to a middleman provider to then do deductibles or whatever kind of bullshit. Look, all that improves GDP, but it's like it doesn't actually help me. Oh look, a pothole in the road caused these tires to break, and cars need more maintenance, more GDP. I was like, well, that's actually a bad thing. You know, if you got out and properly patched the road and saved 1 million cars from being damaged or needed maintenance faster, that would lower the GDP. How could you? The true left and right died out in 1776. Did they? Stop reading Greek. Okay. You are Sethroth posting every time. It's kind of insane. Maybe you're superhuman. Interesting. I mean, I'm right there with you with like the idea that Democrat, especially corporate liberal Democrats and shit, right? Setharoth? That's Final Fantasy VII. It's like monologuing. It's like bad guy monologuing, basically. You know, the main actor from Death Note talking about his scheme or whatever. That kind of, you know, music starts kicking in. It's like weirdly epic, whatever. I'm sure he'll be a bro. He'll get you one. He's down. That's right. Yeah. $1,000 to 12 middlemen before final. Boom. GDP gained so much. The two economists walking in the forest. Economist one sees shit, tells two to eat it for $100. He does. 10 steps later, number two sees another piece of shit and says, okay, you do it for $100. And he does. And then they're like, wait a minute. Number two is like, wait, we just both ate shit and just traded $100 back and forth. So neither one of us got anything. And all we did was eat shit. And number one's like, bro, we just made $200 of GDP. What are you talking about? That's, you know, it's a long walk to get there. I've been trying to find ways to make it faster, but I heard it a few times here and there, but it always feels like just a little too much of a mouthful to get all the way out. I kind of want it to be like a 2-sentence at most. I don't like beer. I don't even drink alcohol at all. Because I'm medicated, and like, even though you can, the doctor's like, yeah, just don't go crazy. I'm like, I'll just use that as a good excuse to just not drink. Not that there's like peer pressure or whatever, but it's just one of those things where it's like, come on, you want to drink? I go, nah, can't. I have medicine. And they go, oh, okay. And then they just stop asking. It's just medicated, like SSRIs say don't take with alcohol. But again, the doctor's like, you could have a couple of drinks, just don't make a habit of it. Don't do it daily. But even if you did, it wouldn't be the worst thing. But it's like, yeah, I'd rather keep my liver healthier, just in general. I mean, I've known people who've died of cirrhosis of the liver. I've known a surprising number of people who've died of cirrhosis of the liver. I think surprising, but I guess maybe not actually surprising, because maybe some people have like a long list of people. Yeah, I mean, I've tried some THC stuff. I have a medical marijuana card in Florida, but I had really inconsistent impacts by everything other than using a vape inhaler, and I just don't like inhaling smoke that's hot. It just makes me cough, makes me feel uncomfortable. And I have bad enough cardio. I'm a fat fuck. You know, the last thing I need is some shit like that. Either makes you happy or anxious. Yeah, the very first time I got like really paranoid and anxious just because it was like, oh shit, what's going on? I've never done drugs before, you know, like that kind of shit, right? So I definitely had some weird paranoias. But that's also the strains and, you know, all there's terpenes, brother. Oh, you can taste the limonene or whatever. You know, that might be above my pay grade when it comes to the way people get into it. Now there's like dabulators and resins and all kinds of shit, and it's like, dude, I'm not trying to go to the other dimension, you know. I mean, if they were selling it through a legalized dispensary, it would have to be to some degree managed. I suppose they're not actually testing literally every product or every version of a product. That's what I've heard. That for the most part, yeah. But we have some like stuff for baking, some like, you know, condensified stuff. So we might try again. That was another thing, is at least the way that the medical stuff works in Florida, it's all very like, it's required to be vertically integrated. So if you grow it, you have to pick it, you have to mill it, you have to make the end product and then sell it yourself. You're not allowed to have this like full-on system. So a lot of these smaller companies can't do that. So that's why the big companies can kind of like come in immediately and just rule, which is difficult for others. But if you do find whatever type of dispensary, when they give you a gummy, like how well mixed do you think it is, right? Was it cooked too hot? Was it cooked too low? Did it stir properly before they gummified it up? So when you eat one, you go, huh, didn't really feel nothing. And the next day you try another one, and then you're like, you eat half of one, and then you're like melted into the ground. You're like, wait, it was at the bottom of the tub where it all settled in. I don't know. But it also matters what you ate before or what you ate after. Did you eat fat with it? Did you have a full stomach? Did you have an empty stomach? All that shit. And it's just like, that's too much factor in, man. What the hell? You know, when I have a headache, I take 3 ibuprofen, boom, I'm good in like 30 minutes. Yeah. And even then, it made you think with your back brain. If left brain is creative and right brain is like logical, mathematical, or whatever, what the hell is back brain? What do you think? I guess that would be like, I guess you could argue it's a little bit of both. So you can imagine like theoretical versus practical brain, or you can imagine it's like or something fun, like just an ass brain. Like you're just, it's all horny posting or something. The back is more technical specifically? Really? Oh my God, dude. Yeah. Like the fact that we have such a large prison population and we also have such a large amount of it that is marijuana offenses is like, are you serious? Are you serious? Especially in states where it has been decriminalized or legalized in different degrees and shades or whatever. And it's like, are you serious? Left and right's not really accurate. Oh, okay. I mean, it's a goofy way to just sort of like, ha ha ha, hee hee. I don't take it too seriously, but I guess maybe I do. I guess I think about it a little bit, but again, not. I have to remember a lot of things I've learned, a lot of the things that I've kind of baked in as the defaults, shit that I found out when I was like in elementary school, and it was secondhand knowledge even back then, and then I have not checked it in any way, shape, or form. So it's one of those like, you know what? Yeah, I could probably let that one go, or at least spend a few minutes looking into it one more time, see what it's like. I remember at one point I was super obsessed for like, I don't know, a weekend about split brain stuff. Like you have your two lobes of your brain, but some people through weird surgical necessity and or bizarre accidents had their brains sliced between the two. So all the little connections that keep the two different brains together, they would be severed. So they're two separate hemispheres, I guess, of your head, of your brain inside. And there would basically be two personalities, one that could speak, one that couldn't. Each hand, because they're operated by one of those, according to the thing, are able to work independently. I think even the eyes technically also do the same thing. So they could like see messages and do things or whatever. So like the one brain that couldn't speak would have to write out what it wants to say. It was interesting, and it's like one of those like, are you faking it or is this actually what it is? Right? Kind of nuts. Because that means that like your consciousness is partitionable. Really? I mean, like, right? I mean, if it's an electrical short circuit of some kind, breaking the circuit, no longer shorting, but also no longer connected. Because that would, you know, so that's some people's Black Mirror version of hell where you are stuck inside someone else's body as somebody else? Or is it just a part of you? Or is it a copy now of you? But like almost like how like you have a devil on a shoulder and an angel on a shoulder, but it's your left brain on a shoulder and your right brain on a shoulder. But only one of them has the reins to the mouth. It's kind of nuts. The two, because it just asks a lot of questions, but it's one of those things that you would never know until you do it. And you don't want to do it probably, because who wants to cut their brain in half? I mean, I guess people are signing up for shit in Miami soon. I think I heard about it. Yeah. Anyway, should finish this.
Provide childhood immunizations, COVID vaccines, flu vaccines that are not going to get these services now.
We're trying to work and salvage what we can, but what we're having to do is cancel some of our brick and mortar clinics and use those staff for the community.
They were Redditors. Wow. Well, hold on. Wait a second. Neanderthals, larger brains, but the back was different. The frontal lobe, smaller. Huh. Although, let's be real. Redditors are way more emotional than they think they are. How'd they squeeze out those baby goat? What? Did the women have wider pelvises? Neanderthals? Baby goats? I'm confused. I'm confused.
So what we do, we mobilize our vaccination clinics and we serve the underserved communities in Dallas County.
With the outbreak, it is a concern because some parents have not vaccinated against the MMR. With the disease being as contagious as it is,
it has nothing to do with anything, but I really like her hair. Like, that's crazy. I've never seen like a mocha fade. It looks like a latte. Maybe I'm just hungry. But like I've never seen that before. It looks cool.
Could pose a problem.
Oh, you're talking to Happy Goat. That makes complete sense. I mean, also babies' heads are like squeeze. It's like, you know, like one of those squeezy toys where you squeeze it and the eyes come out. The brains are all cartilage. They have a soft palate or the soft spot, right? They're not formed yet, so you can kind of squeeze those babies out. Even if they got a big ass brain back there, you just got to little baby eyes popping out a little bit, and then squish, and they're fine on the other side. Hell, like maybe the slightly higher infant mortality of getting stuck helped them just lose out to us. Or were we a part of the Cro-Magnon, or is that even another subdivision that's different than us? It's been a while since I watched a dramatization of the warring factions of this pre-humans. Just like us, but they're slightly wider. Yeah.
I'm here in the Dallas County area if we have a measles outbreak.
The measles outbreak in Texas has been fueled by vaccine hesitancy and militant opposition, which has made public health officials' lives infinitely more difficult.
There is a fear behind it. Even with the COVID shots, even when we got those, you had a lot of people do a few rounds, and then after that, they were like, okay, I'm done.
And what we've seen over the past few years, there's more, certainly misinformation, disinformation about vaccinations, all this, incorrect information about association with autism and things like that have been discredited.
We are victims of our own success, that, we don't see people sitting in iron lungs with polio and people dying of measles from generations ago. And
FDR be rolling in his grave for multiple reasons. One, we allow Southeast Asians to just freely walk among the streets, but also because polio's back. What the hell? You guys stopped it? What the hell? You lit it back?
We don't want that to happen again. And,
Also, where are the trains? Where's the New Deal?
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
HHS Secretary.
Hey, that's what I was saying before. Ounce of prevention, pound of cure.
RFK Jr. recently cut access to COVID vaccines for adults under 65, children, and pregnant women. He has instead promoted various alternative treatments.
If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
Probably for measles. What I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant
And that's why it's really important for there to be a consistent message from the federal to the state to the local about the importance.
Guys who were so mad at the Fauci administration, the Fauci plan, the rollout of the different rules about maxing versus not masking, guys who were so critical of that specifically are now like, well, whatever. My take's one thing, this is the other thing, and maybe you should or shouldn't. I don't know.
Importance of vaccines, especially like with this measles situation.
Like they had the lesson of, you realize you were working fast with a evolving situation, doing your best to get public messaging. Never be perfect, but you should always do your best. And hey, even holding it accountable and saying, look, your inaction or action may have caused things. You should reconcile with that. Think about that, and at the very least, improve for the next time. But also address what happened before. And instead of, they're the ones complaining about it and pointing at it just because it's politics. And instead of actually taking the lesson to make things better, they just do much worse on purpose. A part of you wonders, do they actually believe it? And the other part of you is it some kind of scam shit? Is it a combination of evil and dumb? Like, what the fuck, man?
When you start to introduce, maybe it's vitamin A or these other things that sort of divert people's attention on the importance of vaccines and the effectiveness and the safety of these vaccines, it's detrimental to all of our efforts to try to address these issues.
It's frightening, especially now that this House bill has also been passed where parents now can opt out of some of these mandatory vaccines as well. It makes it easier for them to opt out for their.
There was like a list of like the top achievements of all time for human medically or whatever. I remember like fluoride was one of those for the 1900s to the 2000. And vaccines was another one. There's like a few different big vaccines that came out in that time period. And we're just rapidly just rolling back our greatest achievements of the past 100 years plus. Sick.
Children now.
Literally sick.
A Republican-backed bill making vaccine exemptions easier in Texas passed the House Public Health Committee Thursday in a tight 7-6 party line vote, sparking debate amid a West Texas measles outbreak. Opponents warn it risks public health as exemption requests have doubled since 2018.
People are saying, hey, fuck, that's terrifying. And on to the next story.
What's tragic is that it became so politicized. It's crazy if Republicans are less likely to get vaccinations than Democrats.
Curious. Better than antibiotics, yeah. I know I've talked to, it's been a while since, but when I was in the ICUs and different doctor visits after the really bad car accident, some of my doctors were talking about the different problems of antibodies in different ways. When I was getting the heart ablation, because I had like a little mini short circuit in my heart, it was called like Wolff Parkinson White when I was growing up, but then it turns out the version I had was slightly different. I fucking wish I remembered the fucking weird name, some string of doctors' names or some weird fucking other thing. There's a little receptor in an atrium. Yeah, atrium, not a ventricle, but an atrium, one of the top ones, that would just, make it pump out of rhythm and really fast. So then blood wouldn't really be going out. The heart would be just pumping amazingly fast and really hard, and then nothing's happening. It was a white person dancing, it was just not, it wasn't really doing its job right. And I could do these things where I'd clench my chest muscles and it would kind of like squeeze the heart and almost make it like, almost like a little mini like CPR and kind of like reset it and go, oh shit, and then it would go back to normal. I used to take some beta blockers. Atenolol was the medicine because it ended in lol, which I thought was funny, literally. The super tiny medicine, take it once a day. I never noticed any other problems with it. It was just one of those things that you could do to keep it under control. But after the car accident, it started going wild. So I was on all kinds of crazy meds in the hospital under a lot of trauma, losing blood, doing all these different things. So they were like, well, You're old enough now. Because before, when I was a kid, they're like, well, you're kind of young. We don't like sending a little probe into your heart because we don't want to do damage to your heart. It's not worth the risk. And this thing is usually pretty benign. You might have to sit down during a weird thing. They might, yeah. I don't really know exactly what beta do. They blocked the beta. They made me an alpha. It turns out I got a side effect. Now I'm a sigma. Now I don't know what to do. No. Now I'm just different. Now I'm weird. I've let the betas back in now. I'm all beta again. Yeah, so they zapped it out, and while they're doing it, they were like, "Oh yeah, this is one of the few things that we can cure in a person. We even the antibodies were losing the ability, and you end up with super bugs because the way that we've used antibiotics and the germs that they are, or whatever it is, you kind of do that whole cockroach thing where you end up a zeta. Whoa. You weed out the generations that just quite can't make it, and then now you have populations that can survive, some of them, and until we discover some new form, those things can kind of just run wild on people, and that's terrifying because you know what it is, you know what's going to happen to you, but it's like, well, this bacteria is going to eat you out from the inside out. Sorry, buddy. Yeep. My bad, you know. And I even got, like, because I had to wear a medical halo where they put, like, the bolts in, like, the front and the back. And you have this big bar around you. It looks like football pads to keep your head straight because my occipital condyle broke and gave me the internal decapitation. So it was those bolts that would go into your skull, and they would, like, go in just enough. The little tips of them, they were almost like, instead of being just a regular, like, pointed triangle shape at the end of a screw, I can do it here. So instead of, like, the screw being like a screw that might look like this when you zoom in and has, like, the spiral going down it, right? These ones would be like, they'd have, like, the width of the screw, but then they would, like, come to this very, like, honed point. Of course, it would actually go to a point, but it was like it wasn't even just a regular point. It was like a very specific point. And then your bone, your skull bone, would be X thick. So even when this thing pushes all the way up against it, this spike would only ever go so deep. It would never go through to your brain. Unless it was being pushed through, which did happen once as well. And they can even see on an x-ray, you can see, like, this little, like, spray on the inside of the brain, inside the bone, where, like, the little point came through, and it's just kind of got some breached the sac, which is what made it hurt so incredibly bad. That was not good. It did fuck me up quite a bit. It wasn't quite, I mean, it may have just been, like, I don't know, liquid or air or something. I'm not sure exactly what it was, or just blood, maybe. Probably blood, probably a lot of blood in there. But yeah, I would get, like, iodine to clean the bolt holes where you would, like, because you'd be bleeding and shit and your body's trying to heal, but there's this giant piece of metal in the way. Why did you stab your brain? I didn't do it on purpose, okay? But I ended up getting a staph infection on one of those holes, and then they got the results back. They were like, "Oh, you're in luck. This is like the vintage version of staph infection, like from the 70s. We can cure that no problem." And they're like, "Yeah, there's a new version that is resistant to bacteria. So it's a good thing you didn't get that one in your brain hole." I'm like, "Yeah, that does sound like a bad thing." Woo! Got lucky there, you know. Get lucky to survive the car accident. Get lucky to, you know, get different procedures to go well. Oh, you get lucky to get the vintage, the classic version of staph infection in your skull. So super scary to have germs that can't be cured. Medicine is barbarism. Even when they were like, because they would have this tool, this weird little ratchet. It's like a ratchet thing, but it has built-in, like, torque inhibitor, so that way, if it gets too hard to pull, it'll just kind of, like, not break, but it'll just allow it to pass by now. Like a type of thing that makes sure that they don't tighten bolts too hard to then go through your skull. But, because because you have to go in for like bi-weekly bolt tightenings or whatever it is. There's a whole process to having this archaic ass thing strapped to your skull, and it looks insane. We actually had to borrow my aunt's like convertible because I couldn't fit into our other big sedans because like the giant head cage thing in my body, I couldn't like get in the car to go to these visits. And like you could hire or call an ambulance, but it's like $1,000 every time you go to like rehab or you go to, just your regular checkup or whatever. But there's these little wrenches, and they would use these wrenches to tighten them up, and it was really uncomfortable, as you can imagine, because when they would tighten those bolts, there's 4 of them, it would feel like the top of your head is like pinching and like just gonna like explode and pop. Like it feels like it's going like this, and then you can just feel this like line down the middle. It's just like it's just gonna go. I'm so happy to be a dude, 100%. But that one time when the thing had gone through, it was really bad. It was very painful to move. I would wake up screaming or whatever, right? All that kind of stuff. And that was I was also for the leg at one point. But he's tightening it, and he's just tightening away. And he's like, usually it gets hard to do, and the torque kicks in. And the whole time he's doing it, I'm just feeling like this pressure behind my eye. Not that it was actually pushing into my eye, but just the way that the pain works inside of that like interior sac or whatever. My like eye was like full on red, like, and I'm just like every time he's doing it, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to stop and I'm going to get the neurologist. And I'm like, thank you. So I have like pain meds and shit, right? And like, but so I'm doing my best, but that was one of the worst moments I can remember. But honestly, I don't even remember it that bad. And the one major takeaway I took from that entire like 6 months-ish, because it was 10 days in the ICU, another week in the hospital part, I literally went crazy. Like, not like actually crazy, so literally is a bad word to use, but stir crazy, needed to get out of there, wanted to go home. Just, I thought I could be a guy who can lay in bed and just play video games all day, whatever it is. Not that I had video games to play, but even I needed to be out. I could not do it anymore. I got cooped up way too long. So those people in like nursing homes and shit who get cooped up, Jesus Christ, I feel so bad for them. Or people get cooped up in other bed situations, feel so bad for them. But I was able to see my family go through so much worse than I did, because they were told stuff like, oh, he might not make it. Oh, he's going to die tonight, or whatever kind of shit, because they're like trying to prepare them so that way the news is easier to take when it happens or whatever. But my dumb asses kept living. But just watching them look at their brother or their son or whatever, and how much it hurt them, and seeing me in pain, and they're next to me looking at my eye, and they're like, hold on, technician, should you get the so-and-so? Like, I know you're trained, and I don't want to interrupt you and make your job harder, but also this is my loved one. And it made me realize, like, especially when you're in your early 20s, you're like, oh, I'm invincible, and my life is my life. It's my decision, whatever. I'll skydive, I'll do whatever. But like, there's a lot of people who care about you, even if you don't really think about it. And I guess I had like a brother and a whole like nuclear family, whatever it is. So that's a bit more obvious, but it just gave me a lot of respect for it, or appreciation for it, and the knowledge about it. So, because like, pain is pain. It'll hurt real bad. Even with medicine, it won't be as bad, but like, pain also goes away. I remember it was one of the most painful things that ever happened to me, but I literally could not properly describe it anymore. And I kind of forgot exactly how bad it hurt. But the scars that they have, like I have, some physical scars, but the scars that they have will live with them forever. It'll haunt their nightmares and shit. And that's fucked up. So if it had to happen again, I guess it's super fucked up to say, but I would rather them be the one in the car accident and me to be one on the outside having to deal with the family pain. But like, no, that sounds wrong. You shouldn't say that. Yeah. But the story has that old happy ending because we got The lawyer didn't get a good job with the settlement because it was a pesticide truck that crushed us, whatever. And that, yeah, you could even see like the little remnants of my little halo scars. Those little, those two little. I can tell kids in the neighborhood, like that's where they removed the horns. Yeah. Shit, what was I saying? Fuck, I was talking about the horns. Shouldn't have fought the truck. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, we didn't get, because normally when there's I was a passenger, so like it's never my fault. So it was one insurance company of the driver versus the insurance company of the other driver, and they were debating about who should pay what or whatever it was. And it was like this, normally when there's an accident, it starts at 50-50, and then depending upon negligence or mistakes, it slides one way or the other. If it's the best case scenario for somebody, you're stopped at a stoplight, other guy rams into your back end, you can prove it, you get 100%. It's like one of the rare times that could ever happen, apparently, according to what the lawyers told me. But we ended up getting like 40%. We didn't even get 50%, which was like a big fuck you to us. Because I thought we should have won at least 75, whatever. Because they ran a red light. What the fuck, right? But our lawyers chickened out. But anyway, with a little bit of money we had left over after the insane amount of medical debt, and also the lawyer fees are crazy. It's like half. It's like whatever you win, half of it's gone. People joke about the government taking half. Lawyers take half or more, no matter what. So we ended up with like 20 grand in the bank after all the things were paid off, which back in 2012 or whatever, 2013 was good, but you know, I'm not rich. But I was able to have first and last month rent, which was a safety net, have a little bit of a back pocket for any weird, horrible emergencies. And then once we were both out of college and had jobs and saved up for a little bit longer, we were able to have enough money to do a down payment. Because like not all that money made it to the end, but it still took like another 8 years, something like that plus. And we eventually were able to put a down payment. So like we are millennials who got a home. So that's just the one weird trick. Mine is not based on working at my dad's company, just fresh out of high school. That's not my trick. My trick is almost dying and getting just enough money to eventually make a down payment. It's still not enough for PMI to go away. But yeah. How much is your deposit? I think it was like, because we also had saved up some money. So I think it was something like 20,000. So it became pretty close to the amount of, I guess, that we got from the thing. No, I got what you're saying. Yeah. I think it was pretty close to that. The house was like marketed for 200. This is like pre-COVID times too. So like housing prices were insanely different. We just got lucky. Like we had like a lease that was running out, and I'm like, hey, we both have jobs, stable, and you know, maybe we should look into, because like paying rent every month is just like throwing it away. It sucks. So let's try getting a house. And we looked into it, and then we got excited, and then we kind of pushed for it, and yeah, but it still wasn't the right percentage amount, because I think like the ending up, there's also closing costs and shit that add up to so much. No, yeah, literally, yeah. I would work with people, and I should look it up just to have the facts down. I don't know if maybe having the exact facts is like it makes it much more reverse Google searchable or something, but yeah. Like his houses in this area were like $250,000-ish, but then they would always sell a little cheaper back then. Now, who knows? It's like $500,000 or whatever, something stupid. We were able to like refinance after COVID, or like when COVID was still kind of like big, so the interest rates had gone like to almost nothing. So we have like a 2.3% interest rate or something crazy. It's like perfect storm, able to pass through life. Because I mean, but like some people have just rich parents, so they can just give them $50K or whatever, right? And that just changes their whole life. And it's just like, goddamn, like that's just insane to think about. I remember I was in college and people were talking about how their mom would like proofread their papers for them, and I was like, fuck, my parents stopped doing shit like that back in middle school. Fuck, I forgot about parents doing shit like that. Damn, they got it easy. Shit, fuck, you know.
Yeah, damn it. So I think we're going to end up, I mean, we don't have kids, so but I think we'll end up with we'll end up with basically the same living conditions as my parents, which is like wow, we shot above average. We did great. On the initial 30, you still yeah. Yeah, that was one of our friends. They yeah. Yeah, she was able to inherit from her dad. We unfortunately, her Kara's dad passed away, but we were not able to inherit the house that he lived in. So she grew up in a house here in Florida, but the he kind of lost his mind a little bit with a few things and started dating some people online and then started dating a person in real life, and then turns out, oops, there was a quick claim deed and he gave her the rights to the house, even though he never said that to anybody and told them the opposite. But she had all the paperwork and was very litigious the moment the ball dropped. And we're like, oh my God. We were allowed to go into the house for like a weekend to grab some like personal effects, but oops, you win some, you lose some. It's pretty bad. But that is sometimes the only way people is like if they're Gen X boomer / parents, whatever, are have an untimely passing at a certain age, if people can like take that slight intergenerational wealth that you hope that your parents had at their time. Otherwise, oops, then you got nothing. So life is tough. There needs to be a turnaround. Otherwise, what's going to happen? Like, there's a breaking point, right? There has to be a breaking point, but like, I'm soft. I'm not going in the street. Do they know that? Is that what they're working with? I worked with people before we got laid off, who were just like me when I first started, but they did not happen to have, they didn't luck into a long-term cohabitating relationship. So they're trying to find roommates and they have problems with them being, different individuals. They don't have a dual income spouse that they can share expenses with together. They don't have the dual income to save up for things on the back end. They have ever increasing rent prices, ever increasing, car insurance prices, different things, and then pay rates that do not keep up with them. People that also went to school just like me and got a degree just like me and working in their professional career, but then have no opportunities and shit. And it's just like, if I thought I had it bad, people who are like 5-8 years younger are just completely left to hang. Some of them have richer parents and stuff, and that's probably the only thing keeping them afloat. Just because the math doesn't math. Like, my parents told me when I was growing up that you want 20% to 25% of your income to go to your rent. This is when I was like a young kid doing like little worksheets about like how to budget for a house. Ever since I actually had like, college age, any place I would go would be 50 to 70% of my wages would go to rent. And it's not gotten better depending upon, exactly which city or whatever it is you're in. But like, the Tampa Bay area is not that metropolitan. It is very suburban sprawl. So like the apartments outside of the university were always a little run down. The weird little neighborhoods that you would try to find some solace in. It's brutal. I don't know how, I literally don't know how they do it. They might just live through debt. We were lucky we didn't have student loan debt. Just didn't. We worked enough to pay some stuff off. There's some Florida scholarships that we were able to apply for and get. It's just, the I always forget the prepaid thing my parents did, because that helped for first couple of years for sure, because there was like 1 year that turned into like 6 months of a dorm thing. And it locked in the rates when they started, which was around 1990-ish, which is like, seems like a lot back then, but oh my God, what a deal, what a discount. By the time you add it all up in the end, and they like lie to you and say, well, it doesn't work on lab fees. Oh, it doesn't work on administrative fees. It doesn't work on this, that, or the other. But still, it gets the majority of your credit hours, like in the first few years, and you're like, oh my God, what a godsend. But then you're still like washing dishes at the stadium, and you're still, and it sucks. And then like I wasn't able to focus on school, and then maybe if I played less World of Warcraft, I still could have focused. But like, it sucked. You needed to do something. Whatever. Now I've gone on my own my own failures. We're almost done.
Should be, sticking to the science.
Republicans, what do you know? They don't trust vaccines. Still 63 is fucking brutal. Weird that it was this low to begin with, to be honest. How important that they get vaccinated? That's still awful. Like, that's like barely 50%. My brother is like significantly more intelligent than I am. Reads fast, reads often. Great memory, skills. Can do math in his head. He did his AP stat exam in high school. He forgot his graphing calculator. They gave him one of those like checkbook calculators, and he got a 5. And everybody else, no one else got a 5. And he did it. He's great. But then like he didn't finish college. I helped him using some of that money that I had from the near dying thing before we were able to do the house. I lent him a bunch of zero interest money to just go to like a weird like coding boot camp place. And he was able to get not a degree or a certification, but just kind of like on the job training at a place that then hooked him up with a place that then got him out there to get a job. And he's been working at that place ever since. He was actually able to work there remote years before COVID stuff happened. And he's been able to just sort of rock and roll. But yeah, smartest guy I know in person. And he's, he dropped out of college.
But that's where it's really important to have consistent message from all levels saying this is what the science says, this is what's important. And so when we get all these conflicting information.
Yeah, his wife is now is like a legit actual doctor. So they're doing great. I mean, like, I could not imagine being an actual doctor because every day you're dealing with the tragedy of the world around you every day. Like, she's a hospital doctor. She's not just like a family care doctor or whatever it is. She's a hospital. Like, I don't think she's 100% the ICU specifically, but she's just like has rounds in a hospital, like the season of Scrubs or whatever. Like they just kind of see what they get, and the stories I hear out of it, and then there's also layers of like the sexism where she would walk into a room and they'd be like, "Oh, hello, nurse. When's the doctor coming in?" And she's like, "Okay, awesome." Like, not. Like, that is not a rare occasion. That is like a very common occasion. And it's just like, oh, like, it's not like she's wearing just scrubs or something. Like, it's like full on doctor, stethoscope, everything. It's like, wow, sick. But she comes from a family of doctors. So like, it's one of those things where she was able to get into a med school, kind of help pay for some things, but she still hasn't had really big student loan debt because doctor stuff is apparently insane. But I know people who also just kind of got like masters and other things and some other small degrees like education and stuff, and because they weren't able to pay off their debts, they have a similar amount of debt total despite having very different levels of degrees because they weren't able to immediately start paying it off. So student loan debt is just a ridiculous like anvil put on top of a swimmer, and it's like, why aren't they swimming? Do your laps, come on, what are you doing? And they just how they on the outside can't see the problem is glaring.
It starts to put more doubt in people's minds about the importance of vaccination.
We've got a FQHC here today that
Federal Qualified Health Center
is able to sign families up to say, hey, we're a federally qualified healthcare clinic, and we'll be able to provide healthcare for you and your family. But with these upcoming Medicaid cuts, that's also frightening because we don't know what's around that corner. There's going to be a lot of things that are looming around that corner that are going to affect the community.
The support we need to keep things like this going is just community funding and just people letting other people know that we are here and we're out here in the community.
What's already happened is the rifts, the reductions in force of a lot of the federal staff and the programs. So these are programs that CDC and FDA and NIH have been eliminated. And it's going to take us decades to get back to that. But for instance, chronic disease, it's an absolute priority and concern. But the leading cause of preventable death related to chronic disease is tobacco use. Yet they have eliminated already all of the staff at the CDC Office on Smoking and Health. They've cut back the FDA Center for Tobacco Control. All of these things make no sense if you're really trying to do something for chronic disease. People need to understand really how much destruction's going on and how it's going to set us back decades.
Dude, smoking's crazy. Like, even with the huge downtick in smoking deaths that would have happened because of the generational shift in what was cool, even though vaping is coming back or whatever, or making a resurgence, and now since vaping kind of sucks, there's a somewhat of a resurgence in tobacco, I've heard. But like, even with that major drop, they still fucking still look cool. That's right. They can defund that, but they can't defund how cool you look. Glad you quit. I'm glad too. I was just looking off to the side, like, okay, hold on. How long does it take to learn Mandarin? Let's see. Okay. How long does it take to become fluent in Mandarin? 2 to 5 years. Oh, I don't have time for that. I'm going to be dead before then. No. No. Maybe G will invade. Maybe we'll be saved by something else. You never know, right? The world's a complicated place. Slay Aspire. I've been playing Slay Aspire as like an idle thing for myself. And boy oh boy, I've been able to get the first 3 because I don't really play the new one, the new one. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, we should play some Apollo videos. That's a good detox. I'm just saying, Ascension 20 is like the highest difficulty of Aspire, and I've only been able to beat it on Ironclad and the Defect, but the Silent I haven't been able to get it yet. I think I have these videos down here. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm doing a thing where I try to stream every day. For my time, it's like 6:30 a.m., 6:38. I guess you can see, yeah. But I usually stream around 1 a.m. every day. I might eventually get off of the. I'm not sure what time zone you would be in or whatever, but I might get off of the overnight schedule. I was trying to like find a time slot between a few other leftists online, so that way I'd be online when like Carters and Nandres and Cinemarxism's kind of like go to bed. That's sick. Well, flexibility is sick, but yeah. And then I would try to be on long enough to then go into something like a Gremlo or a Mike from PA or Denims or whatever. But it takes time. And also I want to make my own YouTube videos and stuff so that way I can provide some extra layer of content or extra layer of like something that'd be useful to the community so that way they know I exist, right? Because like I've edited a couple of things for Cinemarxism, if you're familiar who that is. It's kind of like there's a galaxy of people who somewhat know Hassan, and then there's the outer edges of the galaxy, and then there's the completely out into nowhere deep space. I'm just a little tiny rock trying to fly into some gravitational orbit of just online leftism that happens to be on this side, centered around Hassan stuff. But my niche would be I'm a TV production nerd. I worked for 15 years doing my play it safe job until oops, they laid you off. And I'd always thought about like what would it be like to try to be a content creator and to do stuff. But then I was always too chicken shit to actually like go for it. I tried a little bit of like working and being like a Ludwig style guy, but that didn't like spark joy. And also I didn't feel like it was really making a difference in the world. Just being like, look at my banana bread I baked. Wowee. But then like, oh wow, leftism really kind of changed my perspective on so many things. It'd be kind of good to do that, and I might feel fulfilled. Hard and nerve-wracking, yeah. I mean, I assume Seattle up there in the Pacific Northwest has some good protections, but everything is being defunded constantly, so I'm sure it has its issues. Yeah. But so I have a lot of TV production knowledge. I was able to live stream just using like a mobile phone. There's two different free apps. There's IRL Pro and there's also Moblin. IRL Pro is Android, Moblin is iOS, and they have like their own built-in cellular bonding kind of things. You don't have to pay for it. It's just kind of a built-in doing its best with what you have, which generally might be 1 to 2 lines of data at most. But you can do IRL streaming. I did a stream where I drove down to the Pride events in downtown St. Petersburg in the Tampa Bay area, and then we streamed it, walked up and down, didn't cut away. But I do have like a scene that can auto cut away to like a BRB. The bitrate's bad, all that different stuff. It's like I might make a video of like teaching people how to do it. I was also thinking I made a few TikToks here and there trying to be a little goofy, but I might make a TikTok about how easy it is to stream to YouTube, but you can also stream to YouTube unlisted. That way, which is kind of the default setting, honestly, but it might be worth doing. Because if you're at a protest or something and you don't want to like dox a bunch of people who are unmasked or get unmasked or whatever, but you don't be worried that the police could do some fucked up shit, then if you streamed it to YouTube straight on unlisted thing, even if like the agents like destroy your phone, the recording is not lost. It's saved into the Google Cloud. The stream would just end. And then also you can then look through the footage, flip out whatever you needed from it, or blur faces. It would not be available for like Nazis to then try to dox your friends or fellow colleagues or whatever. I mean, I guess technically Google Unlisted is not entirely, I mean, there's also private, so even with the link, they couldn't see it. There's a few different settings that you can set. You may not trust that Google could even have that information without being like, have their mitts on it, but I maybe like, but I figure for like 10 million people. Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, especially for privacy during protests and stuff, but also whenever I see somebody wearing a mask, it's like, wow, I appreciate it. They must be feeling a little sniffly or a little coughy and they just don't want to cough on stuff. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Everyone will always default to this, like, that mask doesn't protect you. Why are you wearing it? And I'm like, dog, it's for you, not for me. Like, because I was one of those guys who was wearing a mask a very long time at work to the point that people would be like, are you okay? Like, I'm like, well, just rather not spread something if I don't know I have it or whatever, you know, we're still in that phase. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's, even if you don't think it does a good job of stopping germs from coming in, which it does more than nothing, honestly, at least it stops my stinky breath or my sick breath from getting all over you. That should be a consolation prize enough. Why do you care? Also, I keep a little list of maybe it's time for, this is one it's a few weeks old, but it might need to get updated with all the Mondani stuff going on. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't hurt them at all. I did Steadicam, which is like the big, you ever seen Aliens? I guess we can just, so nowadays it's all fucking, yeah. So like, this is Steadicam. You wear a vest. There's a spring arm camera on a thing. There's lots of different versions of it. So in the movie Aliens, this is like a cool like gimbalized version. They used a Steadicam arm, the same exact spring arm that uses the cameras. They just put the gun on it. So that is like the vest and arm from an official Steadicam rig. It just looks so robotic and weird that So like I'm wearing this vest with this big ass shit on it. I'm still full screen. Oh fuck, thank you. At least you can see a little bit. But yeah. So the movie Aliens, they have that spring arm and vest that as a prop was used, but it was just a Steadicam. Oop. No, I don't want Google searching it. It's just a Steadicam vest and arm setup. That's why I usually start off with Aliens, like, you know, that thing from Aliens, but like not everybody knows the thing from Aliens. It's heavy. The camera itself is also fucking heavy, and the more you hold the camera out, leverage, the more heavy it wears on your vest because it pulls on your vest and shit. But I'm wearing that vest with like the double mask, the cloth mask over the sort of hospital mask thing, sweating my ass off on the stage, you know, shooting a fashion show or something. And I'm like, I can breathe just fine. I'm huffing and puffing through this thing. I'm doing well. You know, I had to like bring extra masks because they just go sweaty. I have to switch them out. But like you can breathe just fine through that one you're wearing. You're fine. Like I know, because there are people who have concerns and stuff, but these are not those people. You know what I mean? You don't want to judge a book by its cover, but I'm like, yeah, you know. Yeah. So
the homie deculture.
This is FD Signifier, which I guess is a breakdown of FD streams, which might be one of his sub channels. Maybe it's even a fan channel. But he made a definitive list of the shit lib tier list. Now, the sweat sucks, yeah. Sunglasses is where I would get the fog, and there's like the trick about putting the nose brace as high as possible and keeping your glasses as far down, but there's limits to how much that can work. It's great. Oh, okay, cool. Because I was wondering, because like a bunch of new shit libs have, you know, whack-a-mole popped their heads up since the Mondani win, and this may have been just before that. So
Called me out. The thumbnail was a little much, but he called me out and I wouldn't talk to him because he made some good points, right? And I was like, all right, I gotta engage with that criticism because I can learn something there. But I did say, what if I made it funny? So I decided instead of crashing out, I really do need to get ad blocker.
So also, just in case there's ever a video that we watch, they all get posted into the React Sources channel. So they all get put in there. Unless I forget to do it, which happens occasionally, but generally speaking. And hopefully, yeah, there's like, well, I wonder if I search lib, for example, in this channel, does it find it? It does, yeah. So if I look up like tier list, this video, oh no, it has the word list in there. Fuck, I thought it was like finding it from this clickable title, but it doesn't. Shit. Well, maybe I should find a way to get the actual video title to get put into the post as well. I use streamer.bot. It's another weird streamer thing that I do where I have these like lots of different plugins. Like when I move from scene to scene, it has the move transition. Oop, well, if you catch it in between a transition, the things don't work right. But you know, all these different. Oh, you love streamer.bot? Oh, hell yeah! I'm a big streamer.bot believer. It's very useful. Yeah. Like I've got. I used to do more of these back when I was trying to be like a Ludwig style guy, but there's like sometimes I'm like, okay, I want to do a fun bit. So we're talking about, oh, that's if you buy the Patreon, you can get access to the alpha of the new 1.0 release. So because he paywalled it for that reason, I was like, you know what? I've been using StreamerBot for I don't know how many years. This guy owes $6, whatever it is. Like, I have it, and that gives me access to the alpha. I haven't turned it off. I might eventually, especially now I'm laid off. I might have to like stop paying, but I like just keep the alpha for now, But yeah, it's so good because I can actually, of course, yeah. I mean, considering what he does and what he makes, because let's see, we're talking about measles, right? So I have to do this better. Measles, you see, Rogan, who I am assumingly am speaking to specifically, who makes measles? Where do measles come from? That's the question no one's asking, and that's the brain, right? The brain is where measles come from because think about it, it's meat. That's what the brain. I think therefore I am. And aliens. Aliens are what we are, because we all know that aliens, had to put us down here because jellyfish, they look nothing like us. There's no way that we could do that. And why couldn't we do it? It's because fish. Schools of fish. We're nothing like them. We got legs and everything. So that's where measles come from. Also,
I believe that this nation should commit itself.
I've got a couple of ones that I can hot punch naturally, but that was a joke at making garbage TikTok stuff. Am I smelling toast? Yeah. I also have like an Asmongold one I made. I haven't had a good reason to use it yet, but it's just like whenever you're like, wow, based. I haven't gotten the eyebrow, like when he's all like smug, and I have like a little friend. Wow. Oh, it's a side fuck. I'm not smelling toast. I'm smelling winning. Oh. Let's see. Get out of here. Yeah, nice. I haven't had 100% good reason to use it yet, but just little stupid stuff. I like making these little things. And they're really easy to do. They're just simple little events inside of I think it's like a Rogan. Bits and events, yeah. It's just like, play this sound of like, turn my face tracking on. Do these, turn my camera on top of my camera so my green screen camera sits in front so that way the curtain can come behind me and look like it's actually doing it. Oh, dang. Yeah. So I don't know that there's a lot of streamers that in the Hasanabi orbiting circle that deal with this kind of stuff. At one point, Nandre had a problem with one of those plugins that like splits up your audio in the recording. And I was trying to help him with that, but then I think he just fixed it by just reducing a lot of his audio sources. So I was trying to be a useful person behind the scenes, doing the video edits for a couple of people. And I know Carter's going to do a little mini competition where he like stands in front of a green screen and goes like, wow, that smells, wowie, or make a bunch of like things that you can then edit together. So I'd hope to be able to edit something decent there. Just to kind of like, not just say, watch me for no reason, but just to sort of like have a valid skill set. Gremlo's a big weeb. Carter makes music. Cinemarxism is like a actual documentarian. What else they got? Watch me for a reason. Wait, I didn't know you also streamed. I mean, I guess it's being polite not to like self whatever, but yeah. It's a tough world out there. It's only getting tougher. Oh. That's a dangerous one. Sure, why not? But just, watch yourself. In Minecraft.
Make a lit tier list. And I'm making this public because I want people to add to it. I was going to make it real deep, but I want to add to it with y'all. So I want y'all to help me brainstorm other people to put on the list. So here are the categories. At the top is guillotine proof. So guillotine proof means everybody agrees.
You got to be careful with what you put in your tier list. Hold on. You better not like, I don't know, puts raisin in potato salad or something. If someone might get real offended by whatever food choice you might put in a tier list. No, don't do that.
Nobody has anything bad to say about them. Purity tested means if you run them through the purity test, they're gonna take some L's. Bernie.
I'm not 100. What there's a whole Bernie Sanders tier? What the fuck? He's just on his own level. I have not seen the media, specifically anti-Hassan media. I mean, there's always going to be anti-Hassan media no matter what. He's big, muscular. Unless there's a Medea specifically you're speaking of.
Sanders. I guess we'll start there. Bernie Sanders. Normie. which is like, this is where I think the average person's politics tend to be. Tolerated centrists is, I don't know, these are people that are possible of having a good take on a good day, but you really shouldn't give them too much time or energy. Ooh, Killer Mike, that's a good one. Thank you. Shit lib. I think we all know what a
Yeah, Killer Mike really let me down because, like, back when I was first being on my resistance arc, Run the Jewels and like Kill Your Masters and all these different things, I was just kind of getting turned on to, and then, but then he started coming out. Like, I forget if he was saying like a pro cop thing. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember there was something where it's like, whoa, huge. What I thought was a tone shift from him. Oh no, yeah, I have heard about that. Yeah. Which is really stupid. Which is really stupid. Is Run the Jewels RTJ? Killer Mike is one of those dudes. Killer Mike had been in a bunch of like Bernie Sanders campaign videos in like the 2020 election run up. He was on like some public appearances and made some YouTube videos and stuff. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, oh man, I remember growing up loving Louis C.K. I thought he was so funny. I there was so many people that I was like, I swear to God, after a while, it's like, bro, if you turn out to be a piece of shit, I'll be so pissed. I can't. Lil Bill, like Lil. I guess there's a few different Bills that did stuff. I knew some people a little older than me who were like, they love Bill Cosby. And then they were like, oh no. Oh no. I just, that's definitely hard for them. He think he was saying that, I forget the character's name from the Cosby Show, but he's like, no. This character is fine, but the person is bad, which is one of the all-time, like, just the number one and the more ever increasingly necessary, not debates, but just topics, is separate the artist from the art, the art from the artist. I'm never gonna, be mad at somebody because they don't want to support like Harry Potter or whatever. I support that boycott measure, whatever it is. He dropped a video of him realizing cops are bad, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Couldn't watch him down. You mean the video of him like cops are good? Or like Little Bill, like the TV show Little Bill, like the Nickelodeon Junior little TV show Little Bill? What? I thought you were like just saying Bill as in like Bill Clinton or Bill Cosby or something, but like, yeah. Crazy. Oh, they're a YouTuber. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit lib is, and then actually right wing is kind of self-explanatory. And then we're gonna brainstorm some other up.
There's some tough ones there between the normie down to the shit lib. Like that's kind of like, that's a real fine edge. Like a lot of that is closer together. Maybe because I'm more, perhaps even overly against traditional normie libs nowadays. So my normie to shit lib is a very, very tight line. I might even flip-flop tolerated centrist and normie as like just an overall idea, because Bernie Sanders, the next thing down is tolerated centrist, and then worse than a tolerated centrist would be what I consider a normal lib, because I think of them more on the right side than the center side. So yeah.
People to put in here. I guess we got to start with Lin-Manuel Miranda. Now, I was ready to put Lin-Manuel Miranda into normie until I found out he did that beat for Lil Wayne. What is his stance on Palestine right now? What's his stance on Gaza? He performed, so he did perform for Clinton and all of them. He did perform for Obama, but who didn't? I think we're gonna give Lin-Manuel. I think normie tolerated sin.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that he's the classic shit lib category just because he's like you. Well, what was it? Well, I guess that wasn't him technically that did that election song, right? No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Centrist? Nah, because he's not a centrist. He's definitely a lib. So I think Normie. I think Normie is pretty appropriate. All right, Barack Obama.
But he's like, I stand with her, right? Was he a Bernie bro, right? Where was he?
It's gonna be niggas.
That's where I put him in the shit lib category, because I'm pretty sure he was standing with her. Is he just quiet in the primary season and just waits until, you know, what he sees as the inevitable happens, or what?
He's mad at me. This nigga's actually right wing.
No complaints. Hey, no complaints.
This nigga's actually right wing. I wish I could put him at shit lib, but he's not. This nigga's actually right wing. All the problems the black community is having right now with our political ideology, the way we're fractured.
I imagine there's many a person similar, but when I was growing up in a very conservative household, I had the simple decision of, at the time frame of the early 2000s, going, okay, right before I could vote, I couldn't vote for Bush or Gore. I think it was Bush Gore, right? Yeah, in 2000. I wasn't able to vote for Bush there was also a 2004 election I wasn't able to vote for. I think that was Kerry. Yeah. I wasn't able to vote back then. I was a little too young. Oh, Garnet from what the fuck? Whoa. I would put Garnet damn near guillotine proof. I haven't watched all of Steven Universe, but damn, what the fuck? Also, she's like made of garnet, right? She's probably is guillotine proof. Obama, I think, was my first election, and like I was like, okay, which side is like pro gay people? Because like I had the very conservative upbringing, very conservative ideas and thoughts, but I still knew that people's rights made a lot of sense. Pro-abortion. So I was a very just traditional lib person. Oh, she's just yelling at me. But I voted for him. I voted for him went to brunch. I was still not political. I was just playing like fucking Dota and shit with my high school friends who were way too edgy. We all said gay is a pejorative, even though we were like fighting for gay rights. That was the time period, right? So I was always like defending him half-heartedly because that's the team I picked. I was Team Blue. That was it. And then Pearl is shit lib, 100%, dude. And I just go off of like the fucking like the small amount of episodes I have seen, but it seems too perfect.
It's not his fault, but he is emblematic and like complicit in how that happened, real quick, right? It's not even the laughing at Donald Trump part. It's so many other things. Charlemagne the God. So Charlemagne the God, I tend to think that Charlemagne gets worse than he deserves. This is tough, right? Yeah, let's have fun with it. God damn it, let's have fun with it. Please don't remake this and put all the bread tubers on it. Oh, I got a couple I gotta add. Hold up. Theo Von, Bill Burr, top tier black character in the game. We on to something. This is why I got 1 million subscribers. I understand what the streets need, but let's keep it moving. Kamala Harris. I give Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt. I think she's just a normal shit lib. Mostly because I don't think Kamala Harris has ever had original political opinions. Does that make sense? Like I'm trying to think of this through the most broad lens. Yeah.
Once a cop, always a cop. I love that. Yeah, I was like, I'm sitting there listening to the headphones. I'm like, hold on. First off, Bill Burr, if he's not guillotine proof, he's the next one down. Like, you know, because he's not actually like a policy creator, but he has such based like just personal politics, right? He's amazing. But dude, what the hell? Damn, who's this hot guy with good opinions? Whoa, Oni Spumoni. He must have edited this. That's an Oni Spumoni edit. She's a careerist, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely put her actually right wing. Literally, Israel right now is considered a right-wing policy because Democrats, even the fucking generic, he's a copy of the Biden man, absolutely. And Biden was, fucking crime bill, fucking hanging out with Strom Thurmond shit. So yes, absolutely right-wing. I had to stop feeding the cats just to come up here. I was like, no. Okay.
Yeah, she's a careerist. That's a really good way to put it. I don't like putting her on the same tier of Obama because, like, she only exists in the way she is because of Obama. Everything about Kamala Harris, along with like a Cory Booker, what was it, Beto O'Rourke? Those are people that looked at the Obama playbook and said, how do I reproduce that? All right, so here's a harder one. Is she just Bernie Sanders, maybe? Is that easy? She's the inverse of, she's not a normie. Nah, she's not a normie. I can't do that because that's giving normies way too much credit. Do y'all know normal people?
I would put her at the Bernie Sanders level. She has a potential in the next few years to see where she goes. Does she climb higher or does she climb lower? Yeah, she's a Sanders. She's being mentored via the Sanders thing. She's probably going to take the baton from Sanders if he ever stops being in the public eye, specifically. If he ever, he's holding on. He's somehow on the other side of the same seesaw that the other evils can do, and he's on the other. He's hopefully gonna last as long, make it to 100, just like what's his name, the guy that did Cambodia. Yeah, I mean, like, but she did actually do the Mandani thing. Should she have done it differently and better? But it worked. Was it actually the right time? She seems to have too many fucking dumbasses in her circle, but again, I don't, I'm not an industry person. Bad motives. She's dropping, yeah. That's why, like, but also Bernie Sanders is not necessarily the most, up to speed on Israel and shit, and has made other mistakes along the way. So I think Sanders is a good spot for him. But again, she has the ability to climb higher, right? She does have it could happen. But she also could go lower. But I think currently, it's a good spot for it. I think it's a good spot. I think it's natural.
Like, normal people are not where AOC is. As many issues as AOC has, and I'm not here to do a bunch of the work on that. Normal is we just elected Donald Trump to a second non-consecutive term. You feel me? All right, white Jesus. Is this normie or tolerated centrist? He said shit lib. I can't take him all the way down to shit lib. I might have to, actually. I don't.
Is normie Jesus supposed to be actual Jesus? Or sorry, white Jesus? If it's actual Jesus, then I would put him at, like, straight up. Actual Jesus was like base as hell, right? I assume, based off of the things I know, like, hey, the rich cannot get to heaven and feed the poor and treat the sick. But white Jesus, ooh, I would put him at, I think shitlib is right. I don't think tolerated centrist is accurate. I think you're right, that it's definitely a shitlib. White Jesus is that, like, he's like Republican, yeah, supply side Jesus. Absolutely. Yeah, basically. I mean, because whose house is white Jesus hanging up in, right? That's what's painting his policies, if you will. And it's in those boomer grandparent houses. It's in those, I guess there's like some subsect of like POC houses and stuff. Yeah, I mean, like depending upon where, right? Actual Jesus led the modern day equivalent of the far right cult. Did he? Actual Jesus? Modern day. Oh, okay. I thought it was Trump, but I guess maybe it was Jesus. Yeah. So yeah, definitely shitlib is the right way to put it. Okay.
Oh no, I think white Jesus is a shitlib. Y'all right. Y'all right. I think that's real. All right, so here's what y'all can educate me on, because I've never done this research, but I've heard that Jimmy Carter is like low-key more base than he gets credit for. Like, I'm sure he was the president of the United States, so like surely he's bad in essence. Tolerated centrist, that might be it. I'm gonna put him ahead of Charlemagne though. And I guess I gotta put Jesus ahead of Kamala Harris. All right, Joe Biden. All right, so who's worse, Joe or... So Biden's worse than Obama. Biden's worse than Obama. So yeah, okay. Yeah, Biden's worse than Obama. I'm tripping, my bad, y'all. I just have, it's personal with Obama, but I be forgetting how bad Joe Biden is. All right, so JPEG Mafia. So
JPEG Mafia, I don't know that. I don't know about that one, but Actual Jesus was pretty cool. Yeah, I can't imagine he wasn't. Jimmy Carter, I don't know. I know that there's a couple of different like war things. A few, probably, I think was it even the Middle East even? There's definitely some, or maybe it was just the CUSSR specifically. There's a few different videos I'm trying to make sure I keep them all the knowledge in my head, but you know, when you just watch YouTube videos, that's all you do. It kind of blends together a bit. I know some people liked what he did, but also he did the traditional president bad shit. So I think without knowing enough about it, centrist or normie makes sense by today's standards, even though he was considered super whatever at one point by today's standards for sure. What was the other one that they did? Oh, Biden, yeah, for sure. Put him down there. Yeah.
I just have, it's personal with Obama, but I be forgetting how bad Joe Biden is. All right, so JPEG Mafia. So I gotta put him above Charlemagne. JPEG Mafia can do some dope shit every once in a while, but he also will do some shit. I'm like, JPEG, what was that? Low-key shit lib? Nah. I mean, everybody worked with Kanye. You can't like, I got 3 Kanye videos, and the first 2, I was trying not to cry about it. You gotta give people room to like evolve from where they were. Is he higher than Lin-Manuel Miranda? Centrist at best? I'm gonna put him.
I know that at one point, I feel like he had some weird smoke for Hassan at one, but also I think also he was like agreeing with Hassan at one point, so I don't know enough. So I guess centrist-ish area also makes sense. That's a blind spot for me, for sure.
I'll put him above, for now I'm gonna put him above Charlemagne. All right, Old Bread Tube. Old Bread Tube is between Bernie and AOC. Right wing,
Old Bread Tube? Is that like H Bomber guy? Like the OGs? Maybe they're thinking, okay, sure. Maybe they're thinking of like ContraPoints' Shift, but this is supposed to be the before times.
Old Bread Tube is not right wing. It's definitely not normie. Y'all have way too much respect for normies. You have way too much hope for normies. So Old Bread Tube is ContraPoints, Philosophy Tube, H Bomber guy, Lindsay Ellis. So Old Bread Tube is like all the bread tubers who like came up with Bernie Sanders. So I do
H Bomber specifically into drama shit.
I do know a lot of those folks, but
yeah, some of them are doing all kinds of stuff. They're doing like the Sniper Wolf thing, the Jacksepticeye. Is that a bread tuber? He might not be a bread. He might just be an old YouTuber.
I really do again, as I was saying earlier, like, so ContraPoints is probably the icon of Old Bread Tube. And ContraPoints did such a good job of being an online leftist circa 2017 to 2021 that she's not left enough for the environment she helped create. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, I'm never gonna be
we gotta get FD some ad block. I still use Google Chrome. And I still use uBlock on Chrome. When you go into your like extensions thing, there's an option to go in there and like turn the ones that they think they don't like on anymore. And now uBlock is back on the list of things you can turn on. So you might have to go re-enable it if it was disabled before, but maybe eventually it's gonna fuck me up and turn off permanently, but it works.
As critical as other people, being in the position I am. So we'll put them under AOC. And so then we got New Bread Tube. New Bread Tube is like Hassan, Noah Samson, me, cornbread niggas. Yeah, we're not taking it seriously, chat. Black Jesus is on here. Goku is on here.
Oh shit. Goku's on here.
I feel like New Bread Tube is purity test. Is that giving us too much credit? We'll put it there for now.
Interesting. If he's including himself and Hassan, I guess I would put it above Bernie Sanders and AOC, right? Not entirely on the guillotine proof, because if for some reason, I can't imagine there would be a point where, I can't imagine there's a point But they could do a Cenk Uyghur, whatever split, or just slowly just fade away with the times. I don't know. Some type of ableism take will just send him too far, and he'll never recover. It's technically possible. It's kind of like how I would tell my wife. She'd be like, "Oh, we're soulmates. We're perfect for each other," and I'm like, "Hey, don't think like that. You know, the human brain and emotions are all fragile things. I could grow a small tumor in my mind and turn into a serial killer. I can turn into some kind of like evil being. Some kind of like fungus could like infect me and change my personality entirely. Like if I'm a bad person to you, especially for a consistent period, you should have the right to, you know, we're not soulmates anymore. Like it's an evolving process. And be romantic. Yeah, I know. I ruin the mood. I do all the bullshit that's wrong. I'm dumb as hell. I work with like brutal honesty, and it's worked out okay. But we were also both people who were happily ready to just koala hug each other and maintain a very long-term relationship, which is definitely not the norm, and it was a lucky roll of dice that we were both willing to do that. And I've grown so much since then. Like that was when I was 20 years old, and I am now 37. So that was a long time ago. We've been together for a very long time. I'm glad that the person I became is better, and I'm glad that the person she's became is better, and I'm glad she also likes the version I became better and likes the better version better. Because maybe she'd be like, actually, I love Donald Trump, and I'd be like, well, we got to figure out how to divide the cats, you know? So even though I love Hassan and he's inspired so much or whatever and done so much with me, you can't even count that high. Yeah. I have advice for specific types of relationships, but when it's like, how do you date somebody? It's like, well, when you work at Taco Bell and the other person also works at Taco Bell, have the other guy at Taco Bell ask that Taco Bell person if they like you or not and be willing to go on a date with you. And then when the other person says you're in the clear, then do it. Like that's what I did. Take the fronts, take the backs. Yeah, I was got the cat dog, but it's just the two cat asses smashed together. Damn it. We only have one litter box and they got a double-ended ass. But yeah. I love Hassan, but he could Louis C.K. me at any moment. Maybe not specifically jerk off in front of me or something, because that would be what most people would want to see. Most of his ops, actually. What a time to come back. It's just that he's I would say that none of those individual personalities are particularly guillotine proof, but you could argue like Black Jesus would be, right? You know,
we'll put it there for now. All right, so Twitter leftists. I made this for a reason. Twitter leftists are the only people that are guillotine proof. Nobody's getting the.
I don't know, man. Cat ass with a little cat ass.
Above that. Nobody's getting above Twitter leftists. They're the only ones that are guillotine proof.
Really? I mean, like sometimes there's like problems that go back around the other way. Like sometimes the Zay Squirrel account can kind of go a little crazy bananas or whatever it is. Maybe I am guillotinable in their eyes then in comparison. I'm probably not the most left person in the world, I guess, right? Like I support prison abolition, but do I actually see us getting to a world where there are no prisons or peace officers? No. But do I believe the U.S. prison system and the U.S. police officing system is abhorrent? Absolutely. But there are nations that do policing, but I don't see all forms of, you know, you got to have something. You got to have something. And even people who want the eventual nothing, they're like, there has to be a transition, right? But I feel like, you know, there are some happy 420. Oh, shit. Well, it's 720 for me. But yeah. What is only 4 hours away? Thinking too hard? Sure. But that's where like Twitter leftists would be beyond me because they're the ones that go insane.
All right, Black Jesus. So I feel like Black Jesus is purity tested. Normie?
What the fuck? Maybe my understanding is like that means it's like the true Jesus, or do they mean like the meme of like the Vladimir Putin. Putin.
Am I being
really?
too nice to Black Jesus? I just know I'm gonna get a phone call if I put Black Jesus under Lin-Manuel Miranda. I'm gonna do sometimes you just do the funniest thing. So the funniest thing is to put Black Jesus in the Bernie Sanders category above Bernie Sanders, right? I think that's the funniest possible thing to do. So, Bill Burr. Is Bill Burr Bernie?
He already tested it. I think that's where he belongs. Unless I'm misunderstanding what the purity tested means. But like every issue that seemed to come up, he's been pretty much vindicated and has ended up having the right take on it. I could see him going into the Bernie Sanders category, but he's definitely not like an actual policy member or something. Yeah, purity tested, that makes sense.
Sanders, or is that giving him too much credit? Do I give him above Brett too? Bill is based. I don't know. I just know he gonna say something eventually. Is Bill purity tested?
He's not. Yeah, there was some early cancel culture era things that made me wary of him, for sure. Where like I would see some of his sets and I'm like, he's a goblin, but he's based. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's going to, from his cishet perspective, find a way to, without punching down, make jokes, I trust him. And I do agree that I think some of his material was a little bit messed up. Yeah. I might have to rewatch some of those older ones, but then again, is that fair? Because he could evolve forward. So I love seeing him telling Joe Rogan to shut the fuck up. We're both idiots. I love seeing him do his own podcast where he's like, hey, I love Luigi. It's awesome. It's like, oh my God, what the fuck? What the hell? He seems like he's got a lot of, yeah.
I'm not putting nobody white above Black Jesus. I'm not putting nobody white above Black Jesus.
Damn.
Actually, I'm gonna give Bill above Bernie Sanders.
Hold on, wait a minute. You think Twitter leftists are not? Are they all POC? Is that legit?
All right, Goku. Goku's shit lib at best. Am I tripping?
I would put Goku straight at probably. I don't think Goku would have an evil bone. Like he wouldn't be like, yeah, we need to have some deportations, right? I couldn't see him doing that. I couldn't see him saying that. I didn't watch a lot. I watched like the Cell Saga of Dragon Ball Z. I didn't watch all of it before and after, but that's about the gist of what I watched. Yeah, exactly. So like, but he would be like, fiscal policy, he would have no opinion. So that would be where you can say normie, because he just has zero understanding what any of that shit is. But when they're like, okay, we want to deport people, he'd be like, what? No. When he's like, okay, we're going to, not allow people to come into the country, he'd be like, what? No. Like that would be like his default would be just like human rights stuff, I would imagine, which I would put them at like the centrist area, because I guess that would be like, I don't know what you're talking about with the money stuff, but I just want like the gay rights, people rights, trans rights kind of shit. That seems like it would make sense to me. All he wants to do is fight, right? That's supposed to be his only thing, is that all he cares about is just being able to like have a good time and do stuff, which puts him right around the normie-ish area, because he's like, I don't talk about politics. Yeah. Is beating up illegal aliens.
Goku's tolerated centrist. Let's go through Goku's lore. Because Goku is completely unprincipled. He don't
is
vote.
An alien.
Goku doesn't not vote out of like a political ideology. He just is training. He don't do shit but train and fight. Here's why I know Goku is shit-lived. If you came to Goku and said, Israel and Palestine are fighting, he would only ask about who's training. He would not have any actual
I mean, do we play the Hamas videos? Do we play the Yemenis videos? That's training, right? What do you show him?
Analysis on it. He would ask, which army is stronger? I'll go fight them. Out of principle, though, I'm gonna put him above White Jesus. All right, Piccolo. Piccolo was low-key a freedom fighter, wasn't he? I gotta Google Piccolo personality. Originally, Piccolo inherited his father's desire for world domination, destroying Goku, who's determined to prove his superiority. Piccolo's a hotel. Piccolo's a recovering hotel. All right, so Piccolo is a, we gonna put him above Lin-Manuel Miranda. Yeah, he never wanted to return to Namek, that's real. He didn't want to go back and plant seeds. All right, the Black Church. The Black Church, we're gonna put above.
All I know is like that's in the Bible. Like the Obama church that he went to before he had to then get shamed out of like saying, actually, I don't like those guys. So they were way more based. Were they more radical? They're definitely higher than normie. They're either Bernie Sanders or purity tested. Guillotine proof? Honestly, maybe. Because like they're like reparations, they're like, freedoms. They're, it seems pretty good, like they don't. I mean, I'm not aware of all the. I was gonna say they don't talk about it, like, well, I'm not aware. Like I have not been played videos on all the other topics, but what I have seen.
Are we gonna put them at the top of the tolerated century?
But he might have more knowledge because like they could be a Kamala, supporter, the mainline Democratic Party, thinking of like the old aunties or whatever, right? Like the different layers of how the party pushes things. So there's too much swing. He goes back and forth. Yeah. He's going low. He's going low.
Category shit lip. Yeah, y'all right. I'm tripping. My bad. We gotta at least put him above White Jesus. No, y'all gotta peep. Eventually, I'm gonna make this happen because I'm doing some Black Church stuff. That one, the Black Church was the epicenter of Black leftist movements for a good 20, 30 years.
Oh, so I guess he's like encompassing the entire history. So that is not enough to get it higher, and he must be really bad now. Is that what he's getting at?
Now, the co-option that happens going into the 70s is a problem. The nonsense that comes out of the Black Church sometimes now is a problem. However, it's still a bastion of, like, if we could ever reclaim the Black Church, it would be over. So I can't put them no lower than Goku. They ain't never gonna give us the Black Church back. No, we gonna take it back. I'm telling you. We gotta do Kendrick Lamar. So Kendrick Lamar, I guess that means we have to do Drake. Steph Curry, that's a good one. Steph Curry, whole family's light skinned, and I can't trust him. I can't trust no whole light skinned family.
Oh,
which also means we gotta do LeBron.
That's rough.
And Hank Hill. Hold on,
Yo, Hank Hill. Hold on. Look at that photo over here. Look what the hell. that's a great. He's like, what the hell? Huh? What the hell? Are you talking like, Act 1 Hank Hill? Are we talking like the before the credits Hank Hill? Like which version? Because you're gonna deal with like basically a Republican at the start, and then you're gonna end up at tolerated centrist at best, probably. But hey, that's quite the improvement across a 23-minute episode.
Drop the link. Is this one U Block Light? Should I do that one? So let's see.
Oh my God, yes.
Wow, that is much better. Whoa,
oh my God.
Is this what the internet looks like to everybody else?
Yes.
Damn, that is
no wonder we're on it all the time. He's like, this sucks. Why did anybody use this?
horrible. That is so much better. Oh, Luffy. That's easy. I'm tripping. Yeah, I should have been did that one. Which also means
he's definitely not super far up the ladder. I'm thinking of like his acceptance of certain things, but then he still has his non-acceptance moments even at the end.
We gotta do it.
I don't know who
all right,
this
so
is.
back to the list. Snoop Dogg. I'm not gonna give y'all.
Ooh. Hold on. Snoop Dogg did the thing where he was like, I don't remember that specific entanglement, whatever. But he was there to help out with the Jesus puppet pals or whatever. He was like softening up the Luann's principles and needs. They always had the thing where like the liberal guy or even like the true, supporters end up being complete shitheads and assholes because that's a Mike Judge cartoon, right? Really? Dang, that's awesome. I thought I have to imagine I've watched them all. I just have to actually think back on it. But yeah, Snoop Dogg was like, "Oh, I see all you people doing shit for Donald Trump. Go fuck yourselves." On era 1, era 2, he's there at the inauguration, fucking doing a song for him. So he has shit lib at best. I guess was what I'm going to go with, just based on that alone, because like he's working with fucking Martha Stewart. He's doing all kinds of weird shit.
Right wing on Snoop Dogg. I know y'all want it because he performed for Trump, and that was some trash shit. But I'm trying to be technical here, because the thing I'm trying to get people to understand is that normal people suck at politics. Like, most normal people are like, I guess Donald Trump isn't so bad. He's never given any other political takes. So I feel like bottom of shit lib is best. What am I doing with Theo Vaughn here? Does he go to the top?
Depends who Theo Vaughn is talking to. Right? That's a who did he last have a conversation with? That's all you got. Normie is perfect. Literally, actually perfect. It is the middle, and it just means he can go up or down depending upon his last thing. That's a great way to look at it.
Actually right wing?
A sponge. But that is how a normie basically is, right? Because, yeah, like, you could convince him of something. It's unfortunate that they can be convinced at the negative things, but that's the problem with normies, is they can be convinced, which is why we need to be in the conversation, streaming on sites, making videos, getting out there into our neighborhoods, knocking on doors, all that good stuff, because they're doing it. We got to do it.
He's basically Gen Z Joe Rogan. Theo Vaughn literally just adopts the views of his most recent podcast guests. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Actually right wing, but at the top. I guess we'll put Joe Rogan in good conscience. I just can't.
Between those is kind of crazy. So the average person, you could go from this perspective and say, but he's willing to completely agree with the entire policies of Bernie Sanders and says, dang, how about one day you, Bernie, and Trump run together? Right? Like, that's not full on right wing. That's something a little different.
Put Joe Rogan above Barack Obama. All right, so Vegeta. It's another interesting one.
Vegeta. Oh my God. Just going off of the slight bit of knowledge I have about him, I would just put him in the. Oh fuck. Does he? I want to say right wing, but does he fit in shit lib for some reason?
One. Vegeta is. I used to have an alt-right.
Or maybe even tolerated. Oh man. He just seems to be like cruel, which puts him in the right wing category.
Right phase, and then he's not right wing. He was a hotep, right? And so I can't put the hoteps in their like original form. Vegeta is exactly what all.
All right, I need to learn what a hotep is. Hotep meaning. Hotep apparently meaning to be satisfied, at peace, or offering. As like pro disillusionment of the empire, if you say it right. I know, yeah, absolutely, dude. You tell him about the gods and children, he's like, wait, Israel should be replaced brick by brick for what they've done, and it's like, whoa, hey, careful what platform you're on, buddy. You can't. Whoa. Egyptian word. Did I misspell? I must have misspelled it. Like Pan-Africanist, as in like we should go back to Africa and we should leave America, like you don't belong here, kind of thing. Is that what? This ideology promotes patriarchal views, opposes LGBTQ rights, and sometimes linked to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
All the right-wing incels want to happen to themselves. They want.
All I know is the movie Bubba Hotep, which has like a lot of cult following because it's the guy that plays Ash. I forget his name again. But yeah, Bruce Campbell.
E-girlfriend to love them through the darkness and start a family with that they instead of going to therapy. And then he became a freedom fighter. And so I gotta put him in between. I'm gonna put him below. I can't put him below Lin-Manuel Miranda. All right, Killer Mike. Now I can't put Killer Mike.
Lin-Manuel Miranda or Vegeta being a freedom fighter, whatever it is, that's interesting. That adds a layer to it. Because all I know is he's just kind of mean and an asshole. And doesn't care about killing civilians.
Right below Charlemagne the God. So do I need to just drop Charlemagne the God? Yeah, so I need to drop Charlemagne the God. So that's number one.
I could see him being in the shitlib category. I've only seen the handful of like the morning show podcast that he has, but I think it's his show. But then he has I forget her name. It's like it's something like it's a cool name, but it's just one of those things that I just Amy Belly or I forget exactly. I'm butchering.
If we're destroying
butchering my fucking pronunciation. I don't think I'll be able to find it by just scrolling through my. She was the one that like pushed back on Eric Adams back when he was like running or just recently mayor, and did a great job. So he puts her on the show. Does that mean like he just wants someone to debate with, or does that mean he kind of like is somewhat endorsing her views to some degree, even if he does ultimately seem to disagree more often? I can't scroll and find it, but he might talk about it. But it seems like he's more pro Zoran in this situation, which puts me somewhere near the centrist category for that recent thing. But I can see him going the shitlib.
So Killer Mike's problem is that he's a true capitalist. That's the problem with Killer Mike. I'm gonna put him below JPEG just because at least JPEG I feel like is more agitative to the system. You don't want the police to defund it. All I know about Steph Curry is that his whole family is.
He balls, right? He just plays. He's light skinned. It's so funny that he's going there just for that reason. But you know what? Who, Killer Mike? Yeah.
Light skinned, and that just he's NIMBY. Okay. I gotta put LeBron above Steph Curry. And above Lin-Manuel Miranda. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble if I have Lin-Manuel Miranda above LeBron. I think niggas is gonna be real mad at me. Yes, I already see it in the chat. I'm not gonna put LeBron below Lin-Manuel Miranda. All right, I think some people know this, but
is that an old Kendrick photo? What is that? There was like stuff like this that came out.
Mike, it's fine. That's what you call me. Yeah. That's what I do call you. I don't, this killer business gets me. Americans and Latinos to saying, you know what, we have got to.
And then he seemed to have like a lot of really good politics, and he was out there as an artist, just pushing for the Sanders campaign. He was out there at rallies and shit. So it was like, I got a lot of respect for him. You know, he did all kinds of really cool stuff, talking about, you know, insulin, taxes. But then, yeah, he came out with some other weird takes. Climate change. So he had done some stuff. I mean, not that you need to be educated on who this guy is, but just in case, it's just a link to the video, just in case you were ever wondering. His music seems, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a music knower. One of my major embarrassing facts about me is that I don't really listen to music, which puts me in the same league as what Jeff Bezos puts in his autobiography about himself. And even if it's not true, he wants people to think that for some reason. And that's like, I don't like that overlap. You know what I mean?
some will be surprised. No, I think
true. Also Hassan,
there's a desire to.
But even he knows more than me.
to be worse about Kendrick for not doing more. Kendrick's not FBA. He's FBA curious, but he's not.
He's got a lot more POC friends. He's got a lot more musician friends. He's got a lot more gay friends. So he knows all these different things. He's on TikTok a lot. He has more osmosis. Even if he doesn't listen to it, he still has more knowledge. So like, not only do I not listen like him, but I also am like in the dark and ignorant of a lot of things.
He's not FBA. I don't really think I think God is normie. Kendrick is not as radical as people perceive him to be, but he really ain't did no fuck shit politically. You know?
That's my impression as a guy who's only really started paying attention at the Not Like Us era, right? All his friends are paid actors. Yeah, it was the brunch stream yesterday, the Drag to Brunch. That was on the Austin Show channel. Full of friends, but no politics. Ugh, terrible. Ugh.
I'm saying? No, he's done actual work. He does a lot of local work. That's one thing when I get
I should have been streaming right on his time slot. Hassanabi refugees in, right?
this Lupe Fiasco video. Like, Lupe's done a lot of work. He's not just a yapper. He's done real work. He do real shit. I wish he would have said something about what's going on in LA. All right, I'm gonna put him above Piccolo, but that's it. And that's the problem I have with Kendrick. It's not that he has bad politics overall. His politics aren't spectacular. I'm not like, whenever I do the Kendrick video, I'm not gonna glaze him for, like, I'm a low-key.
Threethan, I love that. That's fucking funny. His name is not banned in my chat, in case you're worried, but yeah. I mean, and I even prior, I'm trying to remember the exact dates. Other Ethan is iDubbbz. No, his name is it's not Ethan, right? It's fuck, how did I forget his name? I guess I don't know his name. Or I completely forgot it. I like calling him Ethan because he's the thin version of Ethan, which is also going through probably not, I say probably, it can't be, like, this is one of those things where it's like, fuck, I almost had it. I almost had it, his name is. Because Ian, I-A-N, Ian iDubbbz. Yeah. But Ian sounds like Ethan, so I understand where you're coming from. Like, is there a brain tumor? Was there a, what is it? John Fetterman car crash incident that gave him a stroke that changed his personality? Less mind blown, but still a little blown. Yeah, just a little pop. Because there's such a shift. And it was really sad. I mean, I remember I remember being kind of shifting from being a TV watching person in college and shit, and then becoming a YouTube only and Twitch viewing person instead. And the H3 podcast was some of the stuff. And then I watched all of the fun memes and the Vape Nations and the iDubbbz collabs and all these different things. And I love to see the behind the scenes of some YouTube creators and the PewDiePie interviews and all this different shit. So, but then he got a little right wing and I kind of changed some of my content and I was moving away from that style of information. But then to come back to it, it was like, oh, this is great, No, I do think you're onto something there for sure. There's a layer of that. There's a lot to that, and a lot of the old stuff. It's a bummer because like some of the Steven Crowder, oh no, Sam Cedar stuff, the Just Pearly things, and fighting against some other jerks in a debate format. Not that I want to like be a big fan of debate stuff online or whatever it is, but it was nice to see some people get put up onto a pedestal and be attacked specifically. And now having him go do this against Hassan, even if he said factual things back then, it can kind of muddy the waters. The historical record now has, some blemishes or some odd tracks. But obviously a broken clock can be right twice a day, all these different things. So, and it just seems like it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And I have a human morbid curiosity, so I'll look over and see Denham's covering it in the morning sometimes, or Mike will cover it pretty extensively. And it's like, okay, it's important to keep up with people who are trying to deplatform our messaging and, running campaigns and actively getting bans to go through. For example, the whole Arabs podcast got hit and they lost their stuff and revenue. Like, these are important things to keep an eye on, but also not to obsess over, because I would never want to become a drama channel specifically. Even though it's an important topic at times, it's just one of those, like, I don't think I could just do that endlessly. I guess I come from a more charitable defensive position or default position, which is a weakness to some degree, but it is easy. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it gets eyes on you, and it's blown up a bunch of different channels specifically as well, which is kind of toxic to think about, which is another reason I want to, like, kind of assume it's like taking Ozempic. Money aside, it's like, is that shortcut actually going to be good for you? Like, do you think that those side effects of that medicine ruining your gut chemistry, the way that your body does these different things and serotonin receptors and shit and hunger full feelings, like, you think you're not going to cause damage there? Like, do you think you can do it the other way instead? Because I would hate to have a drama bait community that I build and go, wowee, I've built this whole thing, but it has a bit of a rotten core. Fuck, like, it's just kind of one of those, like, ooh. So, yeah. Oh, very nice. I'll be back. It's like a little Terminator version.
Like, people, be prepared for this. I'm a low-key glazed Lupe Fiasco's politics. Low-key Lupe Fiasco among rappers that aren't, like, super radical, you never heard of them, underground socialist, rappers. Nobody's better than Lupe politically.
I've heard songs say Lupe Fiasco in the beginning. Oh, artist. Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't show you a picture of him. Honestly, I couldn't tell you a song title. I know I've listened to it a bunch. A few of the hits, I assume. This is like my Pandora app era of music. I had like a Post Malone phase. Literally, Post Malone was on the H Street podcast, and he seemed like such a chill dude. He seemed like such a fucking nice guy. You know what I mean? A bit of, like, I guess nowadays, like, I don't know, like an LA dummy, whatever it is, but he seemed like just like a trailer park kid who just got super lucky for some reason. I have no idea why. No, not the Posty. Is Posty not good, or is Posty okay and just a guy? I don't know. He seems so genuine. I could be completely wrong. His music seems whatever. It's nice, I guess, right? I don't want to be like, look, I'm a white guy and I happen to like this brand new white rapper. It's actually good. And then, like, I have that be like a stance, right? That's weird, Probably not good. Probably not good. He's definitely not using his platform for statistically speaking. He might have if there was ever an Xbox Live leak, right? He would he's of the age that would not have gone well, whatever, but I would put him in the normie category. I don't think he wants to hurt people. Is the most charitable thing I can give him, and I wish he would use his platform more directly. That would be great.
I wish Kendrick was there, but he's not bad. He just hasn't done what I think you should be doing. Is Piccolo the gatekeeper? That's a good point. Like, if you can't outdo Piccolo, yeah, you're right. Anyway, like, we give Kendrick too much credit, but he also shouldn't give too much hate. Is Drake better than Joe Biden? Yeah, no, he's better than Joe Biden.
That's a tough one. It's a tough one. Because, like, he made Kick. He didn't make Kick, but he pushed up Kick. He pushed up that kind of, like, shit part of the internet sphere. And the He's also, oh, fucking true. True. No, you're right. Yeah. No, you're right.
I'm tripping. We tripping. All right. I think Hank Hill is a top tier normie. I think Hank Hill becomes the tier break. No, he's not guillotine. He's not guillotine proof. But I think like
What?
Hank
That's
Hill
crazy.
is what.
You're crazy to say
thing where I
that.
say if the worst person was at a certain level, y'all have to understand how much better that
Yeah.
would be. Like Joe Rogan's awful, right? But if Joe Rogan was the extent of white supremacy,
Why did they? Oh, and he used the nipple pick. Oh, God. Also, he has this face that's just unsettling.
the world would be a much better place. So applying that same logic, if Hank Hill is the top of the tier break of a normie, if every normie was Hank Hill, if that was the worst your politics could get, do y'all know what type of wonderful utopia we be living in right now? All right, Luke Skywalker. I think.
Whoa. Okay, Mark Hamill, shitlib. Luke Skywalker? Oh, fucking, I don't know. He doesn't have. All he has is like, that's not possible. It's not true. So that would be like fucking, normie, right? That would be.
I think Luke Skywalker's purity tested. Was he a cop? No, the Jedi weren't cops. Were the Jedi's cops?
Uh-oh. Well, he wasn't a Jedi. He was like, yeah, Luke. Well, even Luke Skywalker, because Hamill, I know for a fact is shitlib. He's a cop. Is he? I guess I don't understand.
Oh no! Wait! Were the Jedi cops?
What the fuck?
No, the Jedis aren't cops. Are the Jedi's cops?
So here's the deal from a fairly serious Star Wars fan. I thought I said pre-Palestine. Dude, Star Wars fans are tired. Bro, seriously. So pre-Palpatine takeover, the Jedi absolutely were cops, and dog shit ones at that. However, Luke Skywalker's attempt at resurrecting the Jedi was not a direct mirror of its predecessors. That's what I was saying, because like he was like in the swamp with Yoda. Like he had never any chance to be a cop. Is how I didn't understand it. Signifier understanding Star Wars for the first time. Well, like looking back on like the Clone Wars or like the Phantom Menace, were they being cops? They were kind of like the operators of the state, right? They were walking around. They were walking around being like, "Hey, Trade Federation, what's up? You need some whatever," right? They were like kind of like working for the government in a sense, which I guess would put them in the cops. They were cops, yeah. And then they were also like being war, like they were doing war stuff, They were like on the fields with the Gungans, and they were also like jumping on those weird lizards in like that first thing scene in that large facility where the 4-armed robot guy was. Fuck, I would never be able to tell you where that was or what the reason was, other than Trade Federation something. Yeah, but it did seem like he tried to join the Rebel Alliance, becoming a fighter pilot, right? They had child soldiers and a slave army. Damn. What? So, is this when, what's his name? The guy that wrote it and made it. And he came out and said, the rebels are the Vietnamese and the empire is America. The Republic did. Oh, the Republic did. And then they were like defenders of the Republic. I could definitely see a Republic doing that for sure. So so I guess the Republic would be like Britain? Kind of? If the rebels are the remnants of the Republic who then... No. Rebels are Vietnamese. Rebels are Vietnamese, and I guess they're based. But the Republic that they fell from could have been who knows what. The Viet Cong specifically. Well, sure. Right, because there was... Yeah. Oh, got it. Okay. Easy. Easy peasy then. Easy peasy. Gotcha. Okay.
Luke was a homie, was built different. Or Luke was not. Homie was built different. Because, well, Luke came in after they were abolished. They were gone, right? So, like, there was no police force to join. There was no academy. There was no station. There was no anything. Unless Yoda was like, crush the dissenters, yeah. Unless he was like teaching him the fucking bullshit about tear gassing, news reporters or something. Yeah, I mean, it honestly, when they're like, we have this moment of emergency. Let's and fucking what's his name? That little bitch that Jar Jar Binks, says we should give the power to our prime minister or whatever, become the emperor, and it's like, fuck, that's Germany. Fuck, that's gonna be Trump. When his fucking term runs out, they're just gonna make him fucking commander in chief or whatever. George Lucas, that's what it was. Yeah. Anti-capitalist, and yet you made so many toys. Thoughts? Curious. Oh, they give you time to read it, obviously. Nice touch adding the noise grain on the camera shot, even if it's paused and the grain wouldn't be rolling. Capitalism and no toys. That's right.
All right, let me get back to the stream. That one fucked me up. What do we do? What am I gonna do with that? Yo, wait. Bellamy got me. The old Jedi were cops. Luke Skywalker was not a cop. And I really, when I even go back to Knights of the Old Republic, oh damn, they were always cops, low key. He's not even a former cop. He was just trained by a cop. And people were like, they were also healers. Oh, this is gonna start some shit. I can't.
Yeah, the healing thing was a big deal when in the the new sequels there was a healing spell cast, and you're like, huh? What? You can do that? Dang, no one spec'd into that in the original series. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Star Wars is so messy, but
I can imagine. Yeah, I didn't pay enough attention to all that. He kind of just did this I want to send a hologram out and fight the army. And it's just like, huh? And then he's like, I want the old books, Yoda. And it's like, why? They were cops, right?
So we talking about Luke Skywalker. So what we got with Luke Skywalker? He's from the hood. He got trained and immediately joined the...
He's from Appalachia or the desert. You wouldn't say he's from the hood. What? I mean, I guess when he's trading with the impoverished fucking, scrap dealers or whatever, that would be your closest version of what you consider the hood. But he's rural. He's rural. That's where I put him. He's a sand farmer. Healing is only dark side. Jedi can't do it. Don't ask me about the sequels. They don't make sense. Got it.
The fucking Antifa of space. The Jedi Council before the Empire were the DNC, where everyone else were cops. After Order 66, they became kind of a Mujahideen. Damn!
Mujahideen. What the hell is that? Mujahideen.
I think I fuck with that. Oh, we might have to put him at guillotine proof. Because I'm going to tell you what Luke did.
Wait, hold on. He he did what? He just did the thing where it just sit there and then turn the dust or something weird. So he didn't get guillotined, but
is after the revolution happened, he bounced. He said, he gave up power. Yeah. He's the only one. He obviously goes above Twitter leftists because Twitter leftists are trash. He burned the old code. He stepped down. Yeah. Shout out Comrade Luke Skywalker. Oh, but y'all had me for a second though, because I had never heard that. But cool. And my soul immediately knew it was correct. Captain Shepard was a cop, right? Mass Effect, one of my favorite all-time games. Is this game not cool?
I mean, you could pick the different paths, right? I mean, there might be some railroading eventually, but you could pick the path.
Enough now that people even know this. Am I out of the meta? Is this Millennial Core? This was the FromSoft. BioWare was FromSoft in terms of relevance 15 years ago. So Captain Shepard is what?
I should play
Wait, was that a new game? Is that the one where you play the redheaded step Jedi, or is it the different one?
I think Republicans imagine themselves as. Does that make sense? What about Ashley Williams? Somebody made a good point. Shepard.
Uh-oh. No. Actually right wing. Ashley Williams, actually, okay, yeah. Actually right wing.
Could be anything. That's true. Shepard could be at the bottom over here, or he could be like right around here. So I'm gonna put him above Killer Mike. So here's what I know is gonna cause beef. Where are the Crystal Gems? My Gen Zs, they back. I got y'all back.
Oh, is it the full Crystal Gem squad? Whoa, that's tough. Hold on, let's see. The Steven Universe, the Crystal Gems. Yeah, I knew there was the raspy one. Oh, and I forgot about. I guess there's spoilers in some of these images. I don't know all of these. I guess this is the squad I'm used to seeing in like the earlier seasons or whatever. Because there were definitely some weird shit going on. I'm like, damn. I would see an episode on fucking Comedy Central, and I'm like, whoa. There's a serious storyline here that I have not paid enough attention to. So like one day I'll go through it. Maybe we should add to my list of things to watch on our watch nights. Some of it seems pretty cool for a cartoon show. True. Yeah, that's the vibe I was getting from the show. The blue one is suicidal. Yeah, I think I remember because she was trapped in a spaceship and doing some shit, and they were trying to get her out, and then like there was like, you know, these big teary moments and huge impact things, and I'm like, dude, this is a kid show. This seems like it's good. What the hell? All right, that's crazy.
Back with this one.
What? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Done really well. Hold on. Don't say it like that. Whoa. Don't say that. Don't say Whoa. Oh my God. All right. Wow. Interesting. I appreciate the heads up. So that way when it happens, I'm not like, got you. That makes significantly more sense. Oh my God, no. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Is that lore? Fuck me. Jesus Christ, why do they even have organs? What the fuck? Wait, is it are you a person and then you get like a god gift or something? Or are you just, have you just been in perpetuity since the Big Bang? Like, do they have like a birth story and shit? You know, are they Spider-Man? Did they get bit by a garnet? Like, I see. That is through more layers. It seems significantly. That seems significantly way easier to process in a child show. Okay. It's less like rated E. What? Yeah,
I feel like I think Crystal Gems are purity tested.
I like that you guys are like knowledgeable. Like, you know this shit inside and out. Because this was right around the time when this show was brand new. Was when I was like, I'm out, TV. See you later. I'll catch you on the other side. There was also like Over the Garden was a thing. There was like this like camp show. Yeah, I mean, it was always been on my like, I know it's actually good shit list for sure. It might take a little while to get set up. That's good to be aware of. Otherwise, you're like,
I never watched the whole show, but I feel like they're really purity tested. Because if my understanding is correct, people are pissed at the Crystal Gems because they misquoted MLK, basically. Yeah, they.
That's so funny. Over the Garden Wall. That was, yeah. And then there was the camp something, or I think I watched that show to completion. And it was, drawn really interestingly. It's probably still all computer animation, but it looks really good. It's like a kid who wears like a hat that has like a tree on it. And there's like a lot of plaid. Summer Camp Island. TV show, kids, cartoon, camp. That's not a good enough. That's not a good enough description. Artistic. Adding one extra word. Okay, I remember the show Camp Laszlo. Wow, I forgot all about that show with the monkey. That was made by like the Ren and Stimpy-ish looking shit. Total Drama Island, definitely not that one. Gravity Falls, thank you. That's what it is. I knew it had like some like trippy ass name too. Yeah, the kid has got a little hat with a tree on it. Yeah. This was weird. Literally no camp in it, but they're out of camp. They're at a camp, right? That was the thing. Like, isn't it a camp, or is it like a weekend getaway place or a summer vacation spot? It's something. There's not a lot of kids there. It's like an old camp or something. It's something like that.
Misquoted MLK. That was basically the end of the show, wasn't it? It's like, violence is not the answer. But also, they were freedom fighters and did all the right things. All right, niggas that complain about my white audience are gonna be mad at me for this one. I gotta put white Captain America above Black Captain America.
I have not seen the Black Captain America movies. It's not because he's black. Hold on, wait a minute. We all just got done with the slop, right? We were all done by now. Hold on, it was okay. Infinity War was cool, and then we all just stopped watching, right? Yeah. I mean, I believe it. I believe it would only get worse, right? I believe it would only get worse. I mean, I like that Captain America was like, actually, America sucks. Actually, fuck this shit. But he was literally Joe Biden in the end, where he was like, I don't think I will. He just literally looks like Joe Biden, mumbling his way through some shit.
Because Black Captain America is a black Republican. And I need y'all.
I did not realize they had actually fucking dressed him up straight up in the outfit.
Because Black Captain America is a black Republican.
I did not realize that they did that to him. I mean, that might even been the movies I'd seen him in too. Without even thinking about it. And the little thin ass mustache. Even the hairline's perfect, actually. What the fuck? That's crazy.
And I need y'all to understand this. Black Captain America, as he's been depicted in the MCU, I do not know how he is in the comics. Black Captain America is a black Republican.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, hey, I've heard the comics are really interesting and really good and better in every way, but motherfuckers, like, I was like playing Marvel Rivals back when that shit was new, and I'm like, who is this character? And I'd look it up, and then I would just get this insane wiki. He's mildly better in the comics. Wow, that's saying something. Well, I guess the comics you'd expect them to be even further, or better. But like, who is this one? Well, there's all these 100 layers. I'm like, who is Psylocke? What the fuck is this? And there's like, Psylocke was once this thing, but then their soul was replaced with this thing, and then died here, but then didn't die there, and then did this and that. And I'm just like, huh? And I'm just like, okay, comics are they're too much. I can't. There's no way. It's too much. Unreasonable. Really? Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, because Marvel always had like the social messaging part of it, where like X-Men are actually an analogy for homosexuality and whatever. Like, I always thought that was like interesting to have that layer, but then how do you manifest it, right? Like, it's just kind of in this nonstop back and forth, kind of just nothing matters, everything matters. But I remember when Civil War was happening in the comics, people were talking about it. I took a comic book history class in college where I got to read The Watchmen, the comic graphic novel. And I really liked it. I thought it was cool. But that's like a classic college age boy thing to be like, oh, this is sick. Dude, Rorschach, he's badass. Like, it's the most normie shit you could do in that environment. We also read The Wolf Among Us type stuff where it was like Fables. It's called Fables. We read that episode 1 graphic novel, which I thought was great. I love the Telltale series graphic game for that. The fact that they've leaked or teased season 2 or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that studio because they shut down and we're all fired and then turned into slave labor and then I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. But if it can be done, I'd love it. They overhyped the representation. Yeah. I mean, I imagine because like I also watched Kingdom Come was one. There was one that was like really photorealistically drawn. It was a graphic novel I read. Is this the right name of it? Yeah. This is what I why is it so big? This is what I read in the class. Because we had this guy, his work for a he did a thing for DC and he did a thing for Marvel. We read both of them. Is this like a look inside or is this the whole thing? Oh. Look at that. It's really because they did like, these like photos of shit and then they drew around it. It's a pretty cool style. They kind of a little blurb about how he does it. So I thought this was cool. Well done. Interesting messaging. But this is also before my political awakening and shit. So like, who knows? Oh yeah, there you go. I have reached the viewing limit. There's also one called Marvels. Marvel makes a bunch of characters gay and pats themselves in the back like, finally, we did it. DC actually makes intrinsic to their character. If you made Gwenpool straight, nothing changes. Most people don't even know if she's gay. Right. I didn't even know Gwenpool was a thing. Is that like the Spider-Man Gwen or like Deadpool? Or a combination of the both? You make Batwoman straight and she no longer functions as the same character. Didn't oh, neither. Isn't Batwoman wheelchair what's his name? His daughter? But also had sex with Batman? Right? Or am I thinking of that's Batgirl? Why did he have sex with Batgirl but not Batwoman? I don't like that. He's Batman, not Batboy. What the fuck? What the hell, dude? What the hell? That was a movie thing. Was it? I thought it was an animated movie. Well, I guess that makes it a movie thing. That was like The Killing Joke, I think. When Mark Hamill came back to reprise his role one last time because it's so important that he does it because it's such a good whatever. Crazy.
He's your uncle. So I'm not putting him below shit lib, where he just really wants you to pull your pants up and stop using the N-word. Whereas Steve Rogers is a true believer. So the way I look at Steve Rogers...
Right, we're back on this.
One, he fought Nazis. I mean, shit, right? Let's start there. But the way I look at Steve Rogers is kind of like Hank Hill.
I mean, they didn't believe in, desegregation and women's, and they were beating their wives and shit. But he did beat up Nazis, so Batgirl is basically Batman's daughter. Oh. Basically, like it's like a mentorship adoption style thing, or is it like legit?
That the way you imagine the concept of America is where he really...
Oh, I guess if it's supposed to be what's his name's daughter, then I guess it's just kind of like somewhat helping raise or whatever. Yeah. And then is a lesbian and also Batman's cousin. Oh. Got it. Okay. Godparent / thing, but not specifically. But like Batwoman is his lesbian cousin. So no fucking. That makes sense. That's important. That's an important part of things. It's like, well, she's 18 now. It's okay. And it's like, hold on, dog. Hold on. Secret identity now. Hold on. No. Not okay. No. Yeah. You're getting mugged, and then he shows up, and you're like, dude, hold on. I got this, dude. I'm handling on my own. All right. Here, just take the wallet and go. I don't want your help. I don't need to be associated with this. I don't want you here.
Really was that? Does he go above or below Hank Hill? I guess below. Okay, yeah. All right, what the fuck is Rick Sanchez, y'all? I haven't watched any.
Why are these two? I say it was a long conversation. Rick, I would put in the centrist category. It's my best. I only watched the first 2, maybe 3 seasons. I forget. Kind of fell off because whatever. Republican, you think? I mean, he's a bit of a anarchist. He's a bit of an anti-cop. He's got certain things about him, but also, equal rights are not necessarily what he really thinks about. He's very selfish. Tolerated is kind of a word that I would put similar to it. You could find yourself allying him in a certain situation, but also definitely not on your side, right?
Recent seasons.
That's just my gut reaction based off of a past memory. There's definitely things about him that are 100% Republican. There's no denying that.
No, Rick Sanchez is low-key a freedom fighter, but he's also right-wing as shit. Below JPEG, behind Vegeta. Yeah, all right, because Vegeta has a coherent ideology. When Rick Sanchez does something good, it's mostly because evil people are annoying. All right, Aaron Yeager.
Don't know who that is.
Aaron Yeager is the only true fascist on the list. All right. And
yeah, so sure,
Luffy,
dog.
I've only watched a handful of.
I've seen 0 of One Piece. I've seen no piece. You know what I mean? I got none piece. Okay. But I'm guessing they're gonna say guillotine proof, or at the very least purity tested. But I assume that they just assume that he's just got it built into his DNA. I don't know.
One Piece. Is he guillotine proof? Ain't nobody purity testing Luffy.
Well, that's one guy.
Only chill. Okay. All right, so I can't put him above Luke though for me.
Oh wow,
me.
he's
I can't.
Dude. What a mindset. What a Gen X specific. He picked the Jedi Returns pick as well, where he's like wearing black and shit, or like not the Empire Strikes Back, but the whatever the fuck the last of the original trio was. New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. They put him in the Return of the Jedi fit. That's a Gen X thing.
Put him above Luke. Are we gonna leave it there? Let's see how much trouble this gets me in. On the Elden Ring, y'all. That was fun.
That was great. That was a great ending. Well, yeah. There's 3. Of course, there's 3 Batgirls. Yeah, see? Barbara Gordon, the first, and she got shot in the spine. And then that made her lose it. But now she's the computer one, where she's like, hold on, I'm bringing it up. Hold on. Oh, what is this? Ooh, hold on. We got Warhammer Slop. Hold on. I'll add that to the watch later list. This could be good. Wait. Cautious optimism for Zoran. What? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? Interesting. Is that I did a thing? No, that must be somebody else. You wouldn't say he's a baby. He's jacked. You guys saw the sign by the Joker, right? Or was that just because of the movie that I'm thinking that's it? Then there's some Stephanie Brown, who used to be a Robin. Very interesting. I guess instead of becoming a Nightwing style, you just become a Batgirl style. Or woman style. No, girl. And then Cassandra Cain, who are all Bruce's daughters. Huh. Who was the Robin from the... What was the... We also read this comic. I gotta think the name of it, though. It was drawn like shit, but it was kind of cool. And it was about Reagan and how much he sucks. I forget the guy that wrote its name, but that was a big part of it. I'm just literally going to type Batman comic with Reagan. Okay, that's like legitimately a Superman with Reagan. No, this is like in the future. Oh, I put in like sketchy drawing style, but it just literally just gives me... Ah. Wait, isn't this it? This is called... It's satire on point, hard-hitting, timeless. The Dark Knight Returns? Is that what it's called? Dark Knight Returns comic. Yeah, this is it. This is 100% it. It's like it's fat Batman. It's old man Batman. Here, go visit. Yeah. Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. Masterpiece. But there's like a young redheaded lady Robin. Wait, there's a movie? Huh? Or is it just... Wait, I don't understand. Did they just read about it? I'm confused. Documentary history? Oh, because it's like a future thing. Because he fights Superman in this shit. So like, yeah, it's different. Was some kind of AI fucking picture of like some fake ass movie? An epic fan film. Yeah, there you go. Look at these guys doing their thing. Wait, this is like just dudes. Got it. That's the other thing is there's lots of like weird little not canon like World War Z and shit, right? Like where they like... Oh, I don't know who that is. Elseworlds. Oh, he's psyched for this paper. Whoa. His last video led me on a fucking... pulled me on a string for nothing. But then again, I did misread his entire title, so I guess it's on me. I'm curious. Well, I don't know how much people care about Warhammer stuff. I could save it for a day where there's some Warhammer stuff. He also could be baiting the title. Yeah. It's a struggle out there. I got in back in 5th edition. I just bought a bunch of Craigslist copies of the starter set. Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, the first two, both adopted. Tim Drake and Stephanie Brown, surrogate. His bio kid, Damian Wayne. Wouldn't that be a little too on the nose if they're like, hey, wait, your kid and you are always gone, and this Batman and kid duo looks just like you and your kid? Like, I think it's a little too easy. Whatever, I guess it doesn't matter. It's a comic. Whee! I feel like Warhammer 40K is like the number one thing progressing resin 3D printing in this world, in this age, because everyone goes, GW, don't like the company for good reasons or for terrible reasons. They don't like the company. And then they just, invest into the world of making models and then, getting scans and shit, or trying to get CAD files or making CAD files from things. But boy, oh boy, if you're at a convention playing Warhammer, you could be shoulder to shoulder with a complete communist ally, or you could be literally sitting next to a Nazi. And it's almost, or a total normie who just so happens to have a defense sector job, and you're like, I don't know if I can condone. I just, BDS. I shouldn't be friends with you. Basically, what the fuck, The rest of them move on. Well, one of them died, right? And one's Arkham Knight because I played the game, and one is Nightwing. Forever a Robin. Never anything more. He got better. Okay, fair. Huh? This has got to be like a AI thing, right? I just randomly saw this thing here. Royal trailer 3 months ago, 500,000 views. I wish AI made trailers. Yeah, it's fake shit. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Red Hood. Wait. Yeah, I mean, Arkham Knight did have like the little red headpiece, at least in the last game, which made him look awful lot like Red Hood, right? But maybe that's just the rename of the same kind of character, or do you mean Red Hood was basically the same thing, just the name was flipped, and that was a former Robin that got better after they thought he died? As always, I mean, I imagine so for sure. Excuse me. I was pretty happy with the at the time, after reading the Watchmen comic, I was pretty happy with the, I know the lines. I moved this over. That's my problem. Pretty happy with the movie that came out. I never watched the show though, which I heard was good. So add it to my list. Why Florida sucks. That'll be a fun one. Might as well. Got it. Okay. Okay, buddy. All right. You're coming after my people, but then again, I'm not trying to defend my people. So let's see. Up. And I grab this. Put that there. Ta-da.
Florida seems a little bit unreal. Florida is what happens when lawful evil and chaotic neutral are combined into one gigantic should-be illegal firework. It's on both ends of the spectrum. Like, on one hand, people in Florida think Michelangelo's David statue is too graphic for kids to see. And then on the other hand, reportedly in Florida, there's like gas stations that need to put up signs so people don't microwave their own in the microwave that's free at 7-Eleven. Florida is more than just a US state, it is a state of mind, a somehow lower but higher state of mind. And how does a US state gain such a reputation for being an almost perpetual circus of bullshit? Well, let's start at the beginning with a little fella called Ponce de Leon. Let's go back.
One of those things that I always find worthy of sharing whenever these stories kind of like pop up a little bit is Florida public record laws help those Florida man stories trend. The bizarre stories that come out of the Sunshine State, Florida man, entertaining trend is no surprise to Florida natives. There must be something in the water. Oh, you guys are all crazy. It's too hot, whatever. The Florida's broad public record laws, Sunshine Act, public and the media are given access to crime reports almost immediately after they happen, which innocent until proven guilty. Oops, crime report's out. I remember there would be people at my work who would, be arrested for something, right? Everyone at work would have the mugshot before his next shift. It's insane. So there are similar stories, maybe to some degree less, because Florida is one of the more populated states, and it is hotter, and we are impoverished. But there are just as many mentally ill things or misunderstandings of the poor doing something in other states. It's just, oops, we get it a lot. So that's the context to start this story. I guess I should actually feel like just adding this to my proof source folder. I have a growing list of all these different links. Money versus Haffany graph, Palantir killing people at admission, the hydration index for the diet soda being better than water by a small margin. But still, you probably shouldn't just drink that exclusively, but still, whatever. Conservatism and cognitive ability, that's a fun one. Cuomo, how much money he dumped into the thing, the pyramid scheme, running out of human population, all these different things that are just like, be faster to Google later on. I'm kind of building them as I go.
Flashback, Chris, let's do it. Flash.
I'm sorry, I wanted to read. Cassandra is really cool. She's an ex-assassin and the firmest believer in the Bat family code of don't kill. Okay, so she got all her killing out earlier, huh? Is that what we're saying? She's amazing and she'll want to be the next Batman when Bruce retires one day. Bro, the internet would go crazy. What, a woman Batman? No way, What, a bat birthing person? Come on.
Back.
I'm getting hungry. Dude, this literally is Florida. Wait. Oh, wow. I thought this was a divided highway. And I was like, why are you getting on this ramp, dog? That's the most Florida thing you can do is go drive the wrong fucking way. Huh. I thought they all looked like Batman. Just you.
It's a statistically backed stereotype that thousands of retirees move to Florida every year. At least 77,000 old people moved to the Sunshine State in 2022 alone. So it's fitting that Florida's beginnings are linked to the myth of the Fountain of Youth. Legend has it that Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon
he's going way back.
Set sail searching for its healing waters in 1513. And in his quest, he accidentally landed in a place that we call Florida in modern day. In its essence, this story sounds fun. Everyone loves an old dude looking for some magic back in the day. But the truth is, Ponce de Leon probably wasn't looking for the Fountain of Youth at all. Your history teacher lied to your face, and he did it on purpose. And to put a little more gas on the fire, Ponce de Leon wasn't even the first European to discover Florida. Historians believe that honor goes to Italian explorer John Cabot, who claimed Florida for England in 1497. But history is written by the winners, and since Florida was owned by Spain for 2 centuries, the Iberians got to hold the pen.
Hey, you're right. Wait. Quick scan. Don't see any titties. You know what? I'm just going to open this one. I'm just going to open this one in a new tab, just in case. I typed in all the Batgirls, But I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should be careful. Just in case. So you're saying, is it this one? Well, I guess that there's purple there. But these are, maybe it's this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are, I guess, this is a fan drawing, so there could be some liberties being taken. But I get the idea. There are unique outfits. The far right one. Okay, this one over here. That makes sense. Because that is very black and because this one has a yellow mixed in a lot more. This one has the purple thing. Yeah. But it just gives me a taste of how they do have different looks, whatever. But it's not like, the long hair sticking out. So they're a woman, right? Because it's managed and maybe combat ready. Or maybe there's still some hair sticking out. I don't know. It seems very anti-Batman. But then again, so does the cape. The middle one should be more purple just in general. Okay. Oh, I think I see a cape here too, actually.
And damn Iberians. And speaking of holding the pen, this is where the myth of the Fountain of Youth came into play. 8 years after first setting foot in Florida, Ponce de Leon was mortally wounded while attempting to establish a colony. And in subsequent years, historians, artists, and biographers would throw him under the bus, portraying him as an idiot and a weakling who couldn't get a boner. Now that sounds like a big tug ad-lib, the like couldn't get a boner thing, but like that's what people were actually saying about him. They were calling him impotent.
Damn, so whenever one of those Hank Hill guys goes up to her, like, what kind of Chinese are you? Chinese or Japanese? Then she'd be like, well, fuck, you got it right.
And I just find that fucking insane. In 1535, historian Gonzalo Fernandez de Ovidio wrote that Ponce de Leon was seeking the Fountain of Youth, not to stay alive forever, but to cure his sexual impotence.
Wait, what? Not much of a detective, I guess. Grok, what am I looking at? Grok? What does this say? Grok?
Truly, there is no drama, like 14th century historian drama. Them bitches were catty.
Oh no. Oh no. The next Batman is gonna have a bunch of fucking AI shit, isn't? Oh no.
But the myth still persists to this day, and it started a park in St. Augustine, Florida, where they claim the Fountain of Youth was, or whatever the they're just pushing the lie continuously, but whatever, it's Florida, let them believe in magic. Moving down the line historically, in 1821, America bought Florida from Spain for $5 million as part of the Jackson-Onis Treaty, which adjusted for inflation is 97 gazillion smackers. Spain just thought Florida was more trouble than it was worth, particularly when it came to handling the uprisings of the Seminole tribe. Now, real quick, to summarize everything that happened between the Seminole tribe and the US nation it's in bad taste to even try and put it into a paragraph. I feel like
is it because you can't read? Like, is it because she's used to more like East Asian characters and like doesn't know how to read English specifically? Because I mean, I assume she speaks English, but maybe because it's but I guess you could not. Who knows? I could see a world where I could learn to say Japanese, but could never read it. I could see that being a thing.
It deserves its entire own video to give it its due justice. Just know that Americans and the Seminoles fought from 1816 to 1858. The Americans fought super dirty, they faked surrender, and eventually America took all of the land. This led to only 200 to 300 Seminole tribe members living in the state, and they just ended up hiding in swamps where America couldn't really get to them. But despite everything I just said, America has Florida now. Yay, yippee, woohoo, we have—
Don't worry though, the Florida State Seminoles of Tallahassee, fucking Jesus Christ, I got it right here. Get my mouse pad from the computer store. You found it, and I just kind of set it on my desk. Don't worry. They have the express written consent of a Seminole to say it's fine. It's okay. I'm okay with it. It's fine. Do it.
Florida couldn't do it. Yay. Another star on the flag. So what happened?
I mean, it could. It probably didn't, but it could have. I want you to kill this person. I don't know what you're saying to me. I want you to kill this person. I don't— what? I can't comprehend a single thing you're doing. I don't understand the idea of an understanding. I don't understand a directive, a message. I have no concept of any of that. I cannot— I mean, you show me a picture of him and you beat the shit out of me. I don't know if I'm supposed to correlate that I hate him or need to find him or what. Huh? What? I'm hungry. I pooped myself.
Happens next. In the 1920s, Florida saw its first real estate boom. Throughout most of the 19th century, the state was uninhabitable. It was mostly wet grass and swamplands, and it's very hard to live in that shit because the mosquitoes will eat you alive. But by the early 20th century,
Honestly, I've long wondered how the fuck did people live down here before air conditioning, and then when it was the most swamp it had ever been, it would have been the most bugs it had ever been because it was the most natural it had ever been. What the hell? What is this? Salt? The fuck? Is that the thing with Raj Al Ghul was from? The necromantic person? The guy that keeps coming back to life because of magic?
politicians started draining the state's wetlands. They were literally draining the swamp, something that someone won't do, something that no one will do for some reason. But in Florida, this created new dry
Don't put
land.
Bernie there like that, but I get you. But
Real estate developers and investors swooped in, enticing customers with Florida's weather and relaxed attitudes towards prohibition and gambling. That's right, almost since its inception, Florida has always been about just doing whatever the you want and having less rules about it. Go get drunk in public and start gambling and get naked. It. Show your dick. It's Florida. No one cares. Houses and apartments were being flipped overnight, with banks providing easy access to credit. Entire towns and housing developments were popping up out of nowhere. And if any of this sounds a little familiar to you, it's because you were born between 1997 and 2002 and you have a little something called recession trauma. With 1,350 miles of coastline, no one in Florida lives more than an hour away from the coast. What could possibly go wrong? Did you say live on the coast near the Gulf of Mexico? And your peninsula sticking out into the ocean? Oh yeah, nothing bad. God's not gonna get mad at you. Whoopsie daisy, the Great Miami Hurricane of 1926 hit.
Yeah, that was a Gulf hurricane showing, but that would be an Atlantic hurricane hitting the Miami, right? Wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't actually know the direction it came from, but I just assume.
Approximately 2,000 homes were destroyed and 3,000 were damaged. And it's estimated that at least 25,000 people were made homeless as a result. And also like 100 people died, but whatever.
People are gonna die.
This was all in stark contrast to the 1921 newspaper ad for Miami Beach investment in tourism that promised practically no danger from summer storms. Crazy thing to boast about, despite the fact that, like, you can't control the weather, pimp. Speculators left the states. Banks.
Do people say pimp when they just talk about a person? Did you just say pimp at the end of a sentence like that? Oh. Interesting. Okay. Like IVF seeds theft? It's actually well done. See, aren't we glad we approved that term earlier with AutoMod? Because now we can get the backstory. The backstory that we needed from... That would definitely be considered unconsensual, for sure. Date raped, basically. Yeah. Based off my understanding, maybe it's a whole different thing, but why not use magic? You know, you got all this magic. Just use magic. Fuck it. Why is it gotta be so grounded in reality? I guess that's what makes it better.
Failed. And Florida got a great head start on the Great Depression. But then in 1969, we put a bunch of space down there. We put like NASA stuff and they launched rockets. So that was cool. That brought a couple people back. And when things start going good for the state, what do? Well, you build a Ferris wheel and worship a mouse. That's the next great step. In 2023, major theme parks in Florida saw nearly 80 million visitors, and that was a down year. Whatever Florida was once known for, because of Orlando, it is now the theme park capital.
That's a fair point, because sometimes that's all that they can become is a vessel for that specifically. So that's important. I mean, you don't want to sweep it under the rug, but you also know that it would not be, yeah. Although, I thought there was some other stuff that was similar to that. I don't remember. Also, comics been around since fucking, like, who knows how long, right? So...
Capital of the world.
That fucking, 40s, 30s, depending upon. So, yeah, retcons, redoing things, all that kind of stuff is, and also non-canon things that can just seem like they are the thing as far as anyone else is concerned.
Disney alone generates $40 billion in economic impact for the state, along with generating 250,000 jobs. But considering the extreme weather that Florida is known for, this doesn't make a lot of sense. To me, or just in general, is the Tower of Terror genuinely a gigantic lightning?
I mean, Central Florida is significantly safer from pretty much the majority of the hurricane damage. I think Charlie may have been one of the famous ones that did the most damage into the central area, but also these things are all built like bomb shelters, basically. Stan Lee. Why? Why?
Yes. Do all the different rides at Disney
Not that he wrote everything, but he's an easy target.
go down at separate times
he's
throughout
dead.
the day due to bullshit weather happenings? Yes, always, every time. But you know what? It. That is the end of my statement. Geographically, this makes zero sense. The fact that Florida's economic health hinges on rides that are subject to the whims of weather is insane. Listen, I've made 2 videos about Disney. I'm a Disney adult. I love Disney World, but it makes no sense. And I also have a weird amount of pocket knowledge about how this started. In the 60s, Walt Disney started snatching up swampland in Florida. He considered the lack of control he had over the development surrounding Disneyland in California to be a mistake. So instead of putting a theme park near where people live,
It was my understanding is like he kind of wanted to build his own little like city state.
lived, he chose a shitty area full of cheap land that he could completely control and created his new kingdom. In 1971, Disney World opens its doors and the first day was a resounding shit show. People made fake passes, it was overcrowded as hell, half the park wasn't even open, I think someone stabbed Mickey. But for some reason it worked out, and now Orlando is the home of several world-class theme parks all trying to get their fill. You got Universal Studios, where every theme park ride is based off of a movie that you won't give a shit about in 5 years, you can have a cardiac arrest on the whole. You have Busch Gardens, a zoo/theme park that works so well that fucking Michael Eisner said, it, we're doing that here. And then you have SeaWorld. SeaWorld. All my homies hate SeaWorld. Why do you have a fucking orca in your exhibit? You're a piece of shit. The fact that anyone visits that place is beyond me. But you know what? Who needs to go to zoos and SeaWorld when you live in Florida? Because Florida has the craziest animals out of every single U.S. state available. And the ones that aren't going to kill you are so notably fucked up in their own special way, it seems like God was just guessing when he made these things.
Finally. Will they, won't they? How can they keep selling issues if they don't keep that going?
I mean, for one, Florida has bears. And no one really thinks about that, but there's like a shit ton of bears in Florida. Doesn't that feel weird? It's like if you saw a snake in Alaska. You'd be like, I guess that makes sense, but like I wasn't expecting you. But bears aren't what you came here for. I didn't write about a lot about the bears because I know what you came here for, and it's the manatees. Oh my god, what the is going on with the manatees? Manatees are everything that dolphins.
Manatee, that's funny. That's a funny way to put it against dolphins. Manatees are the American to a dolphin's, European like enthusiast. Manatees are also what's supposed to be thought of as the mermaid. People thought they were seeing women when they were seeing manatees, and it's like, damn, they liked them thick back then.
Dolphins are not. Chubby, slow herbivores that are seemingly dumb. In contrast to dolphins, which are smart,
seemingly dumb,
and skinny, and little twinks. But we're not talking, Florida also has dolphins, but we're not talking about them. I love manatees. Manatees are affectionately called sea cows, but they are hard to look at a little bit. They're big like tumors that float through the ocean. But if dolphins and manatees have anything in common, it's the fact that they are horny as hell. Manatees mate in groups, and it's basically a giant ocean orgy.
Respect for finding the dolphin furry and the manatee furry stuff.
Like a violent ocean orgy. It's really a sight to behold.
I had no idea about this.
When people behold it, they end up calling the cops.
They're hiding it. They're not teaching this in schools. They call the cops on it. They think there's a problem.
Orgy. It's really a sight to behold, and when people behold it, they end up calling the cops. That's how violent it is. And they are aggressive when they do it. They're so aggressive that they will end up fucking anything that's in front of them. In 2023, and Chris, you're gonna have to bleep as much as you have to here, but a manatee fucked his brother so hard that he ripped a 14.5 centimeter long tear in the vent.
Okay, I thought he meant like a manatee and the manatee's brother. Oh no, it was. It was. I thought they were talking about a human first. After a narcoscopy or animal autopsy, I didn't realize they called it a different thing.
Central wall of his colon and left him for dead in the aquarium. Don't get near manatees when they're f***ing. But if you think the psychosexual terrorism of manatees is bad, well, let me introduce you to the concept of alligators. Gators are f***ing terrifying. How do you guys wake up every morning in Florida and you see a gator in your f***ing driveway and you're like, whatever?
You usually don't. Yeah, I've never encountered a gator in my entire life living in Florida. I mean, I've seen gators far away, but never in a neighborhood.
Whatever. That's a dinosaur. What are you doing? They fill me with so much fear. It is primal. It is a primal urge to run away from these things. They
really have it. No, I mean, I was trying to think back if there was ever like, because usually the subdivisions are not at the edge of the swamp. It's usually well within inside, surrounded by McDonald's, surrounded by Strodes. They'd never make it. They die. They don't burrow. They don't come out of the ground. They waddle up from somewhere. So you might be able to see like deep down in some of like the weird little like things. Huh. I mean, you might be more rural. We're definitely like suburban / urban. Concrete jungle out here. Well, not full on jungle. They're usually just, whenever I have seen them from afar, they're either just in the water chilling or sunbathing chilling, just far away, way over there in the gross nature part, and I'm on the sidewalk on a raised bridge going over like, oh yeah. We might have seen a gator when we were going through a park. There's like a walkway that you can go and you kind of look at the lake and you can kind of see a little bit of a gator. I mean, yeah, they're opportunistic hunters. They're kind of lie in wait. They'll slide into the water and then kind of do a little kicks and little leg. Mostly the tail is what pushes them along. We're all taught to do the zigzags and the stingray shuffle. You when you're putting your feet in the sand and the water, you shuffle your feet. You keep contact and you just shift forward and back, because if you step down on top of one, you're gonna get fucked up. And then if you see a gator coming after you, you got to run zigzags because they're not good at changing directions, and they slow down by it. I was never sure exactly how much zigging and zagging was required. Is it like step, step, turn angle, step, step, turn angle, step, step? Or is it like step, 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 turn angle, step, 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 turn angle? They never really got into it. They were just like, just run, just zigzag and run, just run. Yeah. Just get out of there.
A hiss. Have you heard a gator? Chris, put up the sound of the gator. That's what a dragon sounds like.
Also, goddamn, you'll never, I say with general confidence, that you'll ever run into something like this. Ain't no fucking way. Even in the glades, you won't run into this shit. These are like unique specimens that they drool over because they're amazing, but they're like insanely, uncommon.
They can grow up to 15 feet long and weigh over 1,000 pounds. Too big.
I guess I could be wrong.
Their bites are the strongest ever recorded for any animal, with over 2,000 pounds of force per square inch. Ridiculously OP. Nerf the alligator. On average, there are about 8 unprovoked alligator bites a year.
I do love their soft little tongues. They're scared of cats. I can imagine they would be concerned about fast moving. Well, I mean, they're pretty fast, but they're not as fast as a cat. Cats are bananas. Like a viper strike is supposed to be one of those things. I can imagine like a cougar or something. They would be like, nah, fuck that. That'll fuck me up. But like, I just love their little soft tongue. They always have this big, beautiful, peachy looking pillow in there. Like, ooh,
I'm gonna lay my head on that. Yeah. I mean, I've seen even just house cats, and like a big ass snake comes up, and they're just like, huh, bap bap, and immediately dodging away from all its attacks and just attacking it, and they just happen to have like the exact perfect counter to snakes. And I guess reptiles like this, they only have like so much. These cold-blooded animals only got so much, instantaneous bursts of movement that the cat is just. The reflexes are just too damn good.
Ridiculously OP. Nerf the alligator. On average, there are about 8 unprovoked alligator bites a year in Florida, which sounds small, but that little statistic says unprovoked. And I don't know what provoking an alligator is, but if it's stepping on it accidentally or walking near it too closely, then that's bullshit, because that number's gonna go way the f up. Those things will kill you for no reason. Oh, and you know what the other killing thing with a bunch of f***ing teeth is? Sharks. You gotta worry about sharks. Florida has the highest rate of shark attacks in the world, averaging 19 a year. And if you get attacked by a shark, the only way to make it stop is to fight back. Sharks generally aren't eating you for food, they're just biting you because they're curious, so you really gotta like put your fingers in their eyes and up their nose and in their gills and really fucking fuck them up.
Yeah, I guess people really hated it. They said he was Hitler or something.
You have to fight for your life. I sincerely hope you never get into a shark fight, but if you're in Florida...
I was always taught that a shark will bite you and usually not like the taste and then let go. I've never heard that you had to punch it off of you or anything like that. I could have been misguided. Maybe they didn't like me and they wanted me to get eaten alive. I don't know.
You gotta keep your head on a swivel. God forbid
But usually there's a shark bite. It's not like a shark ate half of them and then they washed up as a piece. It's they took a bite out of you. It's just whether or not that bite ended at your leg section that fell off, right? Yeah.
Walking around at Disney and a land shark comes up and nips at your bits. Oh, also, sharks are older than trees in terms of evolution. They've been around longer than trees. That me up. That makes me more afraid of them for some reason. However, the most dangerous thing about Florida is not the sharks, or the alligators, or the bears. It's the people. The people in Florida are fucking crazy. Let's start like just base level. Let's start talking about the old people. They're more dangerous than anyone else. Thousands of old folks descend on Florida every year, either to escape brutal winters or to pack it up entirely and spend their final years shriveling in the sun. The bus system sucks. They don't have subways. You can't get around without a car. So most of these seniors wind up on the road, driving themselves. That's a recipe for a good time. Florida is already dangerous for pedestrians. It ranks as one of the most dangerous states if you're on foot because their fucking sidewalks double as a goddamn bus lane. In 2023 alone, there were 740 pedestrian deaths in Florida. But you know what's not going to solve the problem? Giving the keys of a Ford F-150 to an 85-year-old half-blind man. That's not going to help out at all. Look, I don't want to sound ageist. I'm sure you love your babushka and she's everything to you. But time comes for us all, and usually the eyes go first, which are a very important part of driving. Florida tried to slow down all the senior murders that were happening. And
now you just have self-driving cars. Fuck it. You don't need eyes. Grok, what am I seeing? Grok, what's in front of my car? Grok, what was that bump?
when I say senior murders, I mean the murders are happening by seniors. If you're over the age of 80, Florida requires a vision test to renew your driver's license, which sounds like a good solution until you realize the average age of death in America is 77 years old. How did you not figure out that math? Make it lower that bar. Florida has the third largest population out of any US state, so if there's more people, there's more crime. That's just gonna happen. Though it often feels like Florida's criminals are going above and beyond to stand out. This is where we got the meme of Florida Man, a meme that was really big in like 2011. The idea of Florida Man comes, at least in part, from Florida's public records law. When combined with the constitutional right for the state to access government records and the unholy power of the internet, it makes access to a wealth of daily police interactions in Florida widely available. So there are more crimes in Florida and more easily accessible records of those crimes. So anyone can pull that up and make a fun little BuzzFeed article about some crazy shit that happened in Florida. And then there are even fame-hungry sheriffs who turn the whole thing into content. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey runs...
Oh my god. Yeah, that's the Teen Titans, right? Starfire? Even that show had like a... Not the Teen Titans Go one, but the more, like the older one before that. They had like they had some weird episodes and some like developments and shit going on. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Runs a YouTube channel where he spins a wheel that's plastered with mugshots of wanted felons, and then he runs down the charges of whichever damn soul it lands on. Also, it's important to note that the people who are featured on this YouTube channel have yet to be found guilty. So, like, this seems like a f*** up of the judicial system. And all this shit with local sheriff offices fishing for likes in the name of service does a lot to help create the Florida Man mythos.
Dude, that's... Yeah.
News outlets know that a salacious headline article is great clickbait from anything coming out of the Sunshine State. A headline like, for instance, Florida man tells neighbors he's gonna kill them with kindness, then tries to kill them with the machete named kindness. And some of these headlines are perfect because it tells the entire story in a sentence. Like, Florida man bites off his brother's penis after he walks into him having sex with his cousin on his favorite Dragon Ball Z blanket.
Why does he have like a piccolo haircut? What the fuck? That's crazy. I mean, honestly, those headline numbers, I guess that makes sense. They want to keep things ambiguous because he could be my age. They could be my age. It makes them feel connected and interesting. And like the idea sometimes is like people like to imagine stuff as they're at their own age, no matter what. Not my very good Dragon Ball Z blanket. Walks in on his brother having sex with his cousin, seemingly also the brother's cousin, on his favorite Dragon Ball Z blanket. I love that they put that in there because that also implies it's a part of the motive. You know what I mean? Walks in implies the surprise. They do a much better job with these headlines than they do like those 2-sentence horror places. There's so much more happening inside of this than there is in the other ones. That's a fair point. You got to keep it going. Yeah. I mean, I remember at some point they try to like mix it up a little bit and just try to like move the whole series. They kind of like pick up the origin and kind of just drop it just past a certain point because it's like you can't have it that old timey because then it just doesn't make sense anymore, right? If you want it to be, because before you can kind of like make things basically modern day, but it could have been the 80s or the early 2000s, and it really wouldn't, you could kind of have story plot lines that started in the 40s, but now it just keeps extending it too far. So you got to kind of like pick it up and drop it. I don't know if you're making Captain America an Iraq war veteran or something, but like I think that was part of that was a thing, wasn't it? There was a couple of, I forget what stories it was, but there was some, maybe it was like the Punisher and he was being like in Iraq or something instead of being in, I don't know, Vietnam, where the fuck they put him in. Yeah. And also helps the current generations connect with the stories because they have uncles that did that or they themselves did that.
I don't need to read that article. You nailed everything I wanted to know. And I'm out of time. I didn't have time to cover the insanity of Florida politics, which is that's a whole different video. The mafia was heavily involved in Florida at some point, especially in Miami.
Is he going to mention the Church of Scientology?
Or the fact that there's official Jimmy Buffett Day in Florida. It's August 30th, if you were wondering. I'll jump back into this if you guys want a part 2, but for now, let's just walk away. Let's just walk away unscathed from Florida. Going to Florida is just getting a hit of pure sunshine-laced insanity. You go there and you leave when the park closes. Because every minute you're in the swamp, your chances of survival drop exponentially. New videos every Wednesday and Saturday. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to Extra Tug. A lot of people have been enjoying it recently, and I have been too. You get an extra video every week, and these are all the Tuglets. They've been doing a great job helping me out and being nice, and I've been clocking them.
Marble has never rebooted ever. Sure they have, right? Sure they have. They must have. Right? They must have. This was like AI garbage. Oh, they did the full keynote here. I see. StreamerBot starter pack with free assets included. Whoa. Watch later. Curious. What do you like streaming? Or do you just use StreamerBot for something else? Maybe it's comic book stuff.
Well, okay. That literally everything. What is that? A Godzilla emoji? I guess it is. Yeah. It's too much for me. It sounds like DC's a little easier to get into.
Hey, no chewing. No chewing. Yeah, no chewing. No chewing on the window. Step up. Go, step up. Touch. Ooh.
Be like Apollo here.
What's this? These are keys. What's that made of? Metal. Can you say it better? What's this made of? Paper. No. Apollo, what's this made of? Paper. Metal.
He said metal. He's like, oh, I didn't say it right.
It's made of metal. You almost said it the first time. What's that made of? Paper. No.
Paper.
Paper. That's made of metal. Metal. Yes, there you go. Made of metal. Metal. Yes, good bird.
Why is he saying it so weird?
This is made of metal. Made of metal. What, you want to step up? Alright, where do you want to go?
This is, I guess, a few years ago. So this is like maybe his origin story.
Fresh water. Fresh water. Step down. You want some fresh water? Pour water. Yeah, pour in water.
Or water.
Pour water. Yeah, pour in water. Here, we'll turn it off. What's this? That's made of rock. That's made of rock. It's part of the wall. Pour water. You want me to pour water? Look, gotta turn this thing.
His little eyeballs like.
Water. Yeah, pour in water. It's glass. You think that's glass? It's kind of like glass, especially since we're calling mugs glass. Maybe that is glass. Metal. Well, it's definitely not metal.
He's like, huh? Really?
What's this? It's part of the wall. It's made of glass. It's made of glass. And rock in the middle here. Glass and rock.
Fair. Porcelain shatters, tile shatters, kind of like glass.
Rock. Rock. Hey, you touched the middle part. Good job. Yeah, rock and glass. What's this? It's part of the wall. Metal. No, it's not metal. That's wrong. This is metal. See? This is made of metal. Fresh water. You want fresh water?
Just spending all day. Just spending all day just like just nudging at the whims of a parrot.
Water in the glass.
Glass.
You want fresh water in the glass? Do you want to drink water? No? You sure? What's that made of? Metal. No! What's that made of? Come on, you know that. Yes, that's right, made of glass. Good bird, Apollo. I'm gonna get you a pistachio. Ooh, we gotta get a pistachio.
This is before Apollo made their channel, made them rich. Tax write-off.
It's not even like that. Yeah, let's get them butts.
Oh my gosh.
We're about to unveil a potential better showering solution.
Box.
Apollo had a traumatic tape measure experience as a little bird.
Look at
Oh,
all
this
that.
is scary. Oh, the bowl is scary. You be nice, all right? You be nice. I guess you can even destroy this measuring tape. If this gets you to bathe on your own sooner. Dude, this is gonna work. Oh my gosh. This is actually gonna work.
You wanna go outside? Let's go.
We haven't found the perfect shower solution yet. Step up. Come on.
Oh, I almost got you.
It's not even like that yet. We're not doing your butts yet. Come on. Oh, he's finally gotten to the yielding position.
Just like our cats, you got to chase them around a bit. I mean, it's cool, like to have a thing. I mean, I never really even got, I never got super deep into the lore of 40K. But I enjoyed it. I listened to a few audiobooks. That puts me well above the average, video game enjoyer or just from a distance enjoyer. I'm pumped for the guy that played Superman in the movie coming out, Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill. Damn, never actually tried to pronounce it out loud. Henry Cavill. Whatever. His movie or his TV show from Amazon. But I'm interested to see. I mean, I would love to see the series that I find awesome come to life. It's an interesting grim dark world about fascism and the endless nihilism of the horrible universe that is that universe. It's just kind of like a cool robot kind of story. There's not much to it. I'm sure you can make it deeper and do a better job of actually writing a story and stuff. There's been a few that have tried. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen the Superman movies, or I just know that Henry Cavill is like seen as just like a big hot dude, and he's like the perfect Superman stand-in just because he's all pretty or whatever, but also buff. He's gonna play Reboot Gilliman in the 40K stuff, I think. There's been a lot of really good. Have you ever seen the Astartes stuff? Oh, Snyder? Could be. I have to double check, because sometimes the Astartes stuff is weird, because it comes from Russia, I think, now. They made it a miniseries? Breakdown. Hi guys. Yeah. That's definitely what we want. There's words. That's not it. Oh my god, they've have it at Astartes 2? What the fuck? That's gonna be sick. Oh. Whoa. I sorry, I was looking away. He made Moses allegory fucking Jesus. Jesus, he was made by Jews, for fuck's sake. True. Yeah, that's a part of the thing I learned in my comic book class was that. Let's see. Astartes 1 to 5. This looks like it's obviously a fan re-upload or whatever. Astartes. Really small text because of that. This shit slaps. It's been a while since I've seen it. Let me make sure I get it at the highest, whatever. That's the wrong gear. Yeah. Oh god, that's rough, dude. That's rough.
Oh no, they fucked up the audio mega hard on this. Did they paywall this now? Is that what they've done? Oh my god, the audio was so good before. Video unavailable. You sons of bitches. Scrolling through a Reddit page to see if there are any future links to a proper upload. Oh boy. Dude, the cesspool of the 40K fandom is it's bad. It's full of all kinds of shit. There are some gems hidden within, but oh my god. I guess they've been DMCA taking it down. I guess there's a reason not to fucking watch it on stream in case it's a fucking problem. Shit. Fuck. That actually legitimately sucks that the guy's free shit is not free shit anymore. Now on Warhammer TV. I accept cookies. I have to sign in to watch it. Brutal, dude. Brutal. Coming in 2023. Dude, it's way past that. What? Is there anything? I wonder if there's any good shit. I mean, I have my brother sign in for this. I wonder if there's any good shit on here beyond the originals. That'll be an experiment for later, or perhaps on our watch stuff. Fair point.
Apollo, just gonna step up.
Fair point.
Apollo, step up. Good. Oh, hug. Tori's coming with us this time. We're gonna find the perfect bird showering solution. We gotta figure out the best bird option. Tori, could you assist? Oh, sorry, Tori. I'm sorry.
Oh, now it's cold.
It'll be okay.
Dawn, I even did my makeup. Did you do that on purpose?
No. Do you need to go get a towel real quick? Okay, Apollo. We're gonna take a shower. The girls get kind of wet. Apollo's not gonna let it get wet. Let's get them butts.
Oh my gosh.
I guess birds just like getting showered like that? I guess it's normal.
We gotta get you wet so we can avoid the other stuff.
Yeah, it's for the good of your butt.
Oh, yeah. I don't want it to have any chance of, like, hurting them at all. Yeah, that gets right through. Nah, the wings are still an issue, but... Apollo, let me wash your butt. There we go. So I guess there's a pressure...
He's an anarchist. No, he doesn't want to shower.
No. We'll have to find that limit until we have a better showering solution, which we're about to unveil. Honestly, the 3 gallons per minute.
The birds and I are cold. I would like to
we're
go
going
inside.
back.
Well, today was arm day. I am a little tired. I know. I'm gonna try. Oh, more water. It's really like 70, but I'm from Florida.
Oh, look, here's a box.
Oh, that is a
We got a
pretty
box.
sizable box.
I would really like this introduction to go well. Imagine he just starts taking a proper bath. Don't have to do the old carrier hose down anymore.
It's a box.
Apollo, you want to earn a snack? Gotta do 3 things.
70 is a cold temperature. Like my house right now with the fan blowing. 70 is so hot. I'm sitting in here
rocking a 77. It got as high as 79 earlier. You know what I mean? Like it's like it'll get real hot real soon, real warm. They want you to run your AC around 79, 80 just to like save energy because you're like pumping.
Can you do Big Bird? Oh, good job.
55 is peak, dude. 70, I love 70. I love 70. Just because it feels fine. When it's winter out here and it gets like to the 60s, it's like, oh my God, that is so pleasant. And when it's the winter, it dries out the air a little bit. So it's like the humidity is actually just like palatable. But even when it gets cold, that winter chill and the way that the humidity makes the cold stick to you, it's so on you. It's weird. When I went to Chicago, it didn't snow, so I still didn't see snow, but it was like insanely cold in the temperature wise. But you could kind of like just walk around as long as you didn't get hit by a big gust of wind. True. Yeah, I mean the humidity can make its way all the way up to like Virginia and shit in certain pockets, and hell, even New York will get a little bit here and there. Just because that's just the East Coast, I guess. But like I was up in Chicago and it was like, fucking whatever past freezing. Or I guess it must have been just a little above freezing if it wasn't snowing. That, or I guess there was no precipitation. I don't know. It may have been near freezing, but not freezing. But it wouldn't feel bad. I mean, if it was ever like that in Florida, it would be insane. I would never be outside for even a moment. But as long as you were just kind of walking around, you're almost just kind of like not even feeling anything. I'm sure there's a beautiful geology reason for it that I'm just like, thought it's all swamp. I don't know.
Can you step up? Good. Tell me, what's this called, Apollo? What's this called?
Box.
Yes, it's a box. Good job. Here's a snack.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, we're gonna warm up to the box, so to say. Look. Oh my goodness, look. Look at that. Look at that. The box has things that are
all wet.
Yummy on it.
Oh my gosh. I think Ophelia maybe got like one.
Okay, the girls are not scared. I have a good idea. Oh, Tori, I just realized I have a cream bottle box.
A milk.
I believe they're bottle boxes, though, to be quite honest. Or box bottles.
Or
Tori.
what? Milk bottle?
See what he has to say. Look at him. He's really interested. Throw.
Throw?
Throw.
Oh.
It can be called like milk, though, or something like that, yeah. But, where did it go?
We call it a milk carton. We never called it a box bottle or whatever.
Where did what go?
The... Apollo, what's this? What's this? What is this?
I feel like that.
Ooh.
What?
He's ready.
All right. You want to throw?
You gotta ask him if he's ready.
Look at him. Look at him. Oh, he's like getting more and more. Oh.
He wants to fuck that box up.
I don't know how you're supposed to use this to get him from there to there.
Watch. I was just needing to fix my lavalier. Lavalier?
Lavalier.
Lavalier.
Microphone.
God damn, dog. What the fuck?
I'm also kind of seeing between like throwing it like that.
Oh, they're Luigi fans. Hold on.
Or like making sure it spins a lot.
I gotta get a stuffed Luigi.
There's a lot of built up juju on this bottle now.
Yeah. What?
I need to wipe some of these poops.
One of the reasons why I would rather not have an actual bird.
Appreciate that.
For sure.
You want? Oh, drop. Yeah, you drop.
Box. Box.
Oh, Tori, what do we have here?
Oh, what's this? It's a rock.
All right, Tori, do we have the girls get a little snacks out of it before pulling it out of the box, or do we get it out of the box and...
I think you definitely get it out of the box first.
No, I'm gonna cut it out of the box. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have... Oh.
Hey, I really get I'm a little scared when he does that. Oh. What?
No, I will not elaborate.
Huh? There's no... Is it a built-in battery? What the fuck?
Tori, could you do some work? Oh.
What are they trying to do?
If this
Why do
works,
they feel like...
it's gonna be so wild. We've never put this much effort or even thought to do something like this into like an unboxing of something like a new item. I guess I won't need that anymore. If this works, bro.
Look at that.
Are they trying to convince them that they're doing stuff to it, and then it's not just something from the... Why would it care if it's a assembled or unassembled thing?
Pretty thorough.
Sorry, I forgot. We need to we need to tape up the styrofoam so that it doesn't get everywhere.
Oh, he likes to tape all this?
Creative ways to business expense tape. Tori, here, you need to do some tape. Tori, could you get those measurements we talked about?
No. I ain't getting in between that bird and a tape measure.
Apollo had a traumatic tape measure experience as a little bird, so he has a very interesting relationship with me today. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll have to...
What, did we
why
like
was she...
reel it into?
Wait, why was she concerned if she didn't know this story?
No, he was a wee lad, and he was in his cage, and I didn't really think anything of it, and I was like watching, but the guy came to measure the windows, and
yeah.
Apollo just freaked out.
I remember now.
I had to go in and grab him by like his two legs, and he was just flapping, like doing the raptor screech nonstop. You want to touch? All right. You gotta be nice, Apollo. You want to touch? You want to touch? Okay, you can touch. You gotta be nice. You gotta be nice.
Bring it out. Bring it out here.
See, touch. What's that made of?
Metal. Glass.
No.
Metal.
Yes, metal.
I love the way you... Metal.
And plastic. It's made of metal. Here, let's get you a pine nut. Dude, this is gonna work. Oh my gosh. This is actually gonna work. That's okay for now. These are very special circumstances.
Crazy
Apollo.
those sounds.
Yeah, see, this is when you get the...
A lot of their sounds, for some reason, parrot sounds or whatever, always sound like it's a tape recorder. There's like a weird like lack of depth or something to it. But then when they do those pop sounds, it's like a complete like cartoon sound effect in HD.
That's the tape. I guess they're both tapes. Oh, it's loud.
I need to measure the damage. Can you close the razor knife?
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Or just put it up there. Just, store that right there.
They're obviously trying to trick them into doing something. Or not scare them.
Look at all
this
that.
is scary. Oh, the bowl is scary.
Whoa, what the fuck? Hold on.
No, if you can. How are they feeling about the bowl?
There she goes. She's in there.
Is it like a water bath or something? Is that what they're gonna do with it?
Yeah, the girls aren't scared of the bowl at this point, but they are still scared of the tools.
You be nice, all right? You be nice.
Oh.
Be nice, yeah, good.
Oh, look at Isn't that
good,
crazy?
Be nice. Hey, pine nut? I guess you can even destroy this measuring tape. Don't mess your beak up, though. If this gets you to bail on your own sooner. And so that is why I needed another measuring tape, IRS, as part of the business.
Master of tax write-offs.
My parrot had to destroy my measuring tape. This is like a medical need. Like, this is a literal medical.
But it'd be like, even if you had 2 measuring tapes, it's not like you're like embezzling measuring tapes. You know what I
The
mean?
need for him, and sacrificing that is making it more likely that he will.
Is he afraid of getting in the bowl? It's part of production. Yes, clearly. Very untrusting bird. You know, smart. In this climate, in this day and age, ICE agent's going to snack you up, put you in a cage in Florida, bring her back to her home state. Even the little birds, little colorful ones, just don't want to get in there all the way. They're like, reaching in. Oh my God. Whoa. I guess if you like throw them into it, they'll hate it forever. Just a little sneak it out. I think if you just fill them with water, they'd be like, oh, sick, water. Awesome. I know what water is. I'm an animal.
Good job, Paulo.
Oh, his hatred. His hatred's drawing him in. Look at the color yellow. He just really fucks. He just hates it. For the noise it makes? I don't know. Probably. I still don't understand.
Look, look. Yeah, there's a snack.
Good old Apollo. Yeah, he does. All right. How we doing? We got 3 viewers still. It's, oh my God, it's 9:30. I gotta wake up Kara. She goes to work. Let's head out a raid. Wait, they're playing Jackbox games? Whoa. Hold your horses. With Celtic Thickness and Little Bear. Would you like to go watch Jackbox games or just leave a Gremlin raid? It's up to you, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Oh, my Chrome just closed out. What the hell? What the hell? Thank you. We already watched this video. It had too many tabs. It just couldn't handle it. It didn't like it. You're going to go to sleep. Fair enough. Just chill out for... Well, you don't have to, but it'd be chill if I get my raid numbers up. A mighty 3. We'll go into Little Bear. I think I didn't do Little Bear last time. Wait. They're on the list, yeah. Oh, I gotta space it out. Enjoy your rest. We'll be back tomorrow. Hello. Thank you, Waffbot, for saying hello. Yeah, not much going on. Hopefully I'll have some neat updates or something, but otherwise, thanks for coming by. See you tomorrow.
We're just going to help Celtic and vice versa. So we can see. We can